هلا بالطيب الغالي.
عزيز وشوفتك من
ترى ما جاء على بالي
أشوف عيونك الحلوة. هلا بالطيب الغالي، هلا بالطيب الغالي.
هلا بالطيب الغالي.
عزيز وشوفتك من
ترى ما جاء على بالي.
أشوف عيونك.
Distinguished guests, would you please welcome to the stage the Chair of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Arnold Donald.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. So delighted to be here. It's very exciting for WTTC and our members, and we hope it's exciting for everyone that's here. So first, to our gracious host, especially His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, other dignitaries, and of course to the people of Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your warm welcome. Those of you that were able to be present last night in Diriyah, could you raise your hands if you happen to be there in Diriyah? Yeah, it was a spectacular welcome reception and an unbelievable laser light fireworks show, so one of a kind. So thank you so much. I'd also like to thank our strategic partners, the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Tourism, Global Rescue, the Puerto Rico Tourism Company, and our elite sponsor, which I mentioned just a second ago, the Riyadh Gate Development Authority. Our heartfelt thanks, and Jerry, thank you so much for everything that you made happen. Now, it's truly a pleasure for me to be back. This is my third visit to Saudi Arabia within the last 14 months, and each visit has been even more impressive than the already very impressive previous one. And this is the first WTTC conference in the Middle East region since Abu Dhabi in 2013. Now, in the past 9 years, travel and tourism in this region has gone from strength to strength, representing 8.9% of the region's total economy before the pandemic struck, and recovering with growing strength as the global economy recovers. Now, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's bold ambitions embody the region's drive and energy, and we meet today here in Riyadh, which holds a key to this country's future prosperity. Now, Riyadh's total population is roughly 7.5 million. And by the end of this decade, it is predicted to rise to 10.5 million. Now, that's staggering growth by any measure. It'll boost productivity, and of course, it'll boost still more growth, making it one of the top 10 city economies in the world, and clearly a shining example to the rest of the world. Now, while it's been 9 years since the WTTC hosted a summit in the Middle East, in that time, our ties with this part of the world have also strengthened. Just 3 years ago, we signed for us an historic partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in which we would share our 30 years experience in travel and tourism to add and support to the Kingdom's bold and ambitious plans for the future. Now, I would just like to take this opportunity to reflect on that partnership. This is a kingdom that aspires to become one of the top 5 tourist destinations in the world, welcoming 100 million domestic and international travelers a year, and with a goal for travel and tourism to comprise 10% of its GDP by 2030. Now, these are ambitious, unparalleled in the history of our sector, ambitions that are unparalleled in the history of our sector. And 3 years later, from that agreement, and for us a historic partnership, it's been a great privilege to see the progress made with our own eyes. To witness, for instance, the ancient city of Diriyah, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and the first seat of power for the Al Saud family, where renovation work is transforming into a thriving tourist destination, which in time, millions upon millions of people from around the world will flock to see. Now, these achievements are proof of the power of partnerships between the public and private sectors. Partnerships where the public and private sectors work together in pursuit of a common goal. And again, partnerships that will serve as an example to the rest of the world. Examples of the power of travel and tourism to help transform a country's economy. Now, I'm immensely excited about what the coming years will bring. And our partnership is also, our partnership, WTTC and the Kingdom, I believe, a reminder of the magic of our sector and its ability to reshape entire economies, to unlock growth and prosperity, to bring people of different cultures and nationalities together, and to open our eyes to new ways of thinking and new ways to see the world. And like the traveler, we should look forward with great and renewed optimism towards a new and even brighter horizon. Again, I'd like to thank our hosts, and I'd like to thank each of you for being here, for being invested in and engaged in the impact work of WTTC to make global travel ever more frictionless, ever more enjoyable, and ever more sustainable. Thank you. Now, we have a great conference lineup with exceptional speakers and with real impact players. And now I'd like to invite one of them onto the stage. Please welcome, and indeed it gives me great honor to do so, our host, His Excellency, Minister of Tourism for Saudi Arabia, Ahmed Al-Khatib.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, bonjour, buenos dias, konnichiwa, ni hao, and bon dia. It is my great pleasure to welcome you here in Riyadh for the 22nd World Travel and Tourism Summit. The value of this forum cannot be overstated. We all understand the importance of coming together across industries, government, and beyond to work together in the creation of a safer, more resilient, and sustainable future. Here in Riyadh, we have gathered more tourism ministers and CEOs than ever before. So, let us seize this opportunity and use it wisely. Partnership across the public and private sector must come first to push forward action that will benefit all. As a Minister of Tourism, I'm proud of our achievements, both as a rapidly developing destination and as a global partner driving change across the sector. We come together in response to the pandemic and decided that we have to future-proof the industry, an industry that provides 1 in 9 of the world's jobs. Now, we find ourselves once again as a global community faced with challenges, and no doubt more will come. But the answer remains the same: collective action. This is what required to build the future we all seek. The opportunity for us as a tourism leaders to focus the energy of this challenge and direct it into the action of an industry that is fit for all and fit for the future. An industry that is more sustainable and more resilient and better able to create wealth and opportunity in places where it is needed most. As the sector recovers stronger, we must put people and the planet first. At the very center of every decision we take. Tourism will create 126 million new jobs in the next decade. That means 1 in every 3 new jobs created will be in our sector, which is a lot of lives we can change if we do this right. Saudi Arabia is reimagining tourism, drawing on the power of partnership, ensuring no one is left behind. We built our tourism industry against the backdrop of the global disaster. And we now have $6 trillion of investment opportunity through to 2030. We value collaboration, and we are proof that it's work. Our shared commitment to partnership will drive the global industry forward, which is why our attendance here today is such a powerful statement. Last October, we launched the Sustainability Tourism Center, a multi-country, multi-stakeholder organization to spearhead and accelerate our sector toward net zero. Building on this, we recently announced its foundation framework at COP27, and we will launch this STGC Youth Initiative here today, understanding well that we are stronger together. Stronger when we combine the very best from all sectors of society, matching the wisdom of the experience with the drive, ambition, and imagination of our young youth. Training and upskilling is vital to ensure the sector and our community are all served. We know that 1 in 3 young people works in tourism globally. We must ensure we are investing in their future if we are to retain this talent. Saudi Arabia is blessed with a young population, 2/3 under the age of 35, and we are accounting and encouraging them to become the tourism leaders of tomorrow. Just one example. We launch a program to train 100,000 young Saudis every year in the sector, both here and abroad, providing the opportunity to share best practices and learn from each other in a spirit of knowledge sharing and cooperation. As we build the future together, one that is resilient and sustainable. We must always remember that it's not enough to simply protect that we have. We must continue to innovate, to chase new opportunities in the technology and research as we continue to connect with the world. Connecting people in person with yesterday's announcements from His Royal Highness of the new King Salman International Airport in Riyadh. And virtually with WTTC Summit to first ever to be accessible through the metaverse. We are shaping tomorrow. As the tourism remains at the forefront of how the world interacts, our giga projects, NEOM, the Red Sea, Al-Ula, and the Great Dir'iyya, where we had a lovely dinner last night. Thank you, Jerry. Will help us to remain there, combining digitalization, innovation, and technology, preserving the very best of our past. Here in Saudi Arabia, we are providing that blending ideas, celebrating our heritage and shaping the future. Acknowledging wisdom and nurturing youth is a recipe for success. Success created through partnership. So, at the beginning of what I know will be the important week for us, for our sector, I want to leave you with a final thought. We have the power to shape the sector, bridge cultures, and transform communities. We are fortunate to be in the position to affect change. We must not let this opportunity pass by us. Let us ensure that here in Riyadh, we really do deliver a better future for travel. Thank you. Thank you.
Travel opens a path to the greatest wonder of the world. The opportunity to wonder at the world. To wonder at our planet. To wonder at our people. To wonder together. When we look at the paths ahead, our sector can keep the wonder of the world alive. As we travel for a better future.
Please welcome the President and CEO, the World Travel and Tourism Council, Julia Simpson.
Your Royal Highness, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, valued WTTC members, and dear friends, Al-Salam Alaikum. Welcome everyone to our 2022 Global Summit. It is wonderful to be here. 3 years ago, the WTTC celebrated an historic day in Saudi Arabia when the kingdom launched its first ever international tourist visa. And we witnessed one of those very rare moments these days when a nation closed for centuries opened up its arms and its doors to the world. We are proud of the strong partnership we have enjoyed with the kingdom ever since. We are delighted to be hosting this year's conference here in Riyadh, a city of lights, thank you, a city of lights and beauty whose great ambitions and vision are the future of the sector that I am here to represent. And it's no wonder WTTC members are investing more than $10.5 billion right here, right now. Thank you. In recent years, we've witnessed a real transformation in the Middle East into a vibrant global tourist destination. Here in Saudi Arabia, that transformation is the fruit of $800 billion of investment. That is the biggest ever in the history of travel and tourism. But you know, this is not only about financial prowess. Financial prowess is important, but it's not only about that. It's about vision, it's about tenacity, and it's about drive. This is a story of global leadership from His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the great House of Al Saud. And I have to say, you know, that what is true here is true everywhere. When travel and tourism thrives, other industries thrive with us. Of every $10 in the world that is made through travel and $1 of those every 10 is made through travel and tourism. And this sector creates 1 in every 10 jobs globally. Now, despite the global shutdown in 2020, travel and tourism, as many of my members will attest in this room, is recovering. Our 10-year forecast shows our sector will once more outpace global growth. So we will be growing at a rate of 5.8% annually, while globally GDP by comparison is set to grow at about 2.7. So let me just put that in human terms. By 2032, our sector, as His Excellency said, will create 126 million new jobs. But you know, nothing is inevitable. We know right now the global economy is at a very precarious point. The war in Ukraine is devastating. We face new geopolitical threats. Inflation is undoubtedly a serious worry. And while a deep recession might yet be avoided, we have to admit our global economy at the moment is fragile. So I would really appeal to governments across the world, please take travel and tourism seriously. And why? Because we can help you. Today, bookings levels are very strong. Demand for travel is outstripping supply. We have high employment and record savings, and that's with yet waiting for China to reopen. But you know, too often our sector has been neglected. We saw it in the 1970s during the oil crisis, when the US government forced to ration energy supplies, classified travel and tourism as non-essential. We saw it starkly during COVID, when international coordination to safely reopen borders was, let's face it, it was non-existent. It was chaotic and shambolic. Back then, His Excellency Al-Khatib and the former UK Prime Minister, who will be speaking to you later today, Lady Theresa May, were lone voices calling for an international coordination and alignment. But now, we actually face the greatest crisis of our time, climate change. Extreme temperatures creating unlivable cities. Forest fires devastating our flora and our fauna. Rising seas which swallow up coastlines. You know, I was at the G20 and I spoke to His Excellency Koya from Fiji, and he told me he had just had to relocate an entire village of 400 families away from the coast. This problem is existential, and we are literally in our businesses on the front line. As the WTTC's Nature Positive Travel and Tourism report shows, tourism from nature generates over $600 billion. And those $600 billion provide opportunities for some of the world's poorest countries to protect their biodiversity and their communities. In Rwanda, just for example, a country once devastated by war, tourism is now the largest source of foreign exchange earnings invested back into the country and into the people. And I have to say, look at what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. In Diriyah, 6 million trees and shrubs are being planted. Incredible. In Alula, Arabian leopards will be introduced as part of an incredible rewilding project. And in the glorious Red Sea, the health of its flourishing coral is being monitored in real time in a scientific center there as a gift to the world. This is why we produced our sector's roadmap. For the first time, it brings together all the net zero plans of our diverse businesses into one single narrative. We need to speak with one single narrative. But until now, it's not actually been possible to quantify the actual impact that we are having on the climate. I'm going to be honest with you, we simply, as a whole sector, did not have the data. Now, you all know that for over 30 years, WTTCs, based on its founders, has produced world-renowned economic data on the value of travel and tourism. But measuring all the emissions across all our industries, our businesses, our supply chains, it is really, really hard to do. We can measure the energy to fly a plane, but what about the energy it takes to make and deliver millions of water bottles? And how many of those bottles would have actually been consumed anyway without travel and tourism? Well, we now can measure it. Today, thanks to the partnership with Saudi Arabia and His Excellency and friend Al-Khatib, I am proud to announce the launch of the world's very first environmental and social impact report for travel and tourism. It is a groundbreaking piece of research that allows us to measure and track our sector's footprint. You know, there have been many attempts to do it before. One said that travel and tourism was responsible for 12% of all emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. But our research shows that in 2019, our base year, our greenhouse gas emissions totaled 8.1% globally. So now we know what we are working with. We can compare where we are today to where we were 10 years ago. We can track it. And not just greenhouse gases, but everything from energy consumption to water use. I will give our business the data they need on where they need to focus, and it will also give governments hard facts on how to meet SDG targets. I am so pleased with that. You know, the great promise here is decoupling growth in travel and tourism from carbon emissions. This is what the numbers are showing us now. Greenhouse gas emissions per dollar generated are going down. We have started on the journey of growing our businesses but reducing our carbon intensity, and this is critical. While our total emissions are at the lower range of previous estimates, we will need to decarbonize absolutely aggressively. But we cannot do this alone. Here are our top 3 priorities. Energy. In 2019, around 1/5 of emissions came from electricity. So while we look to our own energy efficiency, we need governments to help us to switch to renewables for the energy we use from the grid every time we turn that light on in our hotel room. Sustainable aviation fuels. In 2019, transport accounted for 38% of emissions. Now, let's be honest, that 38%, we are in the travel business, so it would. So, what's the solution? Electric and hydrogen planes will arrive. They'll arrive in the future. But if we want to meet the Paris targets, it is critical we have wide-scale availability of, as we call it, SAF for short. We need a commitment by fuel producers, and we've received that here in Saudi Arabia, to produce SAF and policies to incentivize by governments the production of aviation fuel. And it's not hard. The model for governments already exists. We have had incentive for electric vehicles, and the technology for SAF already exists. We need governments to make it a priority. But lastly, more than anything, we need courage. We have, after all, survived the greatest crisis in our industry. You are the leaders who recovered this resilient sector after the pandemic. Climate change might be a problem on a planetary scale, but it is also an opportunity. We will not only protect the world and its abundance of resources, but ensure they are the inheritance of every future traveller, so that beyond the horizon lies yet again a new wonder. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage the summit anchor, international news presenter Maria Ramos.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. أهلا وسهلا بكم في رياض. أهلا وسهلا بكم في المملكة العربية السعودية. أنا ماريا راموس، أنا بريطانية من أصل إسباني، والآن أنا أسكن في تركيا في اسطنبول بين أوروبا بين آسيا، وأحب السيافة وأسافر كثيرا. وفي الحقيقة سكنت في الخليج لمدة 7 سنوات واليوم
I am Maria Ramos. I'm British from a Spanish origin. I live in Turkey between Europe and Asia. I travel a lot, and I lived in the Gulf for a while.
And privileged to be your master of ceremonies here today in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. And we have a fantastic 2 days of lineup, and it is incredible. We're nearly there at the end of an incredible year, and what a year it has been. We have faced so many challenges, but these challenges, well, they have tested our strength, our resilience, and opportunities, well, they have given us so much hope. And as we've been hearing, travel is coming back, and it's coming back strongly. And this is why it means so much for us to be here all together. And it really is incredible. I mean, look at this. We are all in a room together, no masks. Sometimes, we take a moment to think, wow, this could not have happened, last year, 2 years ago. It really is incredible. And we'll be discussing, ladies and gentlemen, what needs to be done to ensure that travel really is a solution for a better future. And today and tomorrow, we'll have an incredible journey. And we're on a quest to proactively address the most pressing issues of this sector and to unlock opportunities. We'll start by focusing on travel as a solution for the global economy, considering the global economic uncertainty. Of course, as Julia mentioned, these are, uncertain times. And then we'll focus on the positives, of course, and move from a global perspective to a regional one, and a very exciting regional one. We'll address, of course, the biggest challenges, our planet, and how travel can really be a solution and enhance livelihoods and communities. And tomorrow morning, well, we have a very exciting morning. We have also great leaders joining us here, and we'll be speaking about the latest technology and innovation advancement and how these can really help us in the industry. And we'll end by looking, ladies and gentlemen, at what really needs to be done to build a better future together. And following the closing ceremony tomorrow afternoon, we'll invite you here to please stay with us for a very exciting high-level event, a teaser event organized by the Ministry of Tourism entitled Next in Travel. And this will bring together former heads of state and global figures, including Mexico's President Calderón, Paul Polman, and Jeffrey Sachs. And this will together here will further explore how to achieve sustainable tourism and how technology can really support this transition. And once again, I am absolutely delighted to be your Master of Ceremonies here in Riyadh. But first, let me start by sharing some tips with you to make the most out of this conference. First of all, tip number one, if you haven't already downloaded the app, please do it. It's fantastic. It's called WTTC Events app. Download that, and you can find all the photos. We all love our photos, I know. They're there under the word more. And you can follow all the tweets under the hashtag GS Saudi Arabia, and also Travel for a Better Future on the social wall. And we are very excited also. We have an audience tuning in from all over the world to the WTTC Virtual Platform. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum to all of you, wherever you are watching. Min Riyadh, lovely to see you. And this year, as we heard from His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, we can watch us. So you can watch us, you can engage with us through the metaverse. And you'll be able to watch these sessions on the virtual platform, also create your avatar, engage with the sponsors, and get access to all the insights. Very exciting, the future really is here. And you can also catch up later through the video on demand if you miss any of the sessions and you want to watch them again. And these are all available in English, Arabic, Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. And the platform will be available for a month after the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Let's get right into the first part of the program. And the title that we'll be starting with this session is Travel is a Solution for the Global Economy. Fantastic title. And it accounts for 10.3% of the global GDP and 1 in 10 jobs on the planet in 2019. Was created by travel and tourism, absolutely critical, as you can see, for the global economy and trade. From policies to investment, the sector is key to society's prosperity. And the last 2 years, well, they have really highlighted, haven't they, the importance of joining forces, collaborating to recover, and further maximizing the sector's potential. Ladies and gentlemen, I am absolutely delighted to invite from CNN someone I absolutely adore. I love watching the remarkable, the fantastic Richard Quest and his opening panel for Travel for a Better Future. Richard, the stage is yours.
Now, if the panel makes your way up, you'll find your names and on the chair. Just make sure we have everybody. His Excellency, the Minister of Investment, yes, you're here. Attorney Cabano of Marriott here. Her Highness Princess Haifa, Vice Minister of Tourism. Where are you? You'll find your seats. Pier Francesco Vago of Clear and MSC Group. Zurab, the SecGen, is with us, as is Greg O'Hara of Certares. Greg, can I see you? Excellent. Good to have you, sir. Right, this is the panel. This is the way we're going to do it, all right? Firstly, I want everybody to hold up. Imagine you're about to take a picture of the panel. Please hold up your phone so that I can see it. Everybody hold up the phone. Good. So the one thing I notice is there are a lot of screens that are on. Now I want you to go to settings. And now I want you to go to airplane mode, because it really is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you are going to sit and do emails, messaging, WhatsApping, which is quite fine, by the way, but if you're going to do that, you might as well have stayed in your hotel room and just watched the stream. Right? The goal here is to see the whites of the eyes of these people. The goal is to see them sweat as I question them. The goal is to see how this elite of the industry, how their vision is of the future. That is the goal. So I start with you, Secretary General. Zurab, if I may. I know, you didn't want this, did you? First of all, the other rule is, with the exception of you, sir, and you, ma'am, forget we're in Saudi Arabia. This is about the travel industry globally. Zurab, how strong is the industry at the moment? In a word or three, what is the state of the industry?
Okay, so salam alaikum to everyone. 2 years ago, the most important and hot question was that what we will do. I mean, it was the world was closed, you know, and nobody can make any forecast. People were saying that we will recover in 2027, some of them 2023, 25, but we saw that this year, the first 9 months showed us that 700 million travelers are back. This is 65% from the best year, which was 2018-19. I mean, so the numbers are there.
So the return is there.
Exactly.
Tony, what are you seeing in terms of what, because through the largest hotelier in the world, single hotelier, I'm sure we can play with the numbers, but you get the idea. What are you, how is that return divided?
So at a macro level, anyone that had any question about the resilience of travel, those questions have been answered. The speed with which travel has recovered has been remarkable.
Were you surprised?
No. I am an eternal optimist. Travel is part of the human condition. I have a college-age daughter who maybe believes travel started when Instagram was launched, but for centuries, human beings have craved exploring the world, immersing themselves in new culture. But as you point out, the recovery is uneven. In many markets around the world, we've seen extraordinarily strong recovery. Opening of borders has been the catalyst to that recovery, but we look at Greater China, the zero COVID policy has continued to dampen recovery in a meaningful way there.
Greg, can we have a decent recovery globally without China?
Yes, but it'll be without China. The problem for us will be the Chinese traveler has expanded his universe or her universe all over the world. It affects shopping in Europe. It affects leisure visitors. It certainly, they travel at different times than a lot of the rest of the world. So having the Chinese traveler back in the thick of things would be great for the rest of the industry.
Your Excellency, the resources we heard last night from the tourism minister, the resources that the country, Saudi Arabia, is putting into travel and tourism are considerable. Now, as the Minister of Investment, do you look upon that, how do you regard, I mean, you can invest in anything and anywhere through PIF to an extent. Almost. So why would you invest in an industry that's so difficult to make money?
Well, first of all, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to everyone. Glad that we have the industry here in Riyadh. You know, I think this industry, it's been mentioned, a double-digit proportion of the global GDP, and that's the target that His Royal Highness has set for the tourism leadership, Ahmed Khatib, Princess Haifa, and the rest of the team. And we, as the Ministry of Investment, are supporting them. PIF is supporting them. I think more than any other sector, this is the sector that really impacts all aspects of the economy. We shouldn't measure it only by the macro number of 10, 12, or 15% of GDP. We saw during the pandemic that if the sector loses, everyone loses. Society loses, the macro economy loses, and the spillover effect is quite incredible. So it is part of the diversification, and we are investing in it for the greater good. Obviously, the impact it has on the standing of the country is very high. So even from a soft power projection of any country, it's very important. But I would contest that it is an industry that you can make money, and you can make money smartly, no matter where in the value chain you are.
Right, but Your Highness, that's the problem, isn't it? It's a diversified industry, as we see from this panel. It's a diversified industry with many players, some extremely small, from the person selling souvenirs to the large ships of MSC. The ability to policy make across that is difficult.
Well, first of all, I just want to start by saying collaboration is key. And this is why, look at this room. You have 2,800 people registered to this event, over 100 and representing 143 nationalities, and 250 CEOs and 52 ministers of tourism from around the world. Collaboration is key.
All right. With respect. Collaboration's fine. But what does it mean?
It means we have to all have one vision, set clear targets, and work together to deliver, which we are doing here today in Saudi Arabia. This is why we were the fastest growing economy as per the UN WTO within the G20 countries for tourism specifically. 121% growth.
Is that realistic?
Absolutely realistic. We did it. We delivered it. It's done. It's delivered. It's realistic. It's delivered. And we can see it in the room live here today.
Quiet. Pier Francesco, your ships, you had a wonderful line that you told me earlier. You have movable assets. So when you move your assets, pardon the phrase, what are you seeing at the moment?
First of all, good morning. Salam alaikum. Well, we are global. Ships move, the assets move, correctly so we go to the shores of the world. But we also have to understand how to be local. So wherever you go around the world, there are different challenges, whether you operate in North America, in South America, in Europe, in China, obviously being shut down, Asia partially reopening. So obviously we're there to offer great holidays, to give to our consumer, to our customer, again, the joy to go back after the pandemic, to enjoy nature, to enjoy the traveling. We think is essential to travel. And we have to do it engaging with the regulators, because obviously regulators can be a challenge sometimes.
I want to stay with you for a second. What we learned during the pandemic, for understandable reasons, national countries did their own thing. And it was only later on in the pandemic that we saw true coordination of policies?
There was very little coordination at the beginning. As a matter of fact, everybody was going on their own vision, in their own emergency mode, and countries shut down. You know, they didn't know how to react to the emergency. And we had to engage country by country, at local level, sometimes even at regional and ports level, to actually understand how to supplement to all the challenges that were coming due to the emergency.
Secretary General, we know there'll be another crisis at some point. How can the industry better convince governments to coordinate at the beginning so we don't end up with barriers up, barriers down, rules and changing? Even the EU is a shambles, and they're supposedly coordinated.
I know that you don't like this wording, to be together, united, but this is how we survived from COVID. The first day, it was 14th of March or February when I woke up and the whole world was locked down. I was thinking what I have to do, you know?
I think your microphone has just fallen off. Allow me to just...
No, it works.
There we go, just make it so we can hear you a bit better. There we go. There we go, we can hear you a bit better. Okay, it's falling off, you see. Sorry about this.
Everything is okay.
Just hold it.
This is collaboration at its finest.
Sorry, it was falling. There you go.
Thank you.
Right, carry on, sir.
So, from very beginning of the COVID, what we did, and this is very nice example for next pandemics or next crisis. We asked to our member states, we created crisis committee, which was working 2 years. You asked to Pier Francesco, you know, he had horrible 2 years, you know, because nobody, none of the governments care about cruise business. That was the horrible time for SMEs, the small and medium enterprises. So collaboration was essential. You know, this was one of the most important part of our life, these 1.5 years. So we started talking with the countries, with governments first, to support companies and enterprises with liquidity, money, because wages, all costs was absolutely in the air. So this was our first conversation with the member states and with the countries, and I think we did quite important role in this very hard times for tourism sector. Nobody was traveling.
Countries were shutting down without letting a passport holder coming back to their own country. But that's the level it got to.
There were a couple of good examples, right? In 2020, people forget, Greece did a great example. It's been a big friend of Saudi Arabia. There weren't a lot of tests, right? We worked with the Greek government to open up Greece early. And one of the things we did is they wrote an AI software called EVA that tried to predict which places in the world had outbreaks so they could use the very few tests they had to test people. If you remember in 2020 and 21, Greece did a good job because they instituted a consistent policy and used the resources that they had to try to predict who they should test coming in and who they didn't. So it wasn't all bad.
No, and they did an excellent job in Greece.
We engaged with Healthy Gateways at the beginning to actually tell them that the best way to go forward was actually to create the testing capability to test people. And Greece, I must agree with you, they were leading the European, the Brussels Commission.
Greece did an excellent job of using technology. Tony, what more technology would you like to see used in the industry?
Without question, a coordinated set of health credentials across borders. And the motivation for that should be clear. Greece is a great example. Simply based on an opaque statement that the borders would be opening, all of us that do business in Greece saw an immediate spike in bookings and inquiries for business. It should be clear to governments that all of us travel quite a bit. For the average traveler, that lack of certainty and lack of clarity is a huge impediment to driving recovery.
Why do you think, Greg, why do you think this industry that is so crucial punches at a relatively, not in Saudi Arabia, and maybe not in Greece, which are sort of heavy, high GDP tourism, but by and large, the industry punches at a low weight when ministers sit round cabinet tables.
Well, for instance, it's difficult to engage the U.S. in this. They don't even have a tourism minister, right? They don't have a secretary of tourism in the United States. It's very difficult to find people to talk to in the United States. Zurab would know more about this than I do, but it's very difficult to engage someone. Other people have tourism ministries, but they're not allocated capital. Most people are, sorry.
How do we get that up?
I think Saudi Arabia is a great example of how to get that up. The Saudis have been absolutely committed to investing in their own tourism infrastructure. If you think about it, the world's going to change, right? You have all these developing nations who are becoming more wealthy. Where they're going to travel and how they're going to travel is going to be completely different than it has. Saudi's making a bet on itself, and the rest of the world has to deliver travelers. That's our job to help. Saudi makes the investment, we deliver the travelers.
Well, I think at a national level, first of all, we need to recognize and value the multiplier effect, the spillover effect I talked about earlier, and allocate capital proportionally to what you think that that desired impact is. The other thing is tourism cuts across many sectors. We have the Ministry of Transport here with us today. If he doesn't deliver, the Minister of Tourism will not be able to deliver. We have the Minister of Health with us today. If he doesn't deliver, the Minister of Tourism will also struggle. So we recognize in Saudi Arabia that it's a shared responsibility across government, led by a sector specific that measures, that has KPI, that holds all of us, including the Ministry of Investment, accountable to provide him with the tools to scale up the sector and to deliver on the macro results.
How significant, Her Highness, is this idea of making others in government aware of the importance of tourism? People think of tourism, Secretary General and I have discussed this, people think of tourism as that nice bit. Brings in people, happy faces, this, that, and the other, and forget the sheer number of jobs, investment. And because it is diversified through thousands of businesses, hundreds of thousands, it doesn't carry the weight.
So 100%. I think what you said is, what His Excellency said is critical, which is understanding the spillover effect. And we saw this, to be honest, Richard, we saw this at the beginning. When we first started, it was very clear. It was a vision from the top. It was clear coordination across government. We have a Tourism Development Council that has 20 government representatives at a minister level to ensure delivery with clear KPIs. But we still saw this at the beginning. When we came and asked for budget, we were turned away. We had to build a business case. We had to build a business case in how much this sector can actually contribute to the economy. And we saw that in the first year of the pandemic, when we had to close down and rely on domestic tourism, local community inclusion, local SMEs, and we saw spend at 15 billion riyals during one summer. That's 2 months alone. And then we were able to make our case for budget, but also in the job creation element. While the world was perhaps losing jobs, we were creating jobs. We were training 100,000 people per year and creating over 100,000 jobs. So the spillover effect, those people that are now being employed are opening up homes, are spending more. We're creating opportunity across, and the case was made accordingly.
So if we talk about that case being made for investment, where are you investing?
So I just want to build on that point, and then I'll answer your question. I think this spillover effect that my colleagues have described is becoming even more significant. This shift that we've been seeing, even pre-pandemic, from purchase of hard goods towards investment in experiences has only gained momentum over the last 2 or 3 years, and I think that momentum will continue to accelerate, in turn making the impact of travel and tourism on global economies that much more significant. Where are we investing? We're investing in human capital. We'll talk, I'm sure, during the panel about labor. More than 60 million jobs were lost in our sector during the pandemic. It is a labor-intensive, human capital-intensive business, and we need, as an industry, to work deliberately and collaboratively to remind people of the dignity of service jobs.
I would like to give a hard example of what Your Excellency was saying before. When we met a couple of years ago, you know, you incentivate for the cruise industry to actually operate in the Red Sea. We started together, we started through the pandemic, so with all the different protocols to actually host a lot of the locals. And this year, such a result, such an investment, such a participation by the Ministry of Tourism is bringing to the shores between the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea, meaning Jeddah and Daman, in the excess of 200,000 passengers. So this is the result of investment, working collaboration, and bring in hard facts.
But there's actually, sorry, there's a regulatory part on that that is important to mention. We have the mindset of we're transforming, again, our economy, and this is the attitude of the government as a whole. And within that means we need to be willing to learn. As we implement, see what worked, what didn't. And one of the key things that we have learned within this is visas. So although we have launched the phenomenal e-visa in 2019, we didn't stop developing our visa process. Just this year, we have launched the transit, and we have announced the transit visa of 96 hours to facilitate for cruise passengers. And we've waived costs to that as well. So we're, again, as we develop, we continue to learn what we need to do further, and I think this is critical.
Greg, if we look at, imagine I'm giving you $1 billion to invest. Which, well, you know, pocket change. Where are you going to put it? What part of the industry does Sarataris like the look of?
So I think the investment trends are very easy to find. Adventure, wellness, activities, those things are
experiences.
Things, yeah, you can call them experiences, but what the consumer is spending a higher proportion of their discretionary income on activities and experiences than they ever have. If you look at GDP, it was 60% goods 10 years ago, 20% services. Now it's 70% services and 20% goods. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but travel is the prima facie beneficiary for that. So to answer your question, where are people taking their discretionary spend? They're taking it in activities, they're taking it in wellness, right? Like, if you had have given me 20 more high-end wellness spas in Europe this summer, I could have filled them all, right? I think people are making decisions about travel based on what they want to do, not where they want to go. So no one decides I'm going to go to Greece or Saudi Arabia or Italy, and then I'm going to decide what to do. People are deciding I want to do these things. That's why Pier Francesco's business is so good, because he offers them all kinds of things to do when they get off the boat and on the boat. So I think you're going to see people make a lot of investments in what is the destination. If I want to go kite surfing, I'm going to choose between the top kite surfing destinations.
So how significant then, because the industry is brilliant at creating Me Too's.
Yes.
I mean, if that's worked, we'd all better have 5 of them, all on the same road, in the same tourist destination.
Yes. So I think the little things are hard to do. Getting scale in tour guides, getting scale in DMCs. It's easy to build. It's easier to build a hotel than it is for all the trickle-down industries that need to go around the hotel. That is very hard to do. I think you're going to find that $1 billion that you talked about gets allocated to those, it'll get allocated to real estate, it'll get allocated to giga projects, it'll get allocated to all kinds of things. But I think the main hard part is going to be to allocate around the activities and wellness issues that go around those things. Sorry, Zara.
I think that it works. Okay. I think that he knows better where to invest, because all businessmen want to earn money, no? One of the best investment today is education and tourism, where business sector can earn money. And invest in education and tourism is invest in future. This is one of the best investment today. We saw it, and there is a huge leg and huge opportunities all around the world. We are traveling, talking with all ministers, all head of states, and what they are asking, there are 2 things. One, to support financially, and second, it's education. You are from the United States. Tell me one strong university or business school in tourism, specialized in tourism in the United States.
Right, and are you talking about specific courses in tourism, specific education, or a general education that raises the bar?
All kind of education, starting from the masters until the hospitality. And this is where we're investing with Saudi Arabia, by the way. That's why we opened an office here, and we're going to training only 100,000 employees here. So there is a huge opportunities because all these investments we are talking about needs people. Without people, there is no sense to invest in buildings and bridges and roads. This is the parallel process. So this is one of the most important part where business can invest. And of course, invest in tourism. Tourism is the fastest opportunity to create new jobs. This is we saw, and this is very easy to calculate.
With proper regulation.
That's why that's our role. To take this and make this balance.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I just want to add that an important part of the solution and the pathway forward to everything we discussed is activating, supporting, and having proper regulations to support SMEs, entrepreneurs, especially the innovative ones, bring in new technologies. By definition, because they're innovative, they're going to bring authentic additions to the value chain, unlike what the big players, the anchor investors that we're focusing on in our discussions are going to bring. Unfortunately, they're also, the downside of this segment of the sector is they're also very fragile. We found out during the pandemic, they were the first ones to fall and struggle. So in Saudi Arabia, as priority number one during COVID was to support the SMEs. We gave them grace periods on their debt. We gave them grace on their payments of government fees, and we extended additional financing. But without them and without growing them and giving them the opportunity to innovate, I think the sector will not be the same and will not have the authentic, unique, differentiated experiences that the traveler and the tourist is seeking.
Tony, you see this from both sides of the point, don't you? Because you have all these hotels that have to provide a particular service that is of a quality that doesn't matter where. But the people who stay in those hotels or on your ships go in to the destinations and want the local experience.
Well, His Highness used the right word, which is authenticity. Today, what guests want is authenticity. They want local. They want the hotel staffed locally. The work that's being done here in the kingdom to build a workforce of Saudi workers in travel and tourism is exactly what that traveler seeks.
But how difficult is that for you when you have a set of standing operating procedures for that particular category of hotel that you then have to fit in authentically into 1,000 different destinations?
It actually translates beautifully if you have passionate local employees to work with. And I think Saudi, again, represents a fantastic illustration of the way public and private sectors can partner to prioritize building a workforce to support the growth of travel and tourism.
This comes down to leadership, doesn't it? Yeah,
no question.
It really comes down to the ability. I sort of wince when you said collaboration, because after 3 years of dealing with the pandemic, I've heard it a million times, and it's often spoken, rarely seen, as they say. But it really comes down to the ability of government and industry to lead.
Absolutely. So again, as Julia mentioned, we don't speak of collaboration, we implement it. This is why I made it a point to this room. But this is why also during the G20 presidency, under His Excellency's leadership, we were the first country to bring together private and public sector to the table to deal with these issues. When we launched the set of initiatives and incentives that His Excellency is talking about to deal with the pandemic, we did it with private sector. We sat down on the table with them and we heard from them and we dealt with it. Not just that, we are amending our regulations and our policies, for example, our criteria for hotel classifications with private sector. So we launched our classifications 3 years ago. We heard from private sector. We had over 1,000 sit-downs with them. just during this year and heard from them that, well, guess what, guys, one size does not fit all. And so we're amending accordingly based on that feedback that we have received. Also through our ease and cost of doing business, what His Excellency mentioned. We have 28 initiatives that we are going to launch this year in order to facilitate the investor journey across for all of these gentlemen sitting here on the table and here in the room.
And I think,
Ladies
Richard, the conference will be appropriately dominated by conversations about sustainability.
Yeah.
And while collaboration may make you cringe, it is absolutely critical if we're going to move the needle in a meaningful way.
Collaboration per se doesn't make me, or collaboration when it's working doesn't make me cringe. What makes me cringe is collaboration as a buzzword.
Right. But to move the needle on sustainability, which is critical not only for the planet, but as a business imperative, all the constituents that all of us serve, our employees, our guests, our investors, language about sustainability is no longer acceptable. Ambitious goals and the ability to demonstrate meaningful progress against those goals is being demanded by every one of those constituents, and the only way we can make progress against those goals is collaboration with the public sector.
So you're feeling the heat on that?
I wouldn't say the heat, I think we feel the imperative. It is critical. It's critical as temporary residents of the planet, and it's temporary as it's an imperative as business leaders because everyone we serve demands it.
Greg.
I think collaboration is important, but you can do a lot of great sustainability projects and ESG projects on your own as an investor. When we took Hertz out of bankruptcy in 2021, we became a first mover in EVs. Right? And so we bought hundreds of thousands of EVs. Interestingly, Richard, those EVs rent for a higher number than the normal internal combustion engines. People want them. They're willing to pay more for them. So for instance, you talked about the money. It's much easier for me to raise money for sustainability when I have examples of the fact that someone will pay more for a Tesla Model 3 or a Polestar or a GM or a Lucid than they will for the corresponding internal combustion engine.
Well, collaboration sometimes is to do things, to be, doers, to actually be pragmatic on the approach. So, before we saw the beautiful film about coral, the state of the health of our oceans, and I'm very happy the collaboration is also to work on projects like that. We work together with the Badr Foundation and the Coral University of Riyadh to actually help and do a global project on the status of corals around the world. That's collaboration.
Now, I'm determined that we end on time. Otherwise, we'll be later than we already are. But I have one last thing. I can grant you one wish, all right? Anything you like. It's that time of the year, holiday time of the year. I can grant you one wish for the industry. I'm making the question long so you can think about it. I'm going to start with you, Secretary General. For the industry, or for you, or for me, I can grant you one wish. Like Her Majesty, I can tap you.
As we are in Saudi Arabia, my wish would be, because who can imagine 7 years ago that this country will talk about tourism? 7 years ago, nobody, and who can imagine that we will be here today? So this is huge transformation of country from oil industry to tourism. My wish will be to reach the goal His Excellency Princess Haifa government has, to reach 100 million tourists in 2030.
Right.
2030 was it? Okay. I wish
Greg,
to this country to do it, to make it happen with all of us.
Greg, your one wish that I can grant you for the industry.
I think that people understand how important tourism is to the global economy and how great businesses are built during hard times.
To make people understand?
Yes.
I said a wish, not a miracle.
Okay. Well, I could wish for a miracle.
Exactly.
Right?
Then you have your wish.
Okay.
Pierre Francesco.
Well, our industry is accessible, certainly is responsible. My wish for our industry is to become essential. For people to understand and appreciate what the cruise industry can do for tourism in general.
Essential.
Essential. That's my wish.
Excellency, sir.
Well, we talked about collaboration. I would wish that we have frictionless regulations harmonized across nations of the world, issues on travel, biometric passports, no paper in the airport, payment systems that are
Well, you're feeling all right, sir.
Why not? You said a wish. You know, so we've done it with telephone systems. Today, you travel with your telephone anywhere, and it works. Why can't your payment system work? Why can't your health certificate? We have Tawakkal now on my phone. It tells anybody who wants to know my immunization, my healthcare record. I want it to work in the US, I want it to work in the UK, I want it to work in China. I think we have the multilateral organization, the UNWTO, the ATTC, former Secretary General of the United Nations, maybe he can give us some hints. Ban Ki-moon, welcome. If we, I think, resolve to it, we can truly make what Gloria asked for. Frictionless travel and tourism, pleasurable.
You have it.
Okay, thank you.
Tony.
Our business will succeed or fail based on the quality and passion of our people. And so my wish would be that we collectively as a sector restore the appeal and the dignity of jobs and service around the world.
You get the final word. You get the final wish.
Let's remember that this is a sector that brings people together, so my wish is that we leave all the noise out and just come together as people through this sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel, thank you. Maria. Yes. I think what's interesting is, particularly when you listen to those wishes.
I love them. Wishes, not miracles.
Yeah, wishes.
Yes.
But I think what's interesting, when you listen to the wishes, they all relate to how the industry can make a greater noise.
Absolutely.
So that the outside of the industry appreciate its value. Please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Richard. A fantastic panel. And I love that word, collaboration. I know Richard says it's a buzzword, and yes, we'll be thinking a lot about this. Thank you so much. And thank you to Richard Quest's panel. Very useful reflections to start our conference with indeed. Right, ladies and gentlemen, in a bit more than a minute, I'm going to be joined by one of the great leaders, ladies and gentlemen, and advocates of this sector. I'll shortly be joined by Chris Nassetta. He is the former chairman of the WTTC and also president and CEO of Hilton Worldwide. And we'll be discussing the global business of travel. And I'm sure you're all very keen to hear Chris's thoughts on how we can strengthen the sector's competitiveness while putting people and planet at its core. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the president and CEO of Hilton, Chris Nassetta. Hi, Chris. We're going to swap seats. I actually have your pen. I love that. Coincidence. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris, thank you very much indeed. And I really love your story because, okay, you're called, of course, a tourism leader. You are the president and CEO of Hilton, but this has been a lifetime for you in this sector. And I love the fact that you started in an entry-level job in an engineering department, right, in a hotel.
Indeed, that's true. But before we get started, first of all, thank you for having me. And to Julia and Arnold and the entire team at WTTC, who I've worked with for a long time and chaired, as Maria, you noted, for a number of years. Congratulations on a great event. I know a lot of work goes into this. To Your Excellency and Your Highnesses and all of the people that are involved in Saudi Arabia, having been involved for probably most of the 22 summits over the years, this is certainly an extraordinary event. So a hearty congratulations to everybody. Now, I've avoided talking about me as much as I could, but yes, I affectionately like to talk about my beginning in the industry as having started in the toilet. literally. I was, as a young person, very interested in the industry, was working on my education, and I, spoke to my father about opportunities in the business, and he said, son, the best way to get to know any business is from the ground up. So I know some people, I'll make some introductions, and I think I can help you get a summer job. My summer job was at the lowest level in the engineering department, and why I kid that my career started in the toilet is because it literally did, not to be too graphic, but as the lowest person in the engineering department, I plunged a lot of toilets. And so I had a love for the industry, certainly, that started there, got a great education, and realized, as we've heard this morning, that the potential for impact in this industry is extraordinary. And so, the reason I've done it for almost 40 years and I continue to wake up every day and love what I do and love the people I do it with is that this is an industry, as you're seeing here in the kingdom and around the world, that has an extraordinary opportunity to have positive impact.
Thank you so much. And I really love to hear that, stories like this, that, when people really, start from the bottom and make it. It's incredible. And we've heard so much today about the words, people and planet, putting them at the forefront of everything we do in this industry. And it isn't just, the planet, it is a climate emergency right now. But how do you do that to keep people, and of course, these are very difficult economic scenarios right now in so many parts of the world. How do you keep that at the front, people and planet, while still, keeping your industry competitive?
Yeah, well, I said it to a degree. There's an amazing opportunity to have impact, but there's also a necessity. When you talk about people and planet, I would say there are very few industries that have the opportunity to do well by doing good more than this industry. And what I mean when I say that is, think about it. You heard it from panelists that were just on stage and others. We're a business of people, right? We are a business, I say it to my team all the time, we're a business of people serving people. We serve these people, we serve these communities in thousands and thousands of places all around the world. In many cases, we're people's first job, we're their first opportunity to get a start and a leg up and to build a future and take care of themselves and build families and have upward mobility. We play such an important role in people's lives in that way. And so it's a great opportunity for us to have a positive impact on people, but it's a necessity. We actually can't deliver the service that we deliver, the experiences that you just heard about all over the world that we deliver, without people. And then we think about the planet. Is there an industry that is not more reliant on a healthy planet? We are all about the places that people want to go, the experiences that they want to have, whether that's historical sites or a business meeting or whatever people are trying to do. It is all about having a healthy planet, or we don't really have a business. So to me, and I say this to my team all the time, we are at an unbelievable intersection of having the opportunity, but most importantly, having the necessity to do good, to take care of our people, to help our people develop, and to take care of the planet, or we don't really have a business to prosper.
Absolutely. And you mentioned communities and, of course, helping people. But, there are so many communities where people really struggle to get a job and progress their careers. How do you help those people in those communities?
Yeah, it's an extraordinary problem. Pre-pandemic, there were 75 million unemployed youth in the world. I don't think anybody's measured in a post-pandemic world, but I think it's a reasonable guess to say that that's a lot higher than 75 million, given the unemployment issues in the industry. At the same time, you just heard about 126 million new jobs that are going to come and be needed in our industry to be able to continue to do what we do. And so there's a really nice matchup there, which is we have a significant unemployment, but particularly with young people. We have an incredible need in our industry over time. And that match allows us to have a tremendously positive impact by connecting young people who don't have opportunities in communities all over the world with an opportunity not just to have a job, but to have dignity, to have upward mobility, to take care of themselves and their families. And so when I think about the work that we do in the communities, there's nothing that I've spent more time on than our people, but ultimately developing a pipeline of talent to get young people in all of the communities that need the jobs the most, the basic skill sets that they need so that we can help develop them and create opportunities for them.
Fantastic, it really is. Now, you have steered the Hilton through a pandemic. I mean, people were barely traveling. I couldn't travel to my country for a year. What advice do you give now, post-pandemic, post-global crisis, given what you've gone through and what you have, how you've steered your hotel group?
I think that's really easy. Believe. I can't tell you, first of all, I've steered Hilton through the Great Recession and this, and I've been in the industry for 40 years, so I've been through a lot of crises. Clearly, none of them as significant as the pandemic. In the early days of the pandemic, I sort of laugh, although it was painful. I was on TV all the time, networks all over the world, and everybody's asking me, well, how's it going to be? Travel and tourism, of course, is never going to be the same. And my response consistently, sometimes to people rolling their eyes and chuckling out loud, was, I think you're missing the point. Travel and tourism is an unstoppable force for good. People want to see places, they want to interact with people, and while we're all locked up here for a moment, all together at the same time, all that's going to happen as a result of this is people have a more significant desire to do.
I love the word revenge travel.
To do the things that they want to do. And so, I mean, I was not alone, but there weren't a lot of people that believed that when I said it in the early parts of the pandemic. But it's happened.
Good.
You've heard it here. We've seen travel recover. Yes, revenge travel, leisure travel is off the charts. Business travel is now back to levels that we saw pre-pandemic in most of the world. Meetings and events, look,
Absolutely.
we have thousands
Incredible.
of people here. I've done more meetings and events this year than I've ever done in my life. So it's back. And my belief, we said it many times at these events, that we were in a golden age of travel. Leading up to the pandemic, I think we're in a new golden age of travel where people are going to want to get out more than
a new golden age of travel,
more than they ever have before. So my advice to everybody is believe in the power of travel.
Fantastic. I want to finish on time too. Just very quickly, we're going to be speaking about technologies a lot. Which technologies are you excited about? 30 seconds.
In 30 seconds, all of them. I mean, I said we're a business of people serving people, and we are, but technology is an amazing help and aid to us in delivering great experiences. I like to think of it as we live in a phygital world, so we love the physical interaction with places and people.
Phygital, I love this word.
Phygital, but we also love our digital devices and being able to connect with the world digitally. And the real key to the future of a great experience in travel is connecting those two things in the perfect way to create more delight for our customers and take more friction out of the experience by using technology in some ways to enhance what our people are doing to make it an amazing experience. So there's a lot more to be said, but given the limits of time.
Wow, we have finished on time. Chris Nassetta, President and CEO of Hilton, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming and thanking. Thank you so much. Fantastic. All the best. Thank you. Well, it is clear, ladies and gentlemen, that as we've heard there, the economic and the social impact of travel and tourism is absolutely tremendous. And yet, we would be remiss not to look back at the past 2 years, of course, and consider the sector's recovery from the biggest crisis in our history. And I love, of course, what Chris just said there. We're looking right now at the golden age of travel and tourism. And the figures are so important just to remember what happened between 2019 and 2020. International visitor spending dropped by nearly 70%, 70. And however, the future is looking brighter and our sector is forecast to grow significantly over the next decade. And as we heard from Julia, international spending is expected to reach 2.36 trillion by the year 2030. That's US dollars, of course. And in the next panel, which is getting ready over there, we'll be discussing lessons learned from the crisis and consider how the global travel and tourism sector can recover back to levels beyond 2019 and beyond. And I'm sure Richard is really optimistic about this recovery. And it is time now for your panel, Richard Quest.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Where are you going on holiday?
I live in Turkey, the new name. My next trip is going to be there, in the south. Yes,
Excellent.
Mardin. That's where. Enjoy.
Let's
Bye-bye.
have my panel. Everybody who's on my panel, please, if you will find your name. His Excellency, the Minister from the UAE, Stephen from Hertz, Gloria, take your seat. Sebastian, take yours. And His Excellency, the Minister from Indonesia. Take your seats. Right. Let's, if in doubt, move the furniture. You say, sit down, sit down, sit down. No, that's fine, all of you. Sit down, right. Where's His Excellency Sandiaga Uno from Indonesia? Are you with us, Minister?
Hello.
Well, we'll start and the Minister will join us in the fullness of time.
I'm here, Richard.
What? Oh, you're there.
Hello.
This is what you call...
You should see the line at the toilet. It's amazing. I ran.
Right, so... Now men know what women suffer.
Exactly, and this is what we need in tourism.
What, more toilets?
More toilets. Clean toilets like this one. This is royal toilets. Amazing. Really amazing toilets.
I've got a, there's actually some other toilets at the back.
Really?
Yeah.
I went all the way.
I know, but they've locked the door, so I had to go. Go and take your seat.
Okay, thank you.
Gloria, we talk about that and we have a bit of a laugh about that. But the reality is, how often have you been, I mean, we're talking about recovery and beyond, infrastructure, toilets.
Hello?
These are the important things of the everyday things, aren't they?
Absolutely, that's a big issue in a lot of destinations. Sometimes they don't plan for enough toilets for the tourist. Yes, we have been there, I know that.
I want to start with this idea of to recovery and beyond. Sebastian, what does that actually mean? In the sense that please do not remind me that the recovery is here and that you're doing well and your rack rate's high and et cetera, et cetera. And we heard about collaboration, but what happens now?
It's a wake-up call. It's what's happening now is to understand your customer is going to be different. The mix is different. The ask is different. So the supply should be different. And the offer should be different. You just have to revisit the way we've been conducting business the last 50 years to a new world, which I think is a better world. And we talked about it, and I've been saying, sorry, Richard, we have to think that the hotels tomorrow should be catered for the locals, not for the travelers. That's a major shift. And if you succeed seducing the locals, then the travelers will pick your hotel as a place to be.
But how does that work itself out in reality?
In reality, is design it for those in terms of F&B, in terms of workspaces, in terms of catering, in terms of entertainment, in terms of music, in terms of having fun on a day-to-day life. Make sure your hotel is busy from 7 o'clock in the morning until 11 p.m. at night. Usually they're empty.
But that de facto, just to focus on this, it is a mind shift, but it turns you into a domestic offering for the local people.
And so what? That is beautiful. Make yourself one of the players domestically. Don't you worry. The travelers you will know you exist. Just be a local, act as a local, think as a local.
Would you agree, Minister? I mean, your industry is just getting back on its legs, and you're still suffering from the lack of China being a full participant.
We lost more than 1 million of jobs, and it was really a tough time. But I'm sorry I have to rush back from the toilet. I have not say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all. And I've just completely made a fool out of myself in front of my president, the 6th president of Indonesia, President SBY there. But Richard, this year, when we talk about jobs, Indonesia is on track to create 1.1 million tourism-related jobs. And that's the strength of the domestic tourism, because we still don't have China back in the picture, but more than 800 million movement of domestic tourists have been able to create the much needed economic opportunities and jobs.
Right, but is it as simple as just flicking the switch? What do you have to change to accommodate that?
First, we need to change the mindset, because Bali in particular, if Quest means business, Indonesia and Bali means sustainable tourism. So we need to change the mindset to quality and sustainability. And the new trend of tourism, which is more personalized, localized, customized, yet smaller in size, but better revenue. This year, we're creating $4.3 billion of tourism revenue, which is 3 times more than what we expect, with only a quarter of foreign tourist arrival.
This is very difficult to do, because traditionally, you would, in the old days, when the destination was the purpose, all you had to do was put up the property. And essentially, if the beach was there, you were fine. If the sand was there, you were fine. If everything there, you were fine. But now, Stephen, you have to factor in what the minister says.
Well, I mean, the essence of what we're talking about here is the beyond. So what's the future? The future, to invite the kind of tourism that the minister is talking about, is infrastructure. You need infrastructure in the various markets and countries, whether it's an airport that can handle the kind of traffic that you'll have, or even in our business, you need to have charging networks if what you want is electric vehicles that are going to get rented. You need to build infrastructure that is accommodating and inviting of the populations that you want to be traveling around.
Whose responsibility is it to build the infrastructure?
Well, I think this is the point at which there is public-private cooperation and engagement that needs to go on, dare I say collaboration, but there needs to be a level of cooperation such that you're guiding people, in the direction it must go. It's not going to be one or the other. The truth is, for the private sector alone, the infrastructure that's necessary is too expensive. It's prohibitively expensive in terms of the investment that needs to be made. So if you're going to serve a broader market, government needs to step in and make this kind of investment.
Your government, step up.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here.
Just speak. It'll...
I think what's very important as well to think about what are the future tourists going to be. So what type of infrastructure we're looking at. What you said, Richard, is you have a destination, you're going to have a booking. But I think, going back to the last panel, I think it's important to think about sustainable tourism. And the future of infrastructure will really depend on that sustainability of aspect. The youth, there was in His Excellency Al-Khatib speech in the beginning, spoke about the youth. The youth is very smarter now, thinking about what part of things they want to be part of, which part of, for instance, a hotel that has accessibility to the local market, buys their fresh groceries or apples from the local farms. And this is the aspect of infrastructure. So when we go with the supply chain, it depends then as well on the infrastructure of supply chain, where you're going to get it from, how are you going to bring it in? How many CO2 emissions you're going to produce? That's the infrastructure of future tourism going to be.
So that's the infrastructure side of it, which is sustainable. But then you have, for want of a better phrase, the product side of it, what you deliver. And now it becomes difficult because you, Sebastian, you have vast assets. How do you teach an elephant to tap dance?
Trust the guy who knows best. He happens to be a Saudi in Saudi, a Qatari in Qatar, and a Mexican in Mexico. Trust the guys. They know much better than I do. Let them ask. So it's, seriously, it's, we're delegating now power to a lot of people who have the knowledge. I just want to say something, because I said it 2 weeks ago, but I was at Al Diriyah this morning. I've never seen, sorry for United Arab Emirates, you close enough. I've never seen a country, never ever in my life, and I'm 61 years old, where you have a leader, a plan, expertise, financial resources, a timeline, 100,000 Saudi to be trained. It's mind-boggling that within 10 years you can build what's being built here. And I wish we can replicate that in many other countries, and which is why I'm traveling. I'm leaving the doom and gloom of Europe and finally coming to the Middle East, coming to Saudi, coming to the UAE. Finally, you guys are teaching us a lot of things for the last 10 years.
Right, well, I obviously, because of my job, need to put the other point on, the question on this, which obviously comes down to a single leadership that is able to implement policies that simply would not be possible. And if we look at your country, sir, at the moment, where you're about to get gridlock government for the next 2 years, and essentially the presidential election has begun now. By the way, I will put this to the Assistant Secretary for Commerce later. It's not possible. You're playing two different games here.
Well, I think you speak to politics of the moment. You know, if you go back and talk about kind of local initiatives, people who know their country, you can go back in the United States to the 1950s when Eisenhower built the interstate highway, okay? And suddenly you had Americans in the United States who were traveling to parts of the country they hadn't traveled before. This is not even to get on to whether you were inviting of other cultures and other populations to come and travel in the country. So it's dangerous to speak to a moment, a political moment in time. I think you need to look at the long arc of history, and what you're hearing, I think, has played out historically in countries like the United States.
Let me comment on something, Richard. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, I think what you're saying, yes, we have some challenge in some governments and some transitions, but when there is political will, it can be done. It can be done.
So why isn't there political will?
Let me give you one example, and I think I agree with Sebastian. You need to have leadership, vision, and resources. And yes, you don't find that in multiple countries around the world, the vision, the leadership, and the resources. But there are so many countries that they have had it. I was very fortunate to have that in Mexico with President Calderon, where he was able to gather the Congress, the governors, everyone. We had a national agreement, and everyone was working exactly in the same goals and the same plan to recover from the crisis and to break new records and accelerate not only the recovery, but the transition of the sector and create the foundation, by the way, that has really taken Mexico to another level. Now, you are right. Then we have some challenges and different governments here, as Sebastian said. The transformation that is happening here is out of this world. It's different. We haven't seen it. But it is possible. There just needs to be political will, not agendas. The problem is that we have a lot of individual agendas.
I want to talk, since we're talking about beyond, and I know, Stephen, you have thoughts. Business travel. Now, under the UNWTO's definition of tourism, with satellite accounts or whatever it is, which I've never understood to this day, we're all tourists in a sense, but the traditional business travel, they said it would have gone, or it would be 50 to 60% reduced.
Yeah.
You're laughing.
Well, I'm laughing because I think, like many things, the obituary that was written on business travel was way premature. There's still a very strong desire, and in some sense, no substitute for human engagement. And it's proving itself out, and we're seeing that recovery play out in travel across almost any business that you could talk to in this room.
But you have to adapt your product, because if I've rented a car from you because I'm in wherever, how does that play out for you?
Well, there are interesting changes that have happened, okay? One is that, I don't want to say that we've completely merged business and leisure travel, because I'm not sure that's true. However, there's flexibility of remote work, which gives a person an ability to extend a business trip. and work remotely for other days. So somebody could be on a business trip on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then look to extend their trip through the weekend. That benefits everybody in travel, and the ability and the flexibility to work remotely has changed that dynamic.
The acceptability. Sebastian, it's the acceptability. Because most of us in this room, by the way, put your hand up. How many people in this room have actually and successfully done a pleasure trip where you've gone for business and stayed on afterwards, either with your family or on your own, for 2 or 3 days and enjoyed a holiday afterwards? How many have tried and failed?
And how many don't want to admit it?
How many don't want to admit it? Yes. Sebastian, again, the question earlier, do you have fixed assets?
Business travel has never been so strong if you talk domestic business travel. Let's be very careful here. If you go for business less than 4-hour flight, 4-hour train ride, it is as strong today as it was in 2019. Don't go short, as strong. What has been impacted is long flight, international business travel, cross-continent, which is tiresome, which is very expensive. 25% of those customers will be gone forever because they're going to start on Zoom, on digital. But don't go short, and there's another statistic. Over 30,000 large employees, corporation, they're going to reduce business travel by 4%. Underneath 30,000 people organization, they will increase business travel by 6%.
So you're saying the long haul is suffering more than the short haul, which is exactly...
No, I'm saying the short haul is not suffering.
Right. So that's the exact opposite to what we thought was going to happen, because we still think of people going on curated longer trips to see multiple clients in different destinations.
You don't meet client by Zoom, for God's sake. If you want a client to sign, you need to be authentic, you need to be a person, you need to charm. Don't do it on Zoom. You're going to be unsuccessful, my dear.
Absolutely. We saw it in G20 that just finished in Bali. We're doing research. How many from the Business 20 participants actually stayed longer? And apparently more than 60% stayed longer, and they visit a better destinations. You mentioned sun, sea, and sand. Now we're offering serenity, spirituality, and sustainability. They want to try planting mangroves to offset their carbon footprint. They want to visit village tourism.
Isn't the authentic issue, which we heard in another, isn't that even more significant than when you talk about spirituality, experience, and those sorts of things?
Yes, and we saw that in village tourism, which make it a pandemic winner during the 2020-2021. Other destinations were suffering, but village tourism actually climbed by 30%. More people visit the tourism village to experience, and because it's open space, you have no crowd issues, and people just now spend more time visiting new destinations.
We were very fortunate, actually, to host the Expo 2020.
I was there.
And you were there?
Several times.
Several times. And that we see the business, leisure kind of tourism that really happened in the 6 months of the Expo itself. I think for the future of tourism, there should be more comforts, leisure, and tourism aspects that comes in together.
Do you have to adapt your product? I don't mean physically in the room, but I mean the pricing of your product, or the combination to allow for this? Does this pleasure destroy your revenue models?
No, but I guess it is true that I guess now we don't have any Sunday night being empty. Sunday night.
Oh, you must be delighted. Sunday night was the graveyard of the hotel industry.
Which is why, Richard, it's going to be more and more difficult to actually define what is leisure, what is business. It is true, staycation works immensely and works extremely well, which means people leave on Thursday afternoon, they come back on Tuesday morning, they're going to be working on Friday, working on Monday, they're going to spend the weekend with people they love next to them. Same pricing whether it's Thursday night or Sunday night. So I'm not going to have a different pricing if the guy's staying on leisure or business.
You are or you're not?
No, we're not. It's the same pricing.
this is not an insignificant economic issue for the industry. I mean, the notion that you are smoothing out what was otherwise peak and trough, and so your ability to staff, your ability to marshal resources, how many hotel rooms, how many rental cars, et cetera, all of that is now arguably easier in the context of allocations that you make on a much smoother sort of day on day, as opposed to, you know, a curve that otherwise developed.
Would you?
Allow me just to add.
Yeah.
I think the most important to go back to the argument of, are we ready for the next pandemic? What are the type of products that we need and how agile are we in the aspects of being ready for any situation that might arise? How do we, you know, we don't want to see our tourism sector drop and drip like that happened back in the 2020 and 2021. We opened the first country in the region to really open its border in December 2020. It's 13% of our GDP.
Yeah, it wasn't entirely successful.
It was as how you tight your belt, you know, how tight you want it. So we saw in the UAE the meters between a table and a restaurant, the other one. We saw 1.5 meter, we saw 2 meters, we saw 3 meters, we saw another 1 meter, week by week. So the people on the grounds managed to actually make sure that we test and we make sure as well the restaurants operate in a way that actually they can work.
What was if you take from the pandemic and just put the pandemic to one side, but take the lesson you learned, and now bear in mind the recession that we're going to face in Europe and in other parts of the world and a general slowdown, what do you need to do to prepare for that? Stephen, start with you.
Well, I would say that, you know, with 2020 hindsight, you can revisit every decision, you know, that was made. And we were far less than 2020 in the context of the vision we had at the moment. And so every country was dealing with a certain amount of triage that they were trying to sort of, you know, get through. I think in the end, you know, there's a level of experimentation that needs to go on. You try to keep your employees and your assets together best you can. You manage with a level of efficiency. But I dare say that we're not going to experience a crisis of the magnitude that we did. And in my experience and, you know, the old job that I had, you know, you are better for successive crises that you work through because you understand how to marshal the resources and what your moves will be.
On that point, if we accept what we've learned and the shift in the model, Sebastian, are we literally at a new frontier in tourism?
Yes, we are. I think there's a true sense, and you talked about it, whether you call it wellness, sustainability, people are going to be traveling less numbers of trips, no question will stay longer. It's kind of a regaining control of your life. You're going to have a different appreciation of time. People are going to be going slower on trains. People are going to want to take their time. They're going to be having a longer lunch. They're going to go see a museum they would not have thought. So it's regaining your life, better balance. No, you're laughing, but
I'll tell you why I'm laughing. I'll tell you why. No, because I don't think anybody on this panel recognizes that in their everyday life.
I do. I do. I stay an extra day.
Taking things slow. I mean, the number of people I've spoken to in this room who say that they've been to 15 destinations in the last 3 weeks and multiple time zones, and they haven't stopped.
But you know, Richard, in a way...
Guilty as charged.
Sorry?
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, but catching up, because people are catching up, Richard. But I think Sebastian is right. Now, after the pandemic, some sort of shift has happened, and now we're spending more time with what makes us happy and with quality and with loved ones. Now, yes, you still have to travel for business, but he's absolutely right. And that's why also it's very important what he just said about having these hotels being communities for the local destinations, because we want to enjoy more life. We had a better appreciation about what really matters after the COVID. I think I agree with Sebastian.
What we learned from the pandemic, Richard, is we need to put more women at the leadership of our institutions.
Absolutely.
We walk the talk. Here, well, the minister is a man, but controlled by women at home.
Yeah, we all are.
We all are, we just pretend. But we walk the talk. 4 out of 7 deputies are women. And this is what Bali declarations during the G20, what we said, that tourism and travel needs to put women in the leadership positions and more participation from young generations.
Hang on. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Because a generic...
Who decides where to go on your vacation?
No.
It's the women.
A generic...
70%
a generic statement of that we need to put... travel and tourism needs to put more women into leadership roles is great as a generic statement that will get you an applause.
No, but we need to get
However,
we need to get a plan.
how do you make it happen?
I made it happen in my ministry. I make sure my vice minister is a woman, my permanent secretary is a woman, 4 out of 7 deputies are women, and we have bring in more young generations at the decision making. So
should we replace you with a woman?
I think the next minister should be a woman.
There you are. Final question to the panel. We talked about experience. I think he's just talked himself out of a job. We've talked about it.
He certainly made news.
Yes, quite. Yes. I'm going to leave next week. No, he's not leaving yet. Final question to the panel. We talked of experiences. All right? I've got my magic wand. I can grant you one experience in the world. Anywhere in the world, something you've never done. Have a weekend with the family. No, something you've never done that you would like to do. If I can grant you that one wish, what would it be, Minister?
See the whales?
See the whales?
We'll invite you.
Who in here can help him see the whales?
We will
there we
invite
are.
you to go to Mexico.
I've granted your
We will
wish.
invite you to go to Mexico to see the whales.
I would go to the 5 destinations on display in the room out there. I mean, I think that there's uncharted territory in this country that's certainly worth exploring.
She can help you do that.
We'll help you there as
Yes,
well. We'll
indeed.
make a tour for you to go all the destinations.
Gloria.
I'm going to have actually my wish. For 7 years, I wanted to do this river cruise in the Christmas markets for whatever reason that I love.
Where?
Finally, I'm going to go from Switzerland to Amsterdam.
Oh,
These river cruises.
Christmas
stop
markets.
in the Christmas markets.
I've
I have
just
never
come from
done it.
Vienna. They're magnificent.
Excellent. That's my wish, and I'm going to finally do it. So it's good.
I've granted it. Hey, I'm doing well here.
Thank you. That was pretty good. Easy.
And it hasn't cost me a penny so far.
Excellent.
Sebastian.
I've been thinking, I have no idea, except I always dreamed to be an architect. So I would love to spend as much time, a week, a month, alone with an architect.
Sorry?
An architect. I always wanted to be an architect. So I want to be invading the brain of a famous architect, to be next to him and learn from him.
Traveling with an architect.
Yeah, droning with an architect.
Which city's got the best architecture?
Italy, France.
Probably, I love Singapore.
Interesting. Of course,
Great building in Singapore.
I'm sending you to Singapore. Yeah. Minister, well, former minister.
I think President Jokowi now getting our streaming
your phone
information. But Bali to be all powered by electric vehicle by 2030 and creating 4.4 million new jobs. Better quality
His
jobs.
wish.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good to meet you. Very nice.
See you in a bit.
Thank you so much, Richard Quest and his amazing panel there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Richard Quest and that fantastic panel, the Magic Wand, and yes, putting women in positions of leadership in the Ministry of Tourism in Indonesia. Fantastic. Well, we are right at the beginning still of this amazing day one and of our program, and we've already heard from so many fantastic leaders in this sector, and they have really so far really set the tone for the next 2 days. It is time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the strategic insight sessions. So we have 2 sets of 4 breakouts for you to choose from, and they're all incredibly important and very rich in content, so not an easy choice for anybody. However, in the first set of strategic sessions, we'll explore specific global economic opportunities across different sectors. And on the screen, you can see right now what they are, and you can see where they're taking place. Here on the main stage, you'll have the main session, and this will be the return of travel. And those of you viewing remotely should stay here on the main stage of the virtual platform to watch the live stream. So do stay here. Please head over to the breakout stage 1 for the session entitled Capitalizing on Untapped Opportunities. And then in breakout stage 2, also known as the media stage, the session is Investing in Mega Events. On the breakout stage 3, we have Enhancing Our Resilience. And each of these 4 sessions will have incredible speakers. And while you can only pick one for now, you can watch the rest on video on demand on the virtual platform. And straight after the conversations on global economic opportunities, the next set of sessions will go from global to regional to address specific challenges in the Middle East, Europe, the Americas, and Asia. And remember, the second round of sessions follows from 12:35 with a few minutes for you to change room. So please make your way now kindly to your chosen session, which starts at 11:55, and you've only got a few minutes to do so, and take a seat there before the start of the Strategic Insight sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your sessions. Bye-bye. Ila lika.
Would you please take your seats? The summit is about to start.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We're about to start our first strategic insight session here at the main stage. It is fantastic to be with you. Kindly take your seats. For those of you that like to stay with us, which I highly recommend you do, we are going to be discussing the return of travel, because it feels like we've returned back to normal levels, right? After an unprecedented scenario of COVID and the demand destruction that we saw, and then, of course, the pent-up desire to travel once again. So please take your seats. We're about to start our session. I'd like to welcome my guests today. We have fantastic panelists that are going to give us a sense of what's happening in the private sector, what's happening at government level, and of course, importantly, consumer trends. What is happening on the ground, and is the fear factor still very much a reality? I'd like to welcome Ambassador Dr. Pindi Chana, Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism for Tanzania. Welcome. I've got lots of notes here. I've got Nicholas Haas, Chief Executive Officer at Hotel Beds. Welcome, sir. Welcome as well to Clayton Reed, Chief Executive Officer, MMGY as well. And we also have one person missing here, JD O'Hara, Chief Executive Officer, Internova Travel Group. And a very warm welcome to Elena Kuntura, Member of the European Parliament and also former Tourism Minister of Greece. Welcome to all of you. Great to have you with us. Minister, I'd like to start with you. I think that the first question on everyone's mind is, what is exactly going on? I think if I look at it from a geopolitical perspective, there's incredible uncertainty and fear. We don't know what that's going to do to our lives. We're worried about inflation. We're worried about costs. But then again, we've come out of an unprecedented reality of COVID. How would you describe what you're seeing right now at an EU level, and what would your definition be of the state of tourism right now?
Well, the truth is that people love to travel. And COVID was a huge interruption. 2019, for many countries, was really the top historical records of people traveling and spending. And they never thought about safety in that kind of way. Of course, safety for their families, so they will choose quality. Actually, my country, Greece, is a very beautiful, safe country, and the Polynesian of Europe. Yeah. So 2019 break all the records, and I'm so proud because I used to be a minister at that time with our strategy, and also a very good reputation for Greece. That is a country that can host a lot of different kinds of people, and they enjoy their vacation. But then COVID came and everything changed. So at that time, I was at the European Parliament, and the European Parliament took really very fast decisions. Yeah. And we make resolutions just to help the countries, not only the 27 member states, but measures for safety and the way that people should travel to feel safe and not afraid. And at the same time, the lockdown came. And the Commission delayed a little bit to take measures. So after COVID situation that each country lived in a different way, I think people suffocated. So this year was a year that they said, okay, we need to break free. Yeah. So, of course, they choose in a different way. I've seen, for example, the sea tourism to grow up because they take small yachts just for privacy to make sure that they're safe. It's not that expensive because the quality and the services are great. And also, they change the lifestyle and the traveling. They go more for sustainable tourism. Yeah. So I think each country should be ready now for the growth. I think this year was good, and maybe...
Despite the issues, we should be ready for the growth. Better. Okay. Minister Chana, it's really great to have you here.
Thank you.
I want to reflect back to this time last year, right? Do you remember what was going on in Africa as a whole? Because I have PTSD from that. South Africa does genomic testing, discovers the Omicron variant, travel bans slapped across African countries. No one wants to come to Africa, and African leaders stood up and said, you're going to destroy one of the most vital industries for economic growth, right? Tourism. And we were stuck in the middle of policy, global policy, and a very different reality on the ground on the continent. Reflecting back on what you went through last year versus what you're seeing now, please tell me you have good news for us.
Sure. So, taking the example of United Republic of Tanzania, whereby the population is 60 million, and tourism over there contributes around 17% in Tanzania mainland, and Zanzibar around 30%. Now, recently, we are having influx of tourists. During pandemic, it was slowing down. Yeah. Most of the airspaces were closed. But now, since we have standard operating procedures, vaccine is there, we are explaining to each other how to manage issues of COVID. So it is now improving. Very
but it's
much.
not where it used to be pre-COVID, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's not?
as
Not
the
yet.
way it was, but it is now improving. If you go to Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, and Arusha, these are our big cities with a lot of national parks around. We have 22 national parks in Tanzania, and 50% of the land in United Republic of Tanzania is forest, and out of that, 30% is preserved under the regulations. So recently, we have many tourists coming, and most of the hotels are almost like full. So the situation now is really, really improving. There is the so-called revenge tourism. People really prefer, and also they have different options. When a person is making one booking, they do plan B and plan C. If plan A fails, they have plan B and plan C. So the situation now is quite improving, and we really have to prepare ourselves because this is a very great opportunity. So where we are focusing now is all about infrastructure. Infrastructure from international airlines towards the local. We need places whereby tourists can go and land in national parks, roads. They must be accessible, but also the so-called quality. This is where we really need to focus.
I'm sorry, I think I heard you invite us to Zanzibar.
Absolutely.
Am I right?
Yes.
You have to go to Zanzibar. Whatever you do, you have to go to Zanzibar.
Exactly.
I'm sure that was a direct invite, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Just checking I didn't mishear you.
Right.
JD, great to have you with us. I want to talk about your company and what you're seeing, right? So Internova, one of the world's largest privately held services companies. So you're basically plugged into, you know, what the agencies are telling you. You get a macro perspective of what demand scenarios are playing out. Tell me, are we back? Are we where we need to be?
We are well on our way, I would say. I think that we're seeing more demand for travel advisors, which of course is good for us. I think with the complications of travel over the last couple of years, people are looking for expertise. That's worked well for us. I think that pricing is certainly back and perhaps even higher than it was in 2019. Transactions are not quite there. So that's on the leisure side. I think we focus more on the corporate side. We focus more on the small to medium-sized enterprise, which is recovering about at the same clip as leisure travel, which is surprising to most. I think large corporate is only back about 70%, but we are well on our way. It certainly would seem that COVID is a thing of the past, but we're still working our way through the challenges.
Yeah, I mean, could someone just tackle this? Because I'm still really thinking about how aggressive we were in the response to COVID. So with the testing, with the mask wearing, with the quarantining, with the travel bans that, again, I keep saying this because we shouldn't take it lightly, decimated so many seasons across the African continent, to where we are now, where I'm still the only person on the plane wearing a mask. By the way, I have to just completely be honest. This aggressive change, because it's from one end of the spectrum to almost like our behavior to the other end of the spectrum. Who would like to tackle that?
Well, I can jump in
Kato,
real quick. I think what people want to know is where is recovery coming? How strong is it going to be, and how is COVID still impacting that? In our global survey of travelers, COVID is about number 5 in terms of concern when it comes to travel. Very quickly rising to the top now is price, reliability, and control. Travelers have felt like they've lost some control over the last year. The experience many had traveling globally was fraught at times. J.D. Power, the lowest rating in airport satisfaction in a decade. So people want control back to travel more than they're worried about COVID.
Because we were worried about getting stuck somewhere.
Reliability
Every time
of
you go on a
service.
plane, you're like, what if I get stuck?
Eleni, that's right, reliability of service. They want to know that amenities are open when they arrive. They want to know that service levels are sufficient to what they're paying. We know that going forward, price is going to be more important. If you set aside the affluent market, who will likely over-index travel generally by about 2 times, those left to travel are going to increasingly look for value and look for value chain because they overpaid in many cases coming out of COVID. The revenge travel that the minister talked about, people were willing to pay a premium to travel and didn't get quite the experience they wanted. So I think coming back around to this next season, people are going to expect more for their money, and some are going to be looking for value. So if we want to extend the recovery, we're going to have to be thinking about those conditions.
Minister, yes.
Well, at the European Parliament, we saw that coming. And what we did, we proposed and we vote for a new European tourism strategy, because as you know, the 10% of the GDP of Europe is from tourism. So we said we need, first of all, a mechanism, a crisis mechanism, so like pandemic or extreme weather conditions or whatever, the tourism cannot face its country alone. So we vote that, and also we insist, and this is the most critical, the workforce, because this year the tourism was going well, but you see the chaos that was happening in the airports, and were no, how can I say, expertise, because a lot of people, they left their job during pandemic because it's temporary normally in tourism, or the companies, they had to let them go. And this was a big issue. So we say, listen, the workforce is very important, the people, the service is very important, so they should be paid better. They should have better conditions, and the most important is the SMEs. The SMEs, they suffer a lot, and they need to survive. And in order to have the transmission as well for green and technology, how can I say, development, we need not to leave anybody behind. So this is very important.
And that's a really good point on the SMEs. Nicola, great to have you with us. Hotel beds, I think how many hotels do you have listed right now? 60,000 on your platform?
So what we have actually is that we connect 300,000 hotels.
300,000 hotels.
Almost 150 countries with 60,000 travel agencies, tour operators, and airlines. So it's all about connecting the dots, actually.
Okay, so I want you to take me to what you saw during the pandemic, well, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and what you're seeing now. Are the signs showing that we're on an upward trajectory?
So I think it has been explained very well just right now. I think the pace of recovery was just amazing. What we saw is that every time that a city, a region, a country was reopening, everywhere in the world, the curve would go up incredibly quickly. And even recently, I was in Asia, and when you were discussing, you could see that the numbers were going up big time. But at the same time, as you guys explained very well, the expectations from a consumer perspective are changing. And what we see that the friction that was described is not very well accepted anymore. The appetite is there, that's what the numbers are showing, but we need to do better collectively.
So the airport friction that we saw, is that what you're doing?
Airport friction, of course, all of the difficulties into traveling, the fact that we still have a lot of segments in our traveler experience, which creates friction, and this more and more would generate frustration that we have to deal with.
I think one of the biggest issues, and you know, we were alluding to it earlier, is the price point. I think right now with inflation, issue of discretionary spend, we're worried about sort of the global uncertainties, how that's going to feed into our own realities, versus now saying, well, we want to go back and travel. How much of an impact is that going to have in the travelers' sort of mind frame? And do you think that, again, we're going to be missing out on the lower end of the segment and the guys that were always sort of higher LSM, the corporate people, sort of business travel, that is where that's going to be sort of untouchable? What's your prognosis? JD, let's start with you.
So I think, I think the travelers are going to come back no matter what we say, right? So I think, I'm sorry, repeat the question. I was distracted.
Yeah. So the price point, how is that going to influence, you know, different segments of the market? Yeah.
So I think that in normal times, a pending recession that we're looking at would normally curb discretionary spending. It may be a sample size of one, but it seems to be a relatively commonplace that a recession won't curb discretionary spending. I think it's more of travel's more of a necessity than it has been in the past, and so I think people will forego other discretionary spend in favor of travel.
And Nicola, you wanted to add?
Yes, we see that clearly. I mean, travel is now ranked much higher than it used to be.
On priority lists.
Yeah, on priority lists. It's amazing. Everywhere you go, you see that and hear that. The second comment, building on what JD was saying, is that prices are at the top. Wherever you go, from the flight perspective, from the hotel average daily rates, etc. But this doesn't seem to be so far a problem. And despite everything that we hear on macroeconomic uncertainties, we see that the appetite to travel in 23 should be at the same level or even higher.
What kind of price changes have you both seen? Dramatic increase?
Yeah, for instance, if I take the hotel's average daily rate, it has increased to a level which is higher than what we used to see in 2019, but it makes sense. It makes sense because you have less room available, you have more friction from a people employment perspective, etc. So the point is that you need to better sell.
Okay, Clayton, I want you to jump in here. What is the health of the American traveler right now?
I want to come back.
That
Let me
is
come
a
back
lot
to
revolves
price
around
really
like
quick.
the health, the American traveler.
Yeah, and I
important.
definitely want to talk about that as the American here. But I also want to come back to price for just a minute. We are seeing the recovery of two different travel economies. We are seeing the recovery of affluent travelers who will continue to pay high rates, who will continue to pay a premium. But in our last survey, 74% of households globally making under $250,000 US of household income will seek a discount before booking. That's double what it was a year ago. So price sensitivity, as I mentioned earlier, is very important. The American traveler. The American traveler traveled to Europe more than any other international destination last year. They forego a typical Caribbean destination, domestic long-haul US, and they went to Europe. And they went everywhere in Europe, with the exception of part of Eastern Europe when Ukraine, Russia started. We do not expect that same demand for Europe next summer. We still think it will be strong, but not as strong. So from our view, the US-American traveler will domesticate a little bit more their travel habits. They will do long-haul US travel, high dollar, Hawaii. They will go to the Caribbean or Mexico, closer to home internationally. But they will not travel as far. That said, affluent American travelers who are international travelers will actually spend more and travel more. JD and I were talking about that earlier. We do expect that to happen for the American traveler. So we're very bullish on the American travel market. I just think it's going to change.
That's encouraging to hear because, I mean, when I watch TV, it says something different about the health of the American consumer with the new inflationary scenario. Minister, I want to come to you. I think with we're looking at a war playing out in Ukraine. There's worries about, contagion into the rest of Europe. We're worried about the energy crisis there. But that opens a really interesting door, to say, Africa as a continent, destinations like Tanzania, very attractive right now, come and visit. How are you changing your narrative and messaging under the current global scenarios that are playing out?
Yeah, so number one, we have great opportunities in Africa. So far, we are in free continental trade area, and now we have also new products of tourism. For instance, MICE tourism is one of the new product of tourism. Meetings, conferences. When people come for conference meeting, like this one in Saudi Arabia, it could be one of the product of all these tourism opportunities. So, taking the example of Africa now, we are all selling our destination also as a block. We have South African developing countries, East Africa community, but also AU. And we have great attractions in Africa. Taking the example of Tanzania, we are based in wildlife national parks. We call it safari. We have Indian Ocean, Mount Kilimanjaro. So I think Africa is also one of the destinations whereby now it's picking up so fast. And I can say that the doors are open, just as other places. We need to collaborate.
That's a really good point, and I want to ask you this, as a follow-up. The economic impact that tourism has in Africa, and Richard was talking about it with his panel earlier, that tourism basically should be seen as an essential sector, is astronomical in Africa, actually, because it's foreign exchange earnings, it has an impact on villages, it has an impact on the value chain across the board. Could you give us insight into that?
Sure.
To understand that when there are travel bans, for example, any kind of global risk factor, and Africa is collateral damage, it has an enormous impact. But when people are open to the idea of traveling, it can change the economic trajectory of entire towns and cities on the continent.
Well, I think it changes all over the world.
Yeah.
Because when we have tourists from the air flight operator, airlines, they get tickets, business class, people they travel with their families, groups. So there's impact from airline. When they come out of the airline airports, their Uber, taxis, they all get advantage. Hotels, lodges. But we say in Africa, even the farmers, those who are doing vegetables, women, youth, they are getting to be deployed in one way or another. Fruits sellers and those who are planting fruits and everything. So when there is a ban of traveling, I think it touches everyone. And that is where we say domestic tourism was one of the remedy during the pandemic. But also we said there was a need to put more emphasis on low season, because normally we have high season during summer and also we have low season. So now is the right time to say, okay, we don't need low and high season. Every season should be tourism season. Yeah. So sincerely, there was an impact when it was closed. Yeah. But when it is open, great opportunities are there. But this impact was not only for Africa, I think it's all over the world.
Yeah. Absolutely. Minister, I want you to jump in here because when you were tourism minister in Greece, you were giving us some numbers, and I want you to share that with us, with the audience, that when you joined, I think you had, Greece was experiencing 20 million visitors, right? And then by the time you left, that jumped up to 34 million. Was it as a result of your policies that you were able to implement to be able to expand on the seasons?
Well, this was the big target, to make sure that Greece will receive tourists not only the 3 hot months, June, July, August, because of course you cannot receive 34 million in 3 months. So we had to expand. So we did a strategy, 365 days a year, and I work very close with the regions and the private sector. It was very, very important to join forces. And we did it all together because we had value for money, quality, and also we helped a lot of new destinations in Greece to just show what they can offer. And because of the prices that I was listening before, the regions and the locations and the destinations that they will suffer this time because of the energy crisis are the winter destinations, because imagine how much they have to spend just to make sure that the hotels and the family business, they will be warm, the tourists will be satisfied. And also, they try to do their best thinking that has to continue to be 4-season destination each country. So for Greece, I'm very proud because, of course, it was not only the arrivals that the increase, was the income, the revenue was important for Greece at that time, because don't forget the big economic crisis that Greece had to face. So we brought more than 18 billion revenues by 2019. Was the best year ever, broke all the records, but also the tourism was growing more than our economy. The growth of the economy in Europe 2019 was 2%, Greece growth economy 2%, and the tourism sector 6.7%, which is a huge. Actually, WTTC was the first to acknowledge by Gloria Guevara that now she's here strong pushing the initiative as GTC for sustainability. And we support her because of this great initiative, but also she can see the future. So when she did that, was a big surprise for everybody how a small country, Greece, did that. So this reputation follow us. So this year we did a great job. And me, being in the parliament, all these best practices, I'm just trying to implement. So the European Parliament to make sure that the legislation and the path that the Commission gave us by 2030.
Is there appetite in the European Parliament to implement legislation around tourism and travel?
Absolutely, and also we actually right now work very much on the sustainable and resilience, on thematic tourism. We work a lot of the quality, and also, as I said before, for us it's critical to make sure the workforce will be satisfied and the small, medium businesses, because it's the 90% of the sector. Of course, there are big hotels and luxury, but there is luxury also in small and medium family businesses that they have to survive and they have to have quality. So for the budget, EU, next generation EU, we propose 20% to go to tourism, travel and tourism, because travel is also the transportation. And I'm closing my statement by saying that it's very important to make sure that no one will left behind. It's very important for the progress in this sector to go everywhere, horizontal.
Okay, we are going to run slightly over time, but I want to get closing statements from you. I'm not a pessimist. I do get anxiety when I see what's happening globally. I think we've all borne the brunt of, super high oil prices in around 2008, 2009. We know what that did to demand, right? It caused destruction. We've gone through multiple cycles. We've gone through COVID. And, most economists that I speak to are really worried about a global recession. They're really worried about inflation. They're saying that we haven't truly priced in the risks. It sounds like most of you are feeling optimistic about the trajectory, but always the proof is sort of in the numbers, right? It's quantifiable. If I had to say, look into your crystal ball, over the next year, what are the main trends that you are pricing in right now for yourselves, for your businesses? Clayton, let's start with you.
Global growth next year, China coming back eventually, which will buoy that growth. Again, very bullish about that. COVID not being a major issue. Commercial demand beginning to look more traditional in terms of commercial and leisure mix. And the airlines continue to be very profitable based on rate compression and continued scale of
Are we living in the same world?
Maybe not, but based on what travelers are telling us, based on what corporate travel planners are telling us, based on what travel agents are telling us, and based on what general travel policy tells us, that it's going to be a good year in 23 for travel.
Round of applause. As they say in this region, inshallah. I hope that actually comes to fruition. That's brilliant. Minister.
Yes, I think I can say we are not supposed to be scared of the pandemic, because when these things happen, it gives us more creativity and innovation. What are we supposed to do? This is the world. Anything can happen anytime. So I think it's the right time to keep on investing on travel and tourism for the better future. So it's the right time to keep on investing in all ideas, in all platforms, investments of travel and tourism. These things are there to happen. It might come again, it might not come. So we should not go back, we should not be scared. We need to be strong and together exchanging ideas. So we have to keep the pace, keep moving, because this is the sector which contributes more than 10% globally in our economy. You see, other places, 30%, 40%. There are countries whereby they do depend on tourism, and that's it. They're surrounded with water. Taking the example of Zanzibar, 30% of our GDP in Zanzibar, we depend on cruise tourism, issues of tourism and water, you see. So I think now is the right time to think outside the box. How are we preparing ourselves? If another wave comes, are we ready for that? So no going back, we move.
Are you pricing that in as an option? Do you think that there's another wave coming? Or is that a scenario that you're thinking about?
Not really, but it might happen, because as it was first wave, let's say 2018, you never know, after 10, 20 years, what will happen. So I think we need to be strong.
Don't give me anxiety. No more waves, please. This is why I keep wearing my mask. Nicholas.
Well, building on what we've all been saying, I think the recovery is there. It's been faster than expected. Some uncertainties on 23, but so far the numbers are pretty amazing. The difficulty that I see for this year and the coming years is that the bar is raising from a consumer, from a traveler perspective. Clayton explained that very well. It's price and rates, of course, but it's more than that. It's to make sure that we get into a frictionless travel. It's to be certain that at the same time we get the experience that we want, but also the sustainability, which we see a key factor of decision. And all of that being opportunities, by the way, people are ready to pay more to get what they want now, and that's a very clear point. On the other side, from an industry perspective, we have some pain points. I mean, it's hard to get the right people, and we need to make sure that we reinvent ourselves. It's about digitalization, it's about value proposition, customer experience, and that's something which is very important.
Yeah. And
Achieving all of this in parallel is the difficulty that I see.
And the sustainability aspect absolutely important as well. JD.
So I think pricing will hold steady according to our supplier partners. Transactions will continue to raise. I think that people are traveling more. They're traveling more often. They're going for longer, and they're spending more on each trip. You know, we haven't talked about capacity, and so I think that we haven't talked much about cruise lines. So cruise lines will finally be at full capacity next year, and that's certainly been a little bit of a difficulty for us. And so I think, you know, I think we're all relatively bullish. I think cautiously optimistic, I think, is probably the right term for it. But you know, labor shortages also have been a major issue in service, and I think that will continue to develop and get better over time.
Brilliant, thank you, Minister.
Well, tourism is the driving force for all the other sectors: restaurants, entertainment, supply chain, everything. So now we know how to travel. We have safety protocols. This year was a very good year. I think next year is going to be even better. People would love to travel. If they join forces, the public sector and the private sector, they can also have value for money, prices, and quality. People want to travel in a different way. They want to have experiences, but also they want to travel with safety. I know that the health infrastructure for many countries went up, so people feel not afraid anymore. And I think that the years to come, tourism will come back. And also don't forget about the people that they learn now to work and travel, the tourist nomads. So they go in places that they love to spend time and work at the same time. Such a place is my country, also Greece.
Yeah, it's a really a hot destination for that. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your insights. I hope when we meet again next year, I hope, Clayton, that all your predictions are exactly the way that you've set them out. Thank you very much to my panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Eleni Jokas and her panel. Thank you. Shukran jazilan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I hope you enjoyed that panel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the second set of strategic insight sessions. And the aim here is to explore challenges and opportunities shared by players in different areas of the globe. So, here's the plan. Stay here for maximizing tourism opportunities in the Middle East. Stay here, stay in this room. And those of you viewing remotely, hello, please stay here also on the main stage of the virtual platform to watch the live stream. Now, in the breakout stage 1 is the strategic insight enhancing connectivity in the Americas. And in breakout stage 2, the media room session is the rising cost of travel in Europe. Do please also head over to the breakout stage 3 for recovery of travel in Asia and the Pacific. And just a reminder that the sessions not here on the main stage will be available to all of you via the video on demand. So that's what you can watch, ladies and gentlemen, on the virtual platform. And lunch, yes, lunch, I love that word, follows this set of strategic insight sessions. So please do make your way to the next session. Enjoy.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you. Maria, thank you for the warm welcome to our session. This is looking at the opportunities here in the Middle East and North Africa, but with a special emphasis on the Gulf. Before we get started, we have a lot of people at the door and a lot of you that are sitting behind. There are no VIP seats at this stage, so feel free during the session to come on up. Let's make it a little bit more intimate in terms of our discussion here so the panel can see you engaging with us. I've been covering the region since 1990, and I remember during very unusual circumstances when we had the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. I did, after my live coverage from there in the Eastern Province and then going to Kuwait, I spent 2 days in Jeddah, and I remember in 1990, I thought to myself, at some point, somebody's gonna tune in and see the fantastic opportunities we have in the Red Sea, and then having come to the kingdom off and on for the last 30 years, primarily in Riyadh, in the Eastern Province, and of course in the West in Jeddah, with the gateway as a Gulf, I thought, look at the mountain resorts. This presents a great deal of opportunity. Those opportunities have been seen 30 years after because of the acceleration going to 2030 here in the Vision 2030. I've had a chance to travel throughout the region to Oman, which also has its own special offerings as well. Bahrain has always been a straight partner as well with Saudi Arabia. So we looked at what the UAE has built for the last 20 to 25 years, but now it's becoming pervasive. It's part of the economic development plan, but can we address it with sustainability in mind, authenticity in mind, and job creation as well? I'm going to introduce our 5 panelists. We can save the round of applause after they hit to the stage, but let me welcome first Fawaz Farouki is the Managing Director of Cruise Saudi. Fawaz. Anne Bigging is Managing Director and Founder of Healing Hotels of the World. Let's give her a nice warm welcome. Thanks, Anne. His Royal Highness Prince Turki bin Talal bin Abdulaziz is the Chairman of the Azir Development Authority, working on one of the new giga projects here at Vision 2030. Let's welcome as well Her Excellency Fatima Al-Sarafi is the Minister of Tourism from Bahrain. Nice welcome. And sitting right next to me is Hashal Al-Maruki is the Chief Executive Officer of Omran in Oman. Thank you very, very much. Please. What a great panel. We have about 35 minutes, so I've instructed our panelists to be very direct. In fact, we have 27 minutes, so we're going to be it's almost speed dating for looking at a region, right? So primarily home in on the Gulf region, but I think it'd be great if we can, Prince Turki, since it is one of the major giga projects, which is often overlooked this year. So if we look at the 13 regions of this kingdom, and everybody has a different blueprint, but you said something very pressing, is that your program has actually been signed off by royal decree, and we're looking at 50 billion riyals invested to 2030, about $13 billion, right? How does that development maintain, as you suggest here, authenticity? It appeals to the local culture as well, but also creates a new level of job opportunities for the locals in the region. They don't want to be swamped by globalization at the same time. Do you find this is a strict balance that you're trying to adhere to at Asir? Please.
I do. As you said, Asir we are blessed to be the first region in Saudi Arabia to have a strategy, approved strategy by the government out of the 13 provinces. And we are now, the idea is to make whatever we do in Asir is a great place to live, not just to visit. And in order to do that, what are the criteria that will enable you to make the place livable? Is to live in nature or close to nature, which Asir is full of that, to make sure that you have a sense of a family surrounding, your family is with you. You feel that it's your home, and the home is affordable. The home is in a secure environment. This environment has opportunities to people to work in the local community. It's close to higher education, close to healthcare, close to an airport, and to make sure that whoever comes there comes back again there. That's really our desire.
Great. If I can follow up quickly, and I appreciate your focus. It's extraordinary that these were not unearthed. If I give certainly one credit to His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, it's unleashing the potential of the kingdom that was often overlooked, almost spoiled by oil and gas development, right, and didn't need to diversify. This is quite extraordinary change in the last 6 years. You would agree, Prince Turki?
Yes, of course. People that look at Saudi Arabia, it's only oil generating country, is unfair. Oil was only discovered in 1932, whereas everything I'm speaking about is pre-1932. So that's not fair on us. Plus, to make us here a good place to live in, we have two areas. We have the culture and we have nature. How will a home be livable? How will you come again if the culture is not preserved and the nature is not protected? So on the behalf of the government, all measures to protect the culture and nature is underway to preserve these assets.
Great, thank you very much. Your Excellency Fatima Al-Sarafi, Bahrain, we had a chance to sit at the Green Economy Summit in Dubai just a few months ago, and you talked about sustainability, but you're trying to get this trio pulled together, sustainability, a human-centric approach to tourism, which I find interesting for Bahrain, which doesn't have a lot of land, so how do you do that, number one? And also make it an authentic experience, and that was our experience when we lived in the UAE. They started in this process of making it very modern, and us expats come in and we say, well, we actually want the historical experience and the hospitality of the Gulf. How do you strike that balance in Bahrain?
So, John, that's a very interesting question. And one of the key things that we've noticed in Bahrain, that whenever we get expats or tourists visiting our country, one of the main things that they leave with is the authenticity of the experience that they have. And we have attempted and we have successfully incorporated that in our tourism experiences that we offer in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Those authentic experiences are delivered by Bahrainis. We invest a lot when it comes to human capital development, and we also make sure that through that human capital development, they are also very well integrated in the small and medium-sized enterprises that we have in the Kingdom of Bahrain. One of the key things that we boast about in Bahrain is that Bahrain is one of the main countries in the region that has that livelihood where expats actually want to not only live in, but they would actually attempt to retire in the Kingdom of Bahrain as well. And one of the key indicators for that is the very recent HSBC expat survey, which has rated Bahrain as one of the top 10 countries in the world where expats can live in. But going back, John, to your point about the authenticity and the human-centric aspect of it, one of the key things that we have done very well in Bahrain is creating those unique tourism offerings that have tourists leave Bahrain with a story to tell. Because at the end of the day, when you get tourists in Bahrain, or in any other country in the world for that, you would notice that they would want to leave that destination with an experience, with a story to tell. And I really believe that all our countries in the Middle East are very fortunate to have the culture and to have the history to capitalize on that opportunity.
Good. My story to tell in Bahrain is they're like Swiss clocks. The Bahrainis show up for a meeting, they say it's going to be 12:30, it's 12:30, not 12:31.
Yes. And we pride ourselves on that.
And the hospitality as well. Fawaz, it's great to see you, and I followed your story at Cruise Saudi, as you know, so we became friends in this period of time. There's almost two stories to tell at Cruise Saudi because you're collaborating with the Red Sea Development Authority, which is a pretty new entity, and you're collaborating with the major cruise line companies in the world at the same time. And then over the next 4 years, you're going to introduce your own lines of cruisers, more boutique, smaller experience. How do you try to pull these together when we talk about the beauty of the Red Sea itself, not overwhelming nature, right, but to preserve nature at the same time? Do you think you have the balance right in the development? And can you share the tales of collaborating with the government authority to make sure that it's looked at in its totality, if you will?
So we at Cruise Saudi, we act as a one-stop shop for global cruise liners into Saudi Arabia. So in doing so, we provide to them all the collaboration needed with the government support with the different authorities. But then also, once passengers come on shore,
what are the cruise experiences or the shore excursions they go into. So this is the mandate of Cruise Saudi. Now, it is very important, as His Royal Highness mentioned, that in Saudi Arabia, two of the most important value proposition is culture and nature. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we preserve our culture and the environment as well. And that's where the Red Sea, the Saudi Red Sea Authority comes in place. They have, their mandate is not just to be a regulator of the marine tourism industry, but also to protect the environment and also encourage investment and create jobs in the sector. So we collaborate with the Saudi Red Sea Authority and the government to make sure once cruise passengers come on shore, they follow the guidelines that are set by them to keep our culture and the environment intact. And also, at the same time, we speak the same language like the cruise companies to make sure we are business friendly to them and provide them with all the support required. Let me give you an example. Last year, just after COVID, when MSC was coming for the first time, they had crews from India and Philippines. And India and Philippines were on the red list of most countries. So we not only provided safe passage for these crew members to come on board of the cruise lines, but actually we provided vaccination services to these to the crew members to make sure MSC can operate during that season.
Great. I'm going to circle back also about how you generate local jobs as well, because I think one of the things I see is a lot of investment, the local Saudi populations throughout the region, but how does it trickle down, as His Royal Highness was suggesting, to the local population so they can stay near home, they have job development, but I'll come back to you on that. And Bigging, it's very interesting, as you created this company, you were in the field of journalism like me, but have decided this is a passion, right? It's much more than a hotel chain. It's a way of life, I think is the way you describe it. Founded in 2006 in Cologne, a global brand. Do you want to focus on how you can bring this global brand into the experience of the Middle East? How do you see it as an opportunity? And with this development you see, for example, in the Kingdom or Oman or Bahrain, does it resonate with the healing hotels of the world? Do you want to start there?
Great question. Thank you so much. You know, I think this healing, holistic lifestyle, whatever you want to call this, has been my passion all my life. Hence, I left journalism. Hence, I left advising governments on tourism to create that what I believe in, and that is a holistic setup, because I believe hospitality has a change or a momentous opportunity to change for better in the world. Okay, so I think our hotels are all over the world, I think in all continents, and I think the Middle East, and especially Saudi. This is the first time I've been to Saudi Arabia. I've been in the Middle East. We just very soon to open up our first hotel outside of Dubai, but coming back to Saudi, you know, I'm so touched. I really am touched by the warmth and the hearts and the honesty of people here. I mean, these are real smiles. These are real hearts looking at you. And that, for me, is the core of living a holistic lifestyle. Because we all this morning, and all of this is great, but we talk about numbers, we talk about houses, we talk about transportation and cars. But who is in a house? Who is driving a car? Who is a customer? That's us, and that's me. And that's what I think is the most important being in all of this. So I think focus on humanity, focus on purpose, purposeful travel, making sure people travel to a place where they can better their lifestyle and so on. I know I go across your question, but
yeah, no,
very
but it does.
This.
I can understand what you're thinking here, and I'm going to bring in our friend from Oman in just a second. But it's the traveler's changing, is it not? So your Healing Hotels brand, many people like to just escape, relax, and have a spa treatment, exercise, and almost a detox. Can that methodology work in this region, do you think?
Okay, so we are not a spa group, but a healing hotel is a holistic setup where all parts of this, you know, sustainability, amenities in the rooms, staff, we have special training for workshops for staff so that everybody in the hotel is on the same, vibrates on the same, or is aligned on the same vibration and is looked after. Staff eats the same food like guests eat and so on. And this is very important for us. You know, the circle of well-being or healing should go into all parts of the location. So I forgot your question, forgive me.
No, well, does that concept of the total experience, the total experience work here, do you think, from what you can see?
As I said before, absolutely. I think because everything, every innovation starts, from my understanding, in the heart, and then it travels to the mind. It starts with a passion. And when I see that the people I've met so far in Saudi, or may I say in the Middle East, are beautiful, warm-hearted people which are open for innovation, I would say this is a fantastic place.
Good.
All of the Middle East.
Good. Hashel, it's great to have you. And I don't want to say I'm saving the best for the last, but I have to say the natural beauty of Oman is extraordinary. And Omron, as a company, had a limited mandate before, but you're a very busy man. It's a very wide mandate for development, not only five-star properties, and clearly not only in Muscat. It's going to the mountains, it's going to the coast as well. The theme is here, maximizing tourism opportunities. And I know the previous Sultan, rest his soul, was very concerned about preserving nature and not overrunning the country. And I know Sultan Haytham has the same mindset. How do you strike that development opportunity and trying to preserve nature as it is in Oman today?
Thank you for that question, John. To be honest, when we started in Oman a long time ago, as you've mentioned, about having tourism, but we also protect the character of the country and the nature. We have more than 20 reserves there. We reserve from turtles to stars, believe it or not. We have few kilometers and millions of square meters just to be away from the pollution of lights. But that's pay off today. If you notice today, everyone is talking sustainability. Everyone's saying protecting nature. Everyone protecting this planet. So I think we've been prepared for it. All what we need to do now in Oman is capitalizing on what we have there. And I think we are on the right track doing it. In this region, we always been unified by the history, by the language, by the culture, by the roots, by what you call it. And I think now tourism is unifying us rightly. And you can tell from here, it's the same theme. Everyone is saying the same thing. We've been unified long time before. Tourism is bringing it on action, and we capitalize on that.
Good. I know there's a great concern about making sure there's job opportunities, and I'd love others to jump in on this subject as well, but I'll follow up with you. In Oman, making sure that the Omanis, who are also like the Bahrainis that very much, they are willing to work in the service sector. So how do you, when you pick a project like Jabal Akhtar, which is a phenomenal place, 2,000 meters into the mountains, what's the strategy that also focuses on the local hiring opportunities? Also very important, something you brought up is the training opportunities as well. So it's not an easy thing to do, right? Because sometimes you're bringing it into a part of Oman that's very remote and not trained for the hospitality sector. Please.
So this sector is about human and serving human. That's simple what it's all about.
That's a very good way of putting it.
That's what we do. And then we also do everything around that. So we have lots of initiatives that we have, and it's similar in the whole countries. That I said, tourism is unifying us. We have so many initiatives about developing our human capital. Not to the point they are only working in Oman in the remote areas. Today, as we are speaking, we have a number of Omanis working in Qatar during the World Cup in the hospitality. And they've been trained in Oman with an international curriculum, international credential. And yes, we develop them for the country, but we also help in the region. Because I always say, we can do it. We have it in the DNA. The hospitality, it's there. In the region here, it's there. All what we need, kind of polish it, make it what we need, understand the dynamic happening with our customers, and then fulfill that requirement. I think we share the idea about we develop human capital to lead this industry.
Good. Prince Turki, can you address this as well? But also, and it's something I've wanted to talk to you about, and I know it's something you're very passionate about. The perceptions are that it's a lot of big numbers, a lot of major giga projects, and many people still remain extremely skeptical they're going to be delivered. But having visited, I think I've come back every 4 to 6 weeks to the kingdom. It's pretty hard to have 5 to 6 major giga projects going on at the same time. But the country seems to have the bandwidth to deliver. So I know there's this skepticism that Saudi will deliver and also deliver opportunities for the local culture. So just take your development and give us a viewpoint of how that's coming to the fore. I know there's this need to protect the natural beauty of us here in the south, but how do you get that balance right of building multiple projects at the same time, but not overwhelming society, would you suggest? Prince Turki?
I'm just organizing my thoughts.
I always say, a man like you knows this like the back of his hand, so I can...
First of all, you're right. The perception, first of all, of Asir region was not positive in terms of development. Although a lot of work has been done in the past decades to build the infrastructure and to make Asir what it is right now. But in terms of tourists, which our forum is dedicated to, and to investors, there was a negative perception. So that has been identified and corrections has been made. I'll give you some examples.
Yeah, please.
First of all, there was no clear direction for the area. Where is the area heading? What's our North Star? Now we have, as I said in the beginning, we have a strategy and we have a North Star. Second, the people of Asir have great potential, the actual people of Asir, but unlocked in their area. So they unlocked their potential outside of the area, and you see them in excellent, they succeeded in many governmental agencies like Aramco. A lot of percentage of Aramco is from the Asir area in particular and the South in general. Now, the potential has been unlocked. And I'll give you some examples. Because the people saw there is a direction and there is a plan to reach that goal, they unlocked their potential. I'll give you two examples. First, governmental agencies in Asir now are ranking the top in Saudi Arabia among all of the other provinces in health, in the police departments, in the chamber of commerce, all across the board.
Wow.
It means they just needed a direction. Second, I'll just pick football. Two of our soccer teams now in Asir, which were unknown. Now they are in the premier representing Asir and competing with the champions of Asia, Al Hilal and Al Nasr and all the other clubs that are from Riyadh, ala kul hal. So this shows you that the potential is unlocked, and this will affect tourism, will affect the momentum going on there. Now, one other thing regarding the perception is that the area is very expensive. The hotels are very expensive. Maybe in Oman, in Dhafar, which we are very similar, we are, the Dhafar with the capital is Salalah, we are benchmarking with them as one of our, maybe we could do some ideas to complement each other in the future. I will definitely take your card after this meeting to make sure this happens. But that it's expensive and the offerings are very weak because there is no competitive. And whoever has a hotel or a restaurant, he knows there is no competitive, so he does whatever he wants in the hotel. Now, this is history. We are making the offerings a lot in all of, we have 500 new restaurants right now. We have 10 more hotels, and we're moving fast on that. So you're gonna see more quality versus quantity.
Excellent, very interesting. Fawaz, I'm going to have this question specific to the Red Sea Development Authority. And can the kingdom be the center of the Red Sea travel, where it becomes a hub for cruising? And you collaborate with Egypt, for example, and you reach into Jordan and other partners into the region. Can you want to give us the vision for the next 5 years? And then I'm going to have the rest of our panelists, because we have 5 minutes left here, to also discuss of how the perception has changed. This is not an unsettled region now. This is now seen as a safe haven. And that's changed quite radically. Do you want to address the Red Sea? And can the Red Sea center on Saudi Arabia in collaboration with other countries on the Red Sea, Fawaz?
Yes, definitely. So we want Jeddah Port to become one of the top 10 cruise ports by 2035 in the world. We will reach 1.3 million passengers by 2035 in Jeddah Port. We'll create more than 50,000 direct and indirect jobs. So, that's our goal for Jeddah. But although we have many offerings in the kingdom, we cannot do it alone. It is very important and vital, and the cruise industry understands that very well, that we have to collaborate with the different countries around the region to create a compelling compelling offering for the people. Like we saw in the panel this morning, that people like to try different countries, different experiences. So we started with collaboration with Egypt and Jordan, and we were just talking with Hashil on how can we start something with Oman. We have not only the Red Sea coast, but also we have the Arabian Gulf. So us marketing cruising in the Red Sea as a region has much better chances of success than just marketing Saudi Arabia by itself.
Good. I'll just tell one anecdote. In 1990, when the Gulf War was taking place and Dubai was starting to open up, and I had actually gone to Dubai first and then came to Saudi and Kuwait in 91 as well. And I was suggesting that the UAE would be the Hong Kong of the Middle East for a financial market, but it's under threat. And the head of DP World says, you have to think differently about this region because the Gulf is the safe haven. During uncertainty, people come into the region because it's got a high premium on security. You're nodding, Fatima. Do you want to address it? And I'd love to get Anne's view on this as well. Has that changed? Actually, when I was based in Abu Dhabi, people used to call me and say, Syria's on fire, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm fine. But the perception's not the same outside, right?
No, absolutely, John. And you mentioned during the beginning of our conversation that you know, you're part of the journalism industry, and I was part of that industry as well, specifically in the government communications field. And from all the talks and conversations I had with international media, international stakeholders, I noticed that the significant change in perception happened when you showed the country from a tourism angle. You showed the country from the perspective of the people of the country. And that's when the significant change in perception happened. And very quickly, I just want to share a very quick story that happened last week. So last week, we launched the biggest exhibition center in the region. And we started it with one of the biggest exhibitions that Kingdom of Bahrain hosts, which is the Jewelry Arabia exhibition. And we hosted Francesca Cartier, who is the great-granddaughter of Jack Cartier. And one of the things that we did, because he was in the region, because he tried to reenact the stories that her great-grandfather had in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and she's actually publishing a book about the pearling industry. And one of the things that he mentioned, and I remember I took her to one of our great experiences in Bahrain that I wish that most people in this room will get a chance to visit, which is the pearl diving experience. And I distinctly remember while I was on the boat, the tour guide on the boat was a Bahraini. The Minister of Tourism was on the boat as well. The person who was part of the biggest pearl institute in the world was actually on the boat as well. And I remember her saying distinctly that, you know, wherever I go, it seems that all the people that I meet share the same vision and share the same message when it comes to how you're promoting Bahrain as a tourism destination. And that happened organically in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And when I started having that conversation with her, she mentioned that it really seems that it's happening not only organically, but there's a lot of passion when it comes to promoting the country, no matter what industry Bahraini people are in. And that makes me very proud as the Minister of Tourism.
And Anne, we'll have to wrap it up here, but you have 45 seconds. Your perceptions about a safe haven that I talked about here. We could go on another 15 minutes with this conversation, which is very interesting, but we're tight on time. Sorry, Anne, please.
Yes, thank you. You know, at some point, and I was in Russia at that time, I called my hotels the peace points, because we have, you know, hotels all over the world. And I was just thinking, you know, the Middle East can become a huge peace point in the world through, if people go on their transformational journey, which, you know, everybody wants that now. We never discuss markets, but really, the people want that. And so the Middle East becoming a peace point, a major peace point, that would be my wish. And we also host a healing summit, an annual healing summit across the world, and consider to maybe do this sometimes here, and where people really focus on what is truly preventive health, how can we move forward in our understanding, and so on. So this, you know, I try to get under the skin of the stuff here.
Very good. Okay. I'm apologizing. We have to cut this a little bit short, but we were given 25 minutes. I'm supposed to be chairing another panel, so I don't want Minister Al-Faleh upset that I show up late. Please.
One thing you said about how how do you see after 5 years? There's one, I'll just take maybe 30 seconds. Very interesting. There's a dream that was articulated by the Crown Prince. The dream translated to a vision. For Asir, I'm talking. The vision now has a plan that we're executing. My attendance with you today is part of the plan.
Yeah.
It's part of our plan to reach the vision, to reach what I see in Asir in 5 years, as the question you have said. Let's say there is a doctor, he's an orthopedic living in a country. Him and his family decided to have a vacation. Might it be an agri-tourism, or he wants to attend a conference with all the orthopedic doctors. He said, the whole family, let's check, where do we go? He sees Asir trending in the social media with all the culture and the nature in it. Then he says, okay, I would like to go there. So the whole family, his wife, his children, his colleagues, and the whole orthopedic doctors in the world meet in Asir. He takes his family with him. First time he reaches the airport, he sees a brand new international airport, which be the most beautiful airport in the Arabian Peninsula that reflects, this is what you're going to see in 5 years. Then he goes outside, he feels
We have to conclude, so
then,
please.
well, he has a journey where he lives in a beautiful hotel on the riverbank of Abha, goes to the Healing Hotel, and then finally, he has a coffee with his wife and says, we want to have a house here.
Okay. That's quite a vision, actually,
Yes.
but it makes sense with the natural beauty. Nice round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much, and I wish we had a little bit more time, but excellent in the time that we had. Thank you very, very much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Shukran.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking John Defterios and his excellent panel once again. Thank you very much indeed. And now lunch will be served on the terrace. Please also take some time to view the fantastic exhibition stands and booths outside, and they look absolutely wonderful. A lot of them are displaying the Giga projects taking place here in the kingdom, and you can also access these through the metaverse if you would like. And please make your way back to this room by 2:10, okay? 2:10. We have a fantastic afternoon lined up for you. Please enjoy some of the sponsor videos as we go to lunch. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a fantastic lunch, and I appreciate that so many people are still outside. I hope you managed to get some good networking in, finally face-to-face networking after such a long time without seeing each other because of this pandemic. I hope you also got to see some of the fantastic booths outside and exhibition stands, and of course the giga projects that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is developing. Now, we are very excited to kick off, ladies and gentlemen. Pillar 1, travel is a solution for the planet. Beautiful title. And first, for some inspiration, we have a one-on-one conversation focused on the personal experience of the global icon and entrepreneur, Elle Macpherson. As an avid traveler, Ms. Macpherson will share her insights on the intersection of travel and wellness, plus how to travel with purpose. Very exciting to have Elle Macpherson here. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Elle Macpherson, joined by Zainab Badawi.
Which seat would you like? Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my great pleasure to be with you here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And an even greater pleasure for me to be with certainly somebody who's an icon for many people in the world, and especially for me, somebody I have admired for many years from afar. So it's a great pleasure for me to be admiring her from close up this time. Although I have to say, sitting next to a supermodel is perhaps not one of the highs of life in terms of, so don't draw any comparisons, please. Elle Macpherson is an Australian-born supermodel, entrepreneur. She has really helped push the frontiers of what it means to pursue a life of wellness and well-being. She was the founder of WellCo, which was set up in 2014, which was very much a pioneer of wellness as an industry. And she was called in 1986 by Time magazine, The Body. And I think we can all see why. And she has graced and continues to grace the covers of many, many magazines. Elle, wonderful to have you with us. Welcome.
That is such an introduction.
Yeah, there you go.
To live up to.
Well, so Elle, how would you define wellness in a sustainable way? I mean, because it really means being comfortable, happy, and healthy. But you can't just do it, you know, punctuated during your life. It's something which you need to sustain. So how do you define well-being?
Yeah, that's really interesting because often, you know, we're here talking about sustainability and people are coming at it from very, you know, varied angles, and I think it's a wonderful buzzword at the moment. And for me, sustainability has always been about sustainable well-being. Like, how do we sustain our well-being so that we can continue to thrive and flourish in our lives? And for me, wellness in general is not just the physical well-being, but it's emotional, spiritual, and mental well-being. And so sustaining wellness is such a big part of my life and has been the foundation of building my wellness business, because I went through my own wellness crisis and wanted to look for solutions, and I found solutions, and then my purpose became greater than myself, and I wanted to share that with other people, and that was the foundation of why we started WellCo. And what I realized is that when we are well, we are capable of thriving in our lives in the most natural, beautiful way, and we can shine in our lives and be the most, you know, make the most impact in our lives and the people around us. It's really important.
Well, I mean, clearly, Elle, flattering you here, left, right, and centre. It has worked because you have sustained your career for 40 years. So that element of sustainability also applies to all of us when we are trying to pursue our careers, our path, whatever it may be. How has that helped you engage in a sustainable career?
Yeah, having a 40-year career in a business that is usually defined by beauty, and therefore beauty equals youth, and we can often say that a career of a fashion model would be very short. In my experience, it's been a long career because I began to see that the similarities between beauty and wellness was way more important than the similarity between beauty equaling youth. So when you're well, and as you mature, that wellness shines. It's soul deep, you know, it's on a cellular level, and that is way more sustainable, way more long living, you know, it has way more longevity to it when you really look into your soul and you shine your beauty from your soul. It's not just those few millimeters of epidermis that are on the skin. And so, you know, redefining what it means to be beautiful has been a big part of my career. As from starting off as a model, I had jobs, and then I had a career, and then I built a brand, and then from that, I licensed my name, my brand to other companies, and then finally owning companies like Wellco or being shareholder of a company like Wellco.
Sure, I love that phrase of yours, which is beauty is not only skin deep, it's also soul deep, which kind of encapsulates what you've just said. So look, Elle, we're at the World Travel and Tourism Council, and it's worth noting that the wellness sector of the tourism industry is growing much faster than other sectors in tourism. And it's projected to actually be an industry worth $919 billion this year. And there are also figures which tell us that the average wellness tourist spends 53% more than the average international tourist. So clearly a burgeoning industry, looking very much as a growth region at the Asia Pacific. But how do you make sure that the offer for a wellness destination is a credible one?
Yeah, that's always it's always a bit tricky because what is wellness? And for me, when I'm traveling, I'm really looking at traveling with purpose. And you know, we travel so much for business, but traveling with purpose, where you can go to a destination and really be imbued by the culture, get to know the people, break bread with the people, is extremely important. For example, I came here to speak today, but I came to Riyadh 4 days ago, so I could really get a feeling of what it's like to be here. And what I've learned is that the people are unbelievably generous and fantastic hosts and extremely hospitable. The food is incredible.
Yeah, isn't it?
I've eaten my way around Riyadh.
I know, haven't we all?
And it's been, you know, just a really much more interesting experience for me.
Yeah.
And when I say wellness, I mean wellness, and that's like a spiritual connection also breeds wellness. A cultural connection breeds well-being.
Yeah.
And so encouraging cultural exploration, encouraging adventure when you go on a trip like this. I do things that are a bit unusual. I'll go to a spiritual site and maybe I'll meditate in that place so that there's an exchange of energy. And there's just much more purpose and meaning in the kind of travel that I've been doing, which enhances my well-being.
Sure. Very interesting what you say, because you do see that that point you make about cultural connections. You see that when, you know, people go to Bali, and when they go there for a wellness holiday or something, they'll have Chinese medicine or, you know, Balinese kind of methods put in. So that's very, very important. Look, during COVID, obviously, the pandemic meant that people could not travel anymore, and it's picking up now. But do you think that there is a growing awareness of health and well-being as a result of the pandemic? And also, do you think it's going to have an impact on how we travel in the future in a better way?
Yeah, it's interesting because whilst people didn't venture outdoors, I think there was a lot of travel going on within. People were journeying within and discerning and discovering what was important to them in their lives, reconnecting with themselves, figuring out what worked for them in their lives and what didn't work for them, reconnecting with other family members. I mean, I know lots of Fathers spent time at home with their children that they may never have done. Parents and families spent time together. And so while it was a very difficult time and people were locked down, they were very active within. And they were not stagnant. There was a lot of journeying going on. And then, of course, it highlighted the importance and the prioritizing of your well-being, especially your immune system. And so people have made lifestyle changes, and I've seen that in my business, the reconnection of people with Wellco, for example, that offers tools and ideas about how to look after your well-being on all levels, emotionally, spiritually, physically, on many levels, has been something that we've seen continue throughout after the pandemic. And I think it's a really positive change.
Yeah, that kind of holistic approach, as you say. Finally, as you say, Elle, you have traveled a lot. You continue to travel a great deal. You've talked to us about that intersection between wellness and travel. So I know you like to swim and meditate and drink lots of clean water and so on. So just share with me, just personally, please, a few tips for how to travel well.
That's a
Don't
good
tell
one.
anybody, though.
Well, there's always two ways of traveling. So first of all, I see travel as a vehicle for spiritual and personal growth. You know, we have to adapt and be flexible when we're on the road. And that's actually a fantastic skill that we need as an entrepreneur. So traveling can really help you grow your personal skills. And that's the tips that I like to receive and to give. But and then, of course, there's all the biohacking. So I have a biohacking bag that travels with me around the world. And, you know, I have all the nutrients, my supplements from Wellco. Drinking lots and lots of water is really important. I don't eat on the plane. I don't know if you guys have come from far. I came from Austin, Texas, where I was with my beloved who was working. And we flew into London, and then we came here. So it was a long flight, and we have a 15-hour flight home. And I won't eat on the plane. Really? But I'll drink a lot of water, and I take my Super Elixir, which is our 40-ingredient hero product, multivitamin and mineral. I'll take that when I leave and when I arrive. And you know, and I really look after my mitochondria, which is the little heartbeat of our cells through like hot and cold therapy. I have an infrared light that we travel with. And, you know, look after the body on the road. So often we travel and we kind of let it all go, and then we're trying to scramble when we get back home. It's so much easier to maintain health and well-being while we're on the road today. And there's so many wonderful tools. And most importantly, and last but not least, the best trick I have learned is to write a gratitude list at the end of the night. So I think about, and I usually write down what I experienced through the day, something that made me smile, something I learned, something that surprised me. And the more often I'm in appreciation of where I am, the more I feel that I magnetize those kind of experiences in my life. And I remember them because I've got the lists so that I can look through my books and I can go, remember that time I went to Riyadh and we had that fantastic conversation on this big stage? Yes, yes. It's very daunting, by the way. I don't know if anyone else has been up here. It's a very big stage.
It's lovely. Tips from the top, everybody, from Elle Macpherson. And I will write my gratitude list, and at the top of it will be gratitude to you, Elle Macpherson, for having this wonderful conversation with me. Isn't she lovely? Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you so much, Elle Macpherson and Zainab Badawi. Really, what a pleasure and treat to hear from both of them. And thank you, Elle, so much for sharing your fantastic experience with travel. Really wonderful session there. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue, and travel and the tourism sector is highly, of course, reliant on natural assets, as we've been hearing. Preserving our planet is an absolute must for now and for future generations. And of course, we've just had COP27 a few weeks ago. The ambition is there. We're hearing it. Change is happening, but of course, much more needs to be done. In 2020, sustainable investments totaled $35.3 trillion US dollars. Investors and also travelers are increasingly demanding change. And in the next 2 hours, we'll explore different facets of sustainability, from the energy transition all the way to how we can responsibly and creatively work to reduce the footprint in the tourism sector. And the next panel will consider how the sector is working on reducing, of course, the footprint in the sector of travel and tourism, moving beyond commitments to actual action. Very important. And this session will explore what's already been done and what more needs to be done to achieve those all-important global targets. And for that, I am delighted once again to welcome back Richard Quest and his panel. Richard, please make your way up. Thank you.
We have Mark Keane, who is next to me from the government of, from the US. John Pagano from the Red Sea Development. Mark Hoplazatzian, I can never get it. Hoplamazian, I always get it wrong, and even the number of times I've spoken, I do apologize, sir. Good to see you, sir. You're there? I don't know why we seem to have. Oh, never mind. Good. Right, let's begin. Clearly not. Sustainability is, reducing the footprint of travel and tourism. Now, let me preface this. Please do not give me a long list of everything that your company or country is doing on sustainability. The precursor to our discussion is that it's on your front burner, you're all attentive to it, and it is considerably significant for you. Starting with you, sir. First of all, how do you respond to the accusation earlier in the session that the US doesn't have a tourism minister, and that is a detriment?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Richard, and it's great to see all of you. I have the role as a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Travel and Tourism in the United States government, which is the functional equivalent of the Ministry of Tourism, but we don't call it that because in the US we don't have ministries. But the reason why I think in some ways we have it in somewhat better shape is that we're part of the US Department of Commerce, which is a government and private sector facing agency, but we're also part of the International Trade Administration, and our focus is really about bringing international travelers into the US to raise money.
But would the US benefit from a cabinet-level, specific tourism/culture person?
Well, I think having different boxes within the government is less important than what the functionality is. And I'll tell you, from my perspective, the fact that we are talking about travel and tourism at the highest level within our government is important enough, regardless of who the title is, who holds the job. Because frankly, the travel and tourism industry is such a big part. In the US, it's 2.9% of our gross domestic product. But across the board, we hire so many people and create so many jobs, from hospitality to transportation, that it doesn't really matter which box of the agencies you're in. The goal and the work of the travel and tourism spreads throughout all the agencies. On
sustainability, Mark, there's an entire raft of things that the company or hotels are doing. How do you ensure sustainability doesn't just become a buzzword?
Well, measurements, of course, are critical, but they take place over time and they will track things looking backwards. I think a lot of it has to do with identifying different modalities and different ways to approach sustainability in different markets, and telling the story to as many of our hotel leaders as possible so that they can be inspired and understand how they might actually apply it in their local markets.
But where is the pressure coming from? Besides the innate, well, you've got regulatory, you have to certain, you've then got investor or shareholder pressure. You've got, can you borrow money if you're not, if you're in certain industries, and you've got employers and consumers.
Right. All of that's true. It's also true that if we don't address the issues that are at hand, some of the mispriced commodities like water will actually get repriced, in which case you might not have a sustainable business. Forget about a sustainable planet. So there's an urgency to it that is informed by, you know, an economy that doesn't actually take full account of the price of carbon that's being produced and the costs of water scarcity.
Do you prefer a carbon pricing method?
I think both on the carbon front and water, in both cases, need to be migrated towards a pricing model that actually truly reflects the damage done by carbon emission and the scarcity of water. Because I think then people will actually respond, instead of saying it's too expensive to implement all these initiatives to consume less water or to reduce carbon, they'll say, no, actually those investments represent a great return because the cost avoidance that I'm getting is so great.
Minister, Egypt comes at this from sort of both sides. I mean, you had an industry that was probably the least sustainable and amongst the most damaging at some point in the past, that you've now got to move to the most sustainable. But anyone who's been there looks around and thinks, how on earth are you going to do it?
Well, of course, first COP27 taught us a lot. We had Egypt and the entire industry had to rise up to the level of expectations of host of COP27. Capital allocation, obviously. The industry is still, as with many other countries, a very fragmented industry. So they be able to avail the capital that is necessary to make the transformation is key to the success. I'm making sure that it's actually a self-regulated move from the industry. We have a very strong civil society organizations that represent the industry, and they see the transfer to reducing emissions and footprint as in their best interest.
So I was reading an interview with you in some of my notes about the Red Sea project, John, and you talked about these pristine waters and a coral better than the Maldives and others. I'm sure we can discuss that. But it had me thinking, well, if it's so pristine and it's so magnificent, why are you building there at all?
Good question.
I mean, I'm aware of where I am, and I'm aware of the size of the project, but at the end of the day, you can't put all this up, even if you're carbon neutral, without doing damage.
Look, I think we have a pristine environment for which we're blessed. I think we have learned a lot of lessons from the past and are approaching development in a manner that has never been done before.
So it's an experiment?
You could call it that. I mean, we do consider ourselves as a place of learning and understanding and a sharing of the knowledge that we derive from it. So we started with science first. We didn't start with bring in the master planners, bring in the architects, let's figure out how do we take this beautiful, pristine environment. We analyzed it, we quantified, we used statistical modeling to determine where to develop and where not to develop. Let me finish. We have 90 pristine islands. 75% of those islands will remain untouched. We identified the most valuable islands and said, we will not develop there. So for example, I wear a turtle on my pin very proudly because when we looked at our destination, we found the most exquisite island that we could develop. And it would have made commercial sense to do so. It would have been a spectacular resort. We chose not to develop that island because it's home to a critically endangered species. So what I'm here to tell you is that development done right can happily coexist with the environment. And that's what we're doing. And we're using the Red Sea project not just for a Saudi project, but actually to lead a global transition towards regenerative development. We're doing something that has never been done before anywhere in the world.
Well, let's not worry about what other people will follow on from that. Hang on. The peanut gallery can wait. The problem is, let's take Egypt. Now, you may be changing things, sir, and you may be moving to better times, but I think you would agree that in the past, things have not been done well.
Like everywhere else, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the fear is that this experiment, you may discover that there are some shortfalls within it. What will you do then?
Okay, so first of all, we've learned from the mistakes that we as humankind have made in the past. So we're hoping not to replicate and repeat those mistakes. We're using technology. I mean, first of all, let me go a step back. We've done an extensive survey of everything that we have. We've published that. We're putting ourselves out there to the world saying, here's our starting point. We've committed to make the place better by 30% over the coming decades. We will monitor that using technology, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning. We will use real-time data to give us early warning signs. Yes, it's somewhat of an experiment if you want to characterize it as such, but if something is proving to be a problem, we have the ability to react. We're not going to overdevelop. We're going to limit the number of visitors to a destination that's the size of Belgium to no more than 1 million visitors, a site that could easily accommodate 10 million people.
Minister, as you come from the commercial sector, you come from banking, what role can, if you like, the financing of these projects play in ensuring the sustainability within them?
That's a good question.
Or don't they care?
Well, absolutely they care, because the financiers and the allocators of capital these days understand that over the coming decade, a project that is not that is not environmentally sustainable or has clear view of how to reduce emissions and footprint is not going to be able to compete in the future. Today, if you ask every single customer cares about the environment, about the climate change. It might not today change the decision-making process. Probably customers today, all our market research are showing that they might not want to pay significantly more for a sustainable stay, but in the future they will.
Mark, is it your experience that your guests rate this as a significant issue when choosing to stay?
I would say, first and foremost, groups, that is corporate groups and associations, and state and local governments and the federal government all have requirements to understand and track and understand your current level of sustainable operations. And so I would put them first in terms of the elevated consciousness level. Part of that's regulatory requirements. But then there's an increasing number of people who are looking for and holding companies accountable for their practices. And we get lots of feedback about single-use plastics, for example, the continual use of single-use plastics. So while we have been working on removing them, they still exist in some of our hotels. And during COVID, it actually exploded in terms of use because people were concerned about container infection being passed by physical contact and things like that. So we've got more work to do in this regard, but the court of public opinion matters, and the voices are growing louder.
In terms of you, sir, you have a problem, and the problem is this: the federal government can only go so far. Sure. Because not only is it a very diverse industry, you've got the hotel operators, you've got the hotel owners, you've got the car operators, you've got the souvenir, blah, blah, blah. We all know the number of actors. But you, of course, also have state and local authorities. And a lot of what we're talking about is up to them, not you. And even if it was up to you, it's the EPA.
Of course. Well, so I think one of the things that you're hearing from all of us is that trying to come up with a sustainable model for business as well as government or anything else, it really takes whole of everybody approach. I mean, there's no one entity, whether it's government or private sector, that's going to solve our climate crisis, because at the end of the day, we all created the climate crisis as humankind for 10,000 years. We were talking last night, your hometown is Liverpool. In the words of the immortal Paul McCartney, we've all just kind of let it be. I mean, we've literally just said, the country, the world, it's just going to be the way it is because we need to develop. We need to feed our people. We need to do what we need to do. But at some point in the last 30, 40 years, people stopped and said, wait a minute, what we're doing is wrong. We're just going in the wrong direction. We have to be sustainable. We have to conserve. We have to be efficient with what we have. And we've got to replace what we have with renewable fuels. And so that has to be something that the government and the private sector has to work together. And in America, I mean, I'll be frank, we are not only one of the largest countries, but economically, we've done our share, if not more, of the polluting. And that's the reason why we've stepped up. We were at the COP27 recently. Thank you for hosting that. We were at the COP27 announced a number of initiatives. I know you don't want to go through the initiatives, but the point is, the USA is here. We're stepping up, and we're going to do our part. But we're asking all of us, and one of your favorite words, collaboration. We want to work together.
So I do. Before I want to move on to another area, the USA is here for now.
Yes.
I mean, 2024. You see, what happens is exactly the opposite of what we heard this morning's panel. They talked about leadership, they talked about vision, they talked about resources. Yes. Now, the US can certainly have all three, but the last 10 years have shown the ability to maintain.
And I'll address that very frankly, which is we have done an amazing job in the last 2 years in terms of major investments that cannot be reversed. No matter who is in office in a few years, the investments we're making, $360 billion with a B in climate change, in renewables, in clean energy. This is something that's going to be here to stay. And even though it ended up being passed with only one party in charge, the reality is by the time 2 years from now it rolls over, we're going to have had so many investments, it's going to be irreversible. The point about conservation, point about efficiency, point about sustainability is you don't go back and try to undo damage in the past by going back and reversing. You just keep going in the same direction. That's what we're doing in the United States.
I want to change subject today slightly. It's sort of sustainable, but in a different way. One of my colleagues was saying, Richard, you've missed the point. The point is 1 million people have left the industry or whatever. How does the industry turn itself into an industry that people want to work in? Where they don't want to work, because I'll start with you, Mark, because the people don't want to work till 4 in the morning, work every weekend for relatively lower pays. So how can this industry make it sustainable and attractive from an employment point of view?
First and foremost, we as a company have a purpose centered around care, not service, but care. The difference being the practice of empathy and understanding what the needs of an individual are. That starts with our colleagues. Elle McPherson was just on stage and talking about holistic well-being. That's where it begins, being mindful of the needs of your own colleagues and doing a better job of serving them. And in our case, we went from physical security at the very beginning of the pandemic and quickly pivoted to mental well-being within less than a year, because the mental strain and stresses of the pandemic and the job really took hold. But the other aspect of being in the hospitality business specifically is it's a social business. You're working with other people to serve others, human beings. And that's why people come into the industry. They don't come into the industry because they want to sit behind a terminal. They want to engage with human beings. And a lot of the people that were in our sector left to go to Amazon distribution centers. That is an extraordinarily lonely job. And it's not one in which you actually develop a community and a sense of camaraderie. And we're getting a lot of people back.
That was my next question. Are you seeing a return?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Because the jobs are quite difficult, and you work alone for a dramatic part of your day, a dramatically large part of your day. So for me, I think it's about reestablishing those connections, like we are doing here, in person, to develop that culture and to make sure that we're caring for those people holistically, not just in physical terms.
I think the industry over the past couple of weeks couple of years have lost significant portion of its value proposition for talent. And I think for the industry to be able to rebuild its value proposition for talent, it has to refocus again on the entire purpose of travel and tourism, which is it brings happiness to people. It just allows people to, get away from their lives for a week or two and then be able to re-emerge again.
But how do you make it an industry that people want to work in?
So it has to focus on the value proposition for talent. And the value proposition today has been tarnished because first, the industry hasn't spent enough on training for the past couple of years. It doesn't have enough scale. It's very fragmented industry. And accordingly, it hasn't been able to, to withstand the crisis that it has passed by. And as a result, a lot of people have lost their well-being. I think the key issue as well, industry needs to develop ways to improve the productivity of the worker in the industry, because it is a fact that workers' productivity per hour in our industry is lower than other industries, manufacturing, for example. And accordingly, the industry's ability to continue to pay people for the productivity has also been diminished.
So that is, you've got all these people that have to say so many are coming back because the alternatives are even more difficult. But at the end of the day, the thing that has struck me about the summit so far is the number of people who say basically that it's no longer, never mind business as normal. It's not business as it was. It's not business as usual. The new rules are being written. And when we talk about, whether it be on the revenue model, whether it be on this demand and supply level, whether it be on employees. So how do you, as government, see it?
Sure. I think, well, first of all, considering that the theme of this conversation is about sustainability, it's not just about climate. As you know, sustainability has many pillars. Economic empowerment and equity is important. So is social and societal equity is important. The way we look at it in the United States is one of our shortfalls right now, especially in the hospitality industry, is that we have a mismatch between our gender parity. So we have at the lower end of the jobs, whether it's on the service sector, in the hospitality, hotels, restaurants, you have a lot of women. In fact, the majority of those workers are women. As you get higher and higher in the corporate sector, in the management side, you end up having less and less women. So that equity imbalance has to be part of the sustainability conversation, because the way to attract people to work in a good job is to know that they have a future in that job.
How do you do that?
Well, so part of it is laws. In the United States, I can't speak for other countries, but in the United States, we just raise our minimum wage, but there's some exceptions for certain kind of industries. We have to meet that. Second is in terms of allowing for women in particular, those that want to have children or have children already, for them to come back to work, they need paid leave. We're unfortunately one of the few countries that still doesn't have paid leave at the federal level. So that's a very important part of that pillar of having social and economic sustainability.
I mean, these are excellent improvements. As you look for your workforce in the future, I assume you're going to be looking for best practice everywhere. What will you be doing?
Well, look, I want to go back a step. If you think about the importance of the sector globally, I mean, tourism represents over 10% of GDP. It employs 10% of the global population, so it's hugely important. There's no shortage of people that want to be part of this. What we're doing is, I mean, to pick up on what Mark said, being more, mindful of the well-being and the welfare of our employees is an important part of that. Working with our local communities. Again, ESG is not just about environment. It's about not just your own employees, but the people in the communities that you affect. We have no shortage of interest of people wanting to come and be part of this new sector that's coming in Saudi Arabia. We have a tremendous number of people that are applying for roles, and we're providing the training and the skills to create those career opportunities that up until now hasn't been available here.
To a large extent, the fascinating part about what's happening here is that everybody will be watching to see what happens here.
Indeed.
And,
Don't I know it?
And this really comes back to this, I hate to keep coming back to it, but however many million left the industry and haven't come back. You say some are coming back, but there has to be a change in mindset.
Yes. I agree with that. I think some of our practices are anachronistic. So the idea of having housekeeping shift begin at 7:30, stand up for an 8 o'clock start, is written in some rule book that was produced 50 years ago and never changed. When you have a huge number of people, women especially, who need to get their kids off to school or take care of a parent living at their house or get back home at a certain time, where's it written that we have to actually stand up shifts this way? But these are some of the practices, and they, by the way, these same old world practices, the part of the new initiatives that we have to undertake is a complete rethink from the lens, putting yourself in the shoes of those who you're trying to attract into the industry, and you make changes.
On that point about the rethinking and coming back to the business, not as usual, but the new business that hasn't been developed, I think one of the solutions is the young people. And I know that Saudi Arabia in particular has a tremendous percentage of, was it 70% of the nation is less than 35 in age? I think it's just an unbelievable number. So think about this from your perspective, right? Not as old guys like me and some of us here, but if you're a young 20-something-year-old, what kind of industry do they want to work in? What kind of jobs do they want to have? And I think that's going to drive the future of our industries. And part of that is the different experiences that they want. And so I think tourism in some ways is a solution. Not only is it a travel solution, but tourism is a solution because we can't just go back to the tourism attractions the same way it was. Hotels, Disneyland, national parks, etc. It has to be experiences that the young people want. And in the US, we're really focused on outdoor recreation. Outdoor recreation takes up about 1.8% of the GDP now, and that's a really growing area. That's the place that young people want to be. And maybe that's part of your solution too, is creating that opportunity for young people to come back and do something while they're working, also having a good lifestyle.
Final question. You don't get any wishes, unlike the previous panels. I want you to tell us of a job that you have done in the industry, at college, or first job that really showed you, and if you haven't worked in the industry, find something suitable. So for me, it was the time I was working in a bar, where we used to live, and I remember those long hours, but it was great fun. It was great fun, and you knew what she drank, and you knew what he drank, and you always took home the chocolate cake afterwards to eat. Now, starting with you, sir, a job that you've done. You're Minister now of Egypt, but what have you done?
Well, my first job was actually at the age of 15. I actually waited tables.
Did you?
Yes, I did, at one of the hotels in Cairo. And actually, by my 5th day, I actually spilled the apricot in the back of one of the guests. And actually, I had to dry the entire cutlery of 1,000 people, 12,000 pieces of cutlery actually until.
But you've never forgotten those experiences.
Sorry?
You've never forgotten that feeling.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think young jobs like this is actually what creates character.
Correct. Sir, you, Secretary.
So one of the coolest jobs I've ever had in my life deals with tourism and attraction. And one of the greatest attractions in the world, if you want to think about the global events, is the Olympics. In 1988, the Olympics was held in my hometown of Seoul, where I was born, and I had the tremendous privilege and the opportunity to serve as a translator. So I worked at the Olympics in Seoul, and I lived in the villages there, met the all the athletes, and I spent 2.5 months as a translator going to all the events. And that's why I'm a big believer in attracting big events, whether it's a World Cup in the US. We're actually hosting the Olympics in 28 as well. But we welcome everybody to the United States for those events.
And he'll translate for a fee. Sir.
I was a busboy in a restaurant at the age of 12. Yeah, and I moved quickly. I had waited on tables. I ended up even cooking. And it gave me a real appreciation for the hard work that people in the hospitality industry actually, undertake every single day.
You've never forgotten it?
I've never forgotten it, never.
I'm coming to you last, sir, because you're actually in the industry.
Yeah, well, I likewise bus tables at a burger joint in Covent Garden for a while when I was in school in the UK. But apart from that, I took some time to go through and work in several of our hotels in every single department. And making beds alongside our housekeepers was the most humbling experience. I was reprimanded a number of times in terms of my technique. But I also came to really deeply appreciate how difficult of a job it is.
So I give to you, ladies and gentlemen, now before we're finished in this conference, he will serve you at a table and you'll end up with apricot down your back. He will make your bed. God help you if you ever have to sleep in it. This gentleman is going to remove everything and bust the tables. He will translate into what language?
Korean and a little bit of French.
He will translate into Korean, which even if you don't speak Korean won't make any difference. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Richard? Perfect. So you're a member of the Hyde family.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic panel. Once again, please join me in thanking Richard Quest and his panel and those fantastic stories, those anecdotes. Thank you so much for sharing that. And let's continue, ladies and gentlemen, our journey and discuss more about what can be done to lower the carbon footprint of travel and tourism. And travel and tourism is so much about storytelling, those stories that stay with us as travelers, about our incredible stories of people that we meet along the way on our trips, the beautiful places that we discover, and all the delicious food that we eat. I can't stop eating the Saudi dates, by the way. They are absolutely incredible. And as a sector, we need to share our stories, our accomplishments, and really talk about how we are moving that needle. Let's talk about Iberostar. This is a company that has just announced a very ambitious roadmap to accelerate this transition. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, now in welcoming to the stage Gloria Fluxha, Vice Chairman and Chief Sustainability Officer of Iberos Group Star. She's here to share how her company is set to achieve some very fantastic, ambitious targets. Gloria, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Very much.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here at this vibrant global summit. Thank you to our esteemed host, His Excellency Minister of Tourism, Ahmed Al-Khatib. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to be here and share a little bit of our experience. So, at a time where the travel and tourism industry has one of its main challenges, the impact of climate change, and biodiversity loss is a dire reality, we all need to look for solutions. At Iberostar, we have a long-term and continuous commitment that is at the cornerstone of our culture. So we bring solutions to the table using science and data. We really like science because it shows us the way, and we like data because we're able to measure it and keep track. At Iberostar, we're a 100% family-run business. We have a presence in more than 16 countries. Hopefully number 17 will be Saudi. A community of more than 30,000 employees. And we have 65 years of history in hospitality, with our origins dating back to 1877. We envision a responsible tourism model where coastal ecosystems thrive, where nature thrives. And we envision that alongside as well with quality, profitability, and a long-term vision. And in order to make that vision a reality, what we had clear in Iberostar from the beginning is that we really needed to entrench that vision in our strategy. So in our strategy, we have our movement, Wave of Change, which focuses in 3 areas, mainly. A circular economy approach, blue foods, and coastal health. In our circular economy approach, we started in 2019 eliminating all single-use plastics across all our portfolio. We continued, and now we have this vision to become waste-free by 2025. We have an internal team called the 3Rs team, solely dedicated with more than 200 people on sorting out waste so that it doesn't end up in landfills. This vision, this year itself, since food waste is such an important figure in it, we're reducing food waste in 2022 by 50%. Another aspect which is also important is decarbonization and our vision to become carbon neutral by 2030. We presented our decarbonization roadmap at the COP27, and our commitment is to reduce 85% our scope 1 and 2, and 50% our scope 3. We're doing this and have been validated by Science-Based Target Initiatives this past October. And we know that this plan is very ambitious and will be a journey, a tough journey. A journey where we have to decarbonize at least, where we will have to reduce our energy consumption at least 35%, where we will have to electrify our hotels, where we have to really push forward and to find innovation and to really have access to a lot of renewable energy. So that is part of the journey. The journey will imply a lot of investment, a lot of behavioral changes, but we do feel that it's the right path to take, and we're moving that forward. The second focus is seafood, blue foods. Being passionate about the oceans, all our portfolio mainly is comprised of beachfront properties. It made sense that we gave this focus, and our roadmap of seafood is really targeting to have traceability and 100% responsible sourcing of our seafood by 2025. A part of this seafood journey that is vital for us as well is the lifting up local component, because we know we want to source as well at the destinations where we operate, supporting communities, giving different alternatives and different livelihoods, but at the same time enhancing the gastronomical experience of our clients, because it really has to revert in quality and experience in every part of the journey and the vision that we have. The third area of focus is coastal health. Coastal health means to us the vision that all coastal ecosystems where Iberostar is operating will be improving in ecological health by 2030. Here comes into play the role of science. We use clearly defined KPIs to target that, because at the end, what we really want to see in the future of travel and tourism is resilient and regenerative destinations. We really want to work towards that. And coastal health overall has value to all the different angles, to the communities, to our operations, to the destinations. To the communities, we promote as well tourism at the destination, so community tourism that adopts that alternative to livelihood. To our operations, what it means is more protection to climate impacts. If we have healthy coral reefs in front of our assets, this will mean that we'll be more protected against climate events and hurricanes. So it makes sense. And to our destinations, it's a win-win. Destinations that have quality and nature, that have ecosystems that thrive, are going to be more attractive and are going to have more quality. And therefore, for us, again, it was a clear path forward. As I was mentioning at the beginning, the loss of biodiversity and nature is something not to be taken minimizing the impact or the effect that it has. Therefore, we do believe that there's a necessity for a global framework for nature and biodiversity. We need to bring all players together in the table, governance, private, public stakeholders, in order to promote that global framework. For that reason, Iberostar is very happy to have supported the nature positive tourism vision of the WTTC and have become Guardians of Nature this year. And we hope this will generate a lot of traction as well and support, because we need to see nature as our ally, as our most important asset. And arriving to our conclusions, I do believe that our travel and tourism sector has proven its capacity to adapt, to innovate in critical times. Especially these past years have proven that capacity, so there's no doubt that the capacity is there. It's just a question of really jumping up to the challenge. As Julia Simpson was mentioning this morning, there's really a need for courage, so we do need to have that courage to continue investing, to really finding solutions together and pushing towards that collaborative action that is really necessary. Because in our future, if we think about our future and guests, they will be really demanding that responsible tourism vision. A responsible tourism model that we all need to strive towards, that finds the right balance between profitability and leaving the right legacy for our future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gloria Fuchsia, former Group Iberostar. Thank you so much for your fantastic presentation there.
We continue to talk about sustainability, ladies and gentlemen, and during COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh just a few weeks ago, the world came together to really move from talk to action. And a big theme, of course, this year was so important, was supporting developing nations. And indeed, the devastating effects of climate change disproportionately affect the most vulnerable people. 700 million people could be displaced by drought by 2040. That's an incredible figure, isn't it? 700 million. And it's important to consider that leadership and action are needed more than ever to really drive this change. And today, it gives me great pleasure to announce that we have two incredible minds, leaders behind that all-important Paris Agreement, joining us here today in conversation. And they're here to address how our world has changed, plus some of the achievements so far, but also the greatest challenges we face as humans and as a sector to protect our future and our planet. And joining us on stage now, ladies and gentlemen, is we will have right now the ex-Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. If you could please make your way to the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your very kind introduction, Madam Julia Simpson, President and CEO of WTTC. And I'd like to thank His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for inviting me to this very important occasion. And I now recognize the presence of former President of Mexico, His Excellency Felipe Calderon, and many distinguished excellencies and guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to deliver these remarks at the World Trade, Travel and Tourism Summit 2022. I take this opportunity to offer my warmest congratulations on the organization of 22nd WTTC Global Summit, which comes at a vital juncture as we seek ways to illuminate the path towards a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for all people and the planet. And today, we find ourselves at the center of a variety of converging global crises and increased uncertainty. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues to impact our economies, societies, and way of life. Geopolitical tensions are intensifying, particularly between the United States and China, and also United States versus Russia, and the ongoing illegal Russian aggression of Ukraine represents one of the most dangerous moments for global security in decades. At the same time, our planet is on fire, both literally and figuratively, as the climate crisis is deepening with the surging temperatures, raging floods, rising sea levels, and burning wildfires. New technologies are altering how we live and how we work. Sweeping advances in AI, technology, biotechnology, robotics, and VR are rapidly changing our countries and businesses. However, despite these challenges, we have made some progress in key areas, as I believe we have invaluable opportunities to change the world for the better. But to do so, we need to better come together in partnerships, expand collaboration across borders and seas, and work for a more peaceful and sustainable world underpinned by justice, solidarity, and prosperity. And I firmly believe that the dynamic travel and tourism sector has a transformational role to play in this regard. Indeed, tourism has made a substantive contribution to our socio-economic development and has direct linkages with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. While serving as the Secretary General of the United Nations, I am honored to have prioritized to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Climate Change Agreement. These are two conjoined global goals. Thank you very much for your support. The UN global goals, including SDG and Paris Agreement, offers us a way forward to confront the most critical issues of our time. These include hunger, climate change, poverty eradication, health, education, inequality, human rights, peace and justice, and gender equality. They can bring all nations and all people together in global cooperation and partnership to help chart a more sustainable, green, and prosperous post-COVID-19 future. At their very heart, they synergize crucial international, intercultural, and intergenerational collaboration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now, however, we need elevated and expedited partnerships, political will, cooperation, and solidarity to implement them. And I firmly believe that people who are committed to peace, sustainability, public health, and climate action are absolutely crucial in both persevering over the complex global challenges we are facing now. This understanding stems from my 10 years serving as UN Secretary General, where I realized the global citizens all around the world are essential to persevering over local, national, and international crises. These include fighting pandemics, tackling climate change, achieving SDGs, and building peace and resolving conflicts. This is why global citizenship is so important. And that's also why I believe it is so critical for the world in both the near and longer term, particularly in terms of advancing essential international, intercultural, and intergenerational collaborations. Global citizenship. Now, what is a global citizenship? That's a significant concept that can serve as a unique tool to help solve some of our most pressing challenges and help us reach the UN's global goals. Global citizens identify themselves not as a member of a nation, but as a member of humanity more largely. They are understanding and tolerant of other people, cultures, and religions. When I was just an 18-year-old high school boy, I was very lucky enough to be invited to the United States as one of the students representative of Red Cross at the time. We were honored. There were about 140 students from about 40 countries around the world. At that time, we were honored to meet with President John F. Kennedy. What he told us, young students, he said, the world leaders are not talking each other. Of course, that was in the height of Cold War. Russia and Soviet Union and communist bloc and free countries, they were not talking. But I think you young people, you can do better. The question is whether you are ready to extend your helping hand. That means that he was meaning that global citizenship. This is what really inspired me. I resolved at that time that I really wanted to do something for my poor country, and I really wanted to be a diplomat. I never thought that one day I would become Secretary General. I just wanted to become Korean diplomat. Now, I was most honored to serve as a Secretary General. But this, what President Kennedy told me, really has been keeping in my mind. And I thought that global citizenship, whether you belong to Saudi Arabia, United States, Korea, Japan, China, doesn't matter. There is no boundaries these days. This is what Kennedy told me. There are no boundaries among the countries. But there were much, much higher boundaries at that time. But he was speaking us that we need to become global citizens. I try to be global citizen even now. That's why the first thing after my retirement from the United Nations was to establish Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Vienna, Austria. I recently opened another one in New York, where all member states are located there. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have so many problems here and there, pandemic and all health issues, political issues, poverty issues, gender issues. But with global citizens, I think we can solve this problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really urging, let us work together as a global citizen to make this world better for all, to make this world sustainable. I think this is our moral and political responsibility to transfer this world in a sustainable way to our succeeding generation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am ready to have some further discussions with my good colleague, former Mexican Foreign Minister and former Executive Secretary Espinosa, and Patricia Espinosa, who just retired from her job as Executive Secretary of UNFCCC. Thank you very much for your leadership and attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon. Fantastic to have you here and to really share with us so much of the wonderful work that you've done and that you continue to do. And I love what you mentioned about John F. Kennedy and how he inspired you. We are global citizens. World leaders need to speak together. And we will continue the conversation now. And for that, I would love to invite to the stage, it is my pleasure to invite Patricia Espinosa, former Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Welcome to you for a conversation with Ban Ki-moon. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Secretary General, you cannot imagine how much of an honor it is for me to be able to have this conversation in this magnificent framework here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Sir, let me start, and I cannot resist also, to start with a personal remark. And the personal remark is intended to thank you for the trust that you put in me. You gave me your trust and designated me Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change 6 years ago.
Yes.
6 years
That's
ago.
Right. Before my departure from the
Before
United Nations.
you departed from your 10-year tenure as Secretary General. It has been a fantastic journey, full of challenges, and I want to thank you for that trust. You also entrusted me with being part of the high-level panel that did the report on the Sustainable Development Goals. A high-level panel, a magnificent panel headed by a president of Indonesia at that time, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, Prime Minister Cameroon, and President Eileen Sirleaf from Liberia. So thank you, sir. So I feel that I have a very, very strong link with you in the agendas that you have put forward. Now, please, I wanted to ask you, during your tenure in 2015, you managed to get the United Nations to approve the two very important blueprints for the future of humanity, the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. That is, in my view, and I say it very frequently, one of the most important achievements that the United Nations has given to humanity in the last decades. So, sir, can you share, I would like to share with the audience some insights. You and me, we know how the UN works, but maybe if you can share some insights of what were the biggest challenges for you in order to be able to exercise that leadership and get the world, almost 200 countries, to come together in these two fantastic and very transcendental instruments. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for your very kind words about our working relationship. I think I have appointed many people from many countries on senior positions. And one thing of which I'm proud is that before I left the United Nations, I nominated you as Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, because when we adopted Paris Climate Change Agreement on December 12, 2015, then it was ratified, came into effect only on November 4th, 2016, just about 50 days before my departure. I just wanted to make sure that this agreement must be fully implemented. Then I need somebody who had a great talent and commitment. When she was foreign minister together under President Felipe Calderon, I really appreciate your leadership, because when there was almost a tragic failure of the United Nations in Copenhagen 2009, this is very notorious COP15, which was a total failure in working for climate change. Then President Calderon and then Foreign Minister Espinosa, they worked very hard following year, 2010, and made this process on the track, adopting this Green Climate Fund, etc., etc. That was a beginning of success 5 years later. Again, as I said, what is important is that agreement may be important, but what is important is implementation. But I am deeply concerned, even at this time, after 6 years of my retirement, the world leaders are not united. That is one thing which I am very much concerned. But now, having suffered from pandemic and many health issues and geopolitical issues, I hope that the leaders, particularly political leaders, will come to understanding their global responsibility, global leadership. Now, talking about your own questions, then, as I said, those two global goals, Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Climate Change Agreement, are the two most important, most, I think, ambitious and inclusive and far-reaching, most far-reaching present visions the United Nations has ever presented to the people of the world. Those are two. Then we have our moral and political responsibility to carry on. Then what about the SDGs, 17 goals? Are we really be able to finish all 17 targets by 2030? I'm afraid no. It's almost impossible. Some report, Sustainable Development Panel report, or ADB, Asian Development Banks, or SCAP reports suggested that it may go beyond until 2053 or so. And for African countries, it may be about 2060 when all these 17 goals could be implemented. That's very much disappointing. That's why I'm really urging you and political leaders, business leaders here to raise your ambitions level, politicians, political ambition level. If we join all our hands on the deck together, like a global partnership, the number 17 goal is a global partnership. This is a partnership among government, business communities, and civil societies. When these trilateral partnerships are working, then I think we can do it. Of course, there are some improvement in SDGs, like bettering maternal mortality rate. It has improved. And there is some improvement in eradicating abject poverty and hunger. But that was only possible because of Chinese government massive work to lift at least more than 400 million people out of abject poverty. That raised the statistics. But if you go, most of the LDC countries, there are still many people are starving. The World Food Program, WFP, recently predicted that by 2023, next year, there will be at least 1.9 billion people who will suffer from abject poverty, famine, and starvation. These are something very gloomy picture. That's why just 2 years ago, I worked, my foundation, Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, worked together with Asian Development Bank together. And then we had some statistical review on this matter. Then I went to United Nations and met my successor, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General. I think it may not happen by 2030. So you better be ready to make some successor vision of Sustainable Development Goals. I can tell you, even though I'm not a statistician, by 2030, there is no way that these 17 goals will be implemented. Then I advise him, at least 5 years before you leave, you better prepare, as I did before, a successor vision. And then he checked with many organizations, and he agreed to that, and he announced that by 2025, just 3 years later, the United Nations will hold a social summit, and they will discuss what to do about this, the Sustainable Development Goals. So I hope that by that time, we'll have better coordinated, much stronger and tighter goals to make sure that we'll have successor vision. But even before that, we have to strive to do as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your leadership, for your continuous engagement. And as you are saying, it's very clear, we need leadership. Leadership is really a key word. And we were hearing that in some of the panels this morning. Leadership was crucial, for example, in 2010, when we had the COP16 in Cancun. Without President Calderón's leadership, we would not have been able to deliver a good outcome, to rescue the process, the multilateral process that was really in a very bad situation. Without your presence, your support, your participation, it would not have been possible. And I mention this because I think we are today in a very critical situation, again, right? We are, I don't want to repeat what many of the speakers have addressed to already, the many crises that have come together and are presenting a very difficult picture for governments, for businesses, for communities. So, but I want to say it is critical that we manage to change that idea that we can continue to work with business as usual. That will not happen. In the case of the tourism industry, for example, it is absolutely necessary to change the way it is functioning, not only for the climate or for nature, for the survival of the sector itself. So, Secretary General, in this difficult context, I believe that we need to resort again to multilateralism, to diplomacy, to really getting the minds of people together, overcoming this idea that what happens beyond my borders is not anything that is affecting me. We are seeing that it is not true. That argument cannot be sustained. So what would be your reflections on the way forward?
It's easy to criticize than presenting some good answers and solutions. Many people say that democracy is in crisis as a whole, and particularly multilateralism is in crisis. Why then United Nations is not able to handle all this matter? Because member states, particularly, are big powers. As I said in my statement, United States and China are not in good talking terms. Yes. Of course, Russia has become almost a pariah of all this international community because they illegally attacked Ukraine. Then there must be some renewed political leadership to make sure that this multilateralism, the symbolism, the largest international organization is the United Nations. The United Nations Charter should be really kept implemented as it is written there. For example, when I was in the office, the climate change was the most difficult negotiation, and China was not willing to engage with the United States and United Nations. At that time, I really worked very hard to bring President Obama and President Xi Jinping together. I think that was the way I was able to really convince the all global community. That's why we were able to have this Paris Climate Change Agreement in time. But therefore, as I said again repeatedly, global citizenship with the passion and compassion all working together. I think there are many leaders who have only passion. But when you have only passion, which is not accompanied with compassion, you do not know where this country is going, where your leadership is going through. Therefore, I'm always urging the leaders should have global mindset with the high, ambitious passion, but this passion should come together with the compassion. Only then we will be able to go into the right direction. There are still many poor people who is not able to come out of this abject poverty. Then it's a matter of political will. the United States and European Union and Japan and even my own country, Korea, they should do much more at this time. The promise, as the leaders made at the dawn of New Millennium 2000, when my predecessor Kofi Annan was the Secretary General, they promised that they will provide 0.7% of their GDP to developing countries. Now, where this 0.7% is now situated, we are having only 0.35% of GDP. There are only 6 countries in the world who have met this promise. The United States, Japan, France, Germany, they have not yet kept their promise, including my own country. I'm sorry to say so. Therefore, the promise once made, that's the beginning of the trust and confidence people will have in multilateralism. That's why multilateralism is not working. At this time, much, much worse than I was in my office at the United Nations. US, China, they are at odds. Then Russia is almost isolated from this international community. Then who can solve this matter? I met the Secretary General just a couple of weeks ago in my capacity as a member of the elders. So elders went to the Secretary General. So we need to really resuscitate and make multilateralism really working. So I hope, and we met again the members of the Security Council, all 15 members. I was very critical against members of the Security Council. When multilateralism does not work, that means because of the Security Council is divided. United States, China, Russia, France, and the United Kingdom, those P5, so-called, they are completely divided. So whatever may happen, when Russia says no, when China says no, then that's the end of the debate. I'm really urging then there should be some reform of the Security Council as soon as possible. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. And yes, on the agenda of the United Nations, the reform of the Security Council has been there permanently for decades and decades, and we don't seem to move forward. But I fully agree with you with the point that you make about compassion, about leadership, about trust building. Those are really the main elements in order to create an environment that will allow the world together. Now that really requires that people put themselves into the shoes of the others, that people really understand that when we are talking about climate change, we are talking about life in the planet as we know it, about the survival of our species, about the survival of other species as well. And that is, in my view, and I agree with you in this need to urge for more leadership, that is not yet in the minds of the leaders of the world. If you go to the, for example, now COP27, you go there and you see the discussions, and it's like nothing is really happening, while we have an agenda that is really the biggest threat that humanity has ever faced. And that the way that decisions are being taken do not reflect that. Now, in the case of the tourism industry, Secretary General, you mentioned already that it has a very close linkage with the SDGs. So could you maybe elaborate a bit on that?
Yes, before that, I think you mentioned climate change. I think this is our common business all the times, and everybody has a responsibility. Then the most serious threat to humanity and planet Earth is climate change. Climate change is approaching much, much faster than one may think. The geologists and scientists have warned that maybe within 100 years, if we do not take urgent action now to address the climate crisis, then this planet Earth and humanity may face with the 6th mass extinction. What does this mass extinction mean? That means more than 70% of all the species, including human being, will extinguish, will perish. Only 65 million years ago, the 5th mass extinction happened. Then why now, at this time, 21st century, we have technologies and scientific evidences, then why we cannot address this one? This is a much, much urgent issue which we have to then. In that regard, I am a little bit relieved that the so-called loss and damage, which has taken 30 years, was agreed upon. But it was just agreed upon that we address this loss and damage. There's nothing in detail. Again, I hope that there will be much more expedited negotiation for detailed manner. Then Glasgow COP26 was also, we expected highly, but they have not been completely able to deliver what humanity and planet Earth really wanted. But what is important at this time, we have to do. Now, about your question, there was the relationship between this travel and tourism, sustainable development, and climate change. I think it's a completely, one part. This is exactly one part. If we don't act climate change, or if we do not implement sustainable development goals, there will be no way for people to enjoy tourism and learn more intercultural or experiences. Then I really appreciate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their very far-reaching vision, using this travel and tourism as a way to augment the implementation of climate, also sustainable development. Let us think some linkages between sustainable development and the tourism. What kind of benefit tourism and travel can bring to the implementation of this one? For example, it has, most important thing is economy and job. Number 8 SDG, decent job and sustainable economic development. I think by traveling, you can create a lot of resources, financial resources, economic boost. I was told that according to WTTC report, that more than 10% of global GDP comes from this travel and tourism. This is 1/10 of the total global GDP. This is huge. It has also a lot of implications with water and energy. It has a lot of implications of cities, sustainable cities. And it has also educational effect. You can learn different culture from meeting the people from other countries. That means almost all the goals of sustainable development vision has tightly connected with the tourism. That is why this WTTC has a great meaning and importance, which we have to work together. Yeah.
Thank you, Secretary General. I fully agree with you that it's just one single agenda, and that's the Sustainable Development Agenda, which encompasses all the different aspects and all the different sectors. And I did want to raise this point because I think it is important also to communicate to our colleagues from private sector here how important their contribution to the to the attainment or progress on sustainable development goals is. It is not that business are acting in a different reality. It is part of the same reality, and therefore it is important that, and I would say also, we see so many examples. We just heard from the Vice President of Iberostar, how successful they have been in putting together a sustainability agenda, an agenda that leads their business towards low emissions, an agenda that is effective also in providing for their workers, their communities, etc. So
that's a very important question because we have so many business CEOs and chairmen here. Then, of course, politicians, their political leadership, global leadership is very important. But it is, after all, business community which carries and make transformative, innovative development and technology development are business communities. Therefore, the United Nations has always been encouraging as one of the three important pillars of global partnership. As I said, government leaders, then business leaders, and civil society leaders. These tripartite partnership must always be work together in parallel. Then business can lead this campaign because politicians, they are short-sighted. They are much more interested in re-election, the president and parliamentarians, ministers. They want to be re-elected. By doing that, they lose bigger sight, bigger vision. But business communities, I think they are the ones, I think you are the ones who can really change this world much better by investing wisely in climate adaptation, mitigation. I think we know that you have to mitigate. But how to invest wisely for adaptation, that is much more far bright and bigger vision. Then you can do much more for some societal movement. With the 21st science and technology, you can really go much faster in achieving all sustainable development goals and also helping implementing Paris Climate Change Agreement. I think importance, all the responsibilities are in your hands, distinguished business leaders. And with the strong support by legislation and political influence, then political leaders can really, again, support a business community. When this tripartite partnership works, I think we can make a better world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you. And our time is up. Before ending, I do want to thank very much the Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency Al-Khatib. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for inviting us, for having us. Julia Simpson from WTTC and the whole team, and also very especially my great friend Gloria Guevara and her team in the Ministry of Tourism. Of course, I cannot but mention again my boss, President Calderon. Thank you, President, for your leadership, for your lessons throughout my life. It has really inspired me. And Secretary General, also, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your continuous engagement. I think that the call that you just made is a perfect moment, a perfect message to end this conversation, which we could continue for 2 hours more, but we won't because there is a program that follows. So thank you everyone for listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ban Ki-moon. Thank you so much. And Patricia Espinosa, thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. And I have some fantastic news. We have hit, ladies and gentlemen, 1 million live stream views. Thank you so much to everyone watching outside. Shukran jazilan to all of you. And it is time now for a coffee break, time to get refreshments outside. Meanwhile, please visit our sponsors and Giga Project stands outside showing the incredible work taking place here in Saudi Arabia. Enjoy your break and please be back by 4:05. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ila liqa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you're all well. Your energy, I hope that's high. We continue, ladies and gentlemen, for the second pillar that is holding the travel and tourism sector together. Quite literally, it is us, people. Now, travel is an enabler for enhanced livelihoods. In fact, the sector accounted for over 330 million jobs in 2019. Incredible. 126 million new jobs are expected to be created by the travel and tourism sector in the coming decade. Now, we have got an amazing lineup here on this next panel. So, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our moderator and panel. They'll be looking at the potential to enrich communities through the development of tourism in lesser-known destinations, and the importance of urban planning to ensure that destinations are not solely great places to visit, but also great places to live in. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to the stage a friend and dear colleague. We used to live together in Bahrain, here in the Gulf. CNN's Hadley Gamble and her panel. And her panel are, I'm going to go introduce our dear panel. Fantastic. We have Her Excellency Cristina Garcia Frasco, Secretary of Tourism of the Philippines. Welcome to you, Your Excellency. His Excellency Vasilis Kikilias, Minister of Tourism from Greece. Welcome to you. And Manfredi Lefebvre, Chairman of Abercrombie & Kent. Welcome to you. Gibran Chapur, Executive Vice President of Palace Resorts. Welcome. The stage is yours. Enjoy. Over to you.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, my name is Hadley Gamble. I'm CNBC's Senior International Correspondent and anchor here in the region, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of my panelists to the stage. This is an exciting opportunity, I think, to talk about not only the global sustainability goals and what that means for business leaders, and particularly the travel sector, but also what this actually means for job growth. At CNBC, we look at markets, we look at numbers, and frankly, we look at money, but also how that impacts the world. And at this point, we are talking so often about inflation, recession, and fears about the global economy. It will be very exciting, I think, to hear from these panelists in terms of how they see this impacting not only job growth and people at home, but also communities and the sustainability there. I want to kick off with a question to His Excellency, Vasilis Kikilias. When you think about what happens next within the travel and tourism sector, obviously Greece is putting a lot of effort, a lot of money, and a lot of strength behind their tourism sector. How do you see it evolving in a way that actually benefits the community?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. We are in Greece in the top 5 touristic brands globally, and 25% of our GDP, directly or indirectly, it comes out of tourism. So it's incredible the amount of energy, job opportunities, and investments in the sector. So yes, in branded destinations, but mainly, as you said, in alternative destinations, we want to mix and blend with the local communities. I think the way that we have invested through the RRF in the infrastructures, waste disposal, use of water, ban of plastic, berth allocation in the cruising industry and working with the cruising industry, and of course, resorts and hotels, and of course, renewable energy, green and blue economy, eco-islands, the Greco Islands. So let's give an actual example. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister, initiated a program with Astypalea and Halki and Simi, very, very small islands in the Aegean, where we totally shifted the picture, and they will be under renewable energy. So from the fire extinguisher to the police car to the municipality offices, but actually the private sector also, the houses, and the need for energy will come from renewable sources. So this is a great approach
towards green and blue economy, of course, to low carbon emission and to helping the environment. It's a mandate that we're giving to the next generations and the next phase of tourism. We deeply want to invest in that. We communicate that with the National Organization of Tourism. Our campaign is going to be such, and of course, blending in with the local community means having people gain from the touristic sector, so they're with us, they shape up policies, they're happy about it, and the Greek philoxenia, they treat foreigners, they treat travelers in the best possible way.
Yeah, we're just days away, as all of you know, from an implementation of a ban on Russian oil in Europe. They're working on a ban of Russian gas in total in Europe. How challenging does it make your job in that sense? Because obviously you're looking to be much more eco-friendly, but you at the same time got to combat higher energy prices across the board, and that impacts folks at home.
That's very challenging. And of course, these last 3 years, starting with the pandemic, global crisis of public health, then a war in the heart of Europe, double-digit of inflation, energy crisis, unstable environment, but we're fighters and we're determined to push forward. So yes, we're supporting the private sector and we're supporting the touristic sector. More than 44 billion euro was spent within the pandemic to support the economy and the social, of course, framework in Greece. And now more than 12 billion euro because of the energy crisis to support individuals and support the industry. And we're going to keep on doing it, but yes, eventually we will pass to the next phase, and the next phase has to do with renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy, offshore investments in terms of energy, which is maybe solar parks within premises that's not going to be touristic, but will help us adapt to what we produce in terms of renewable energy. And then, come on, we all live in one planet. We cherish our planet. We love our countries, but we love the planet, and we want our children to have a chance of experiencing the unique experience that we offer in Greece, in Saudi Arabia, and all over the world. I think it's worth a try, and I think that finally, with difficulties, we will succeed in that.
Minister Frasco, the Philippines hosts some of the world's most incredible resorts, and they're very, very expensive. When you think about how that translates into the local communities, what is the government doing to make a way for folks at home in those communities to really benefit from all of that exorbitant wealth that is frankly visiting the Philippines?
Well, first of all, the inherent advantage of the Philippines is that it has 7,641 islands across our beautiful archipelago that is a host to many accommodation sectors and resorts, not just the expensive ones, but the affordable ones as well. And what we have been trying to do is to equalize tourism promotion and development by continuing to develop our key destinations such as Cebu, Palawan, and Boracay on one hand, while giving an opportunity for lesser known destinations to come to the fore and to be developed and lent with the expertise of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies. I was a mayor of a local government unit prior to becoming Secretary of Tourism this year, and therefore I have a full appreciation of how important it is to work with our local communities in the development and preservation of destinations. It's imperative to work with mayors, with governors, with district representatives, with community leaders so that theories about sustainability have a chance at actual implementation. We have recently launched a program called the Philippine Experience, a heritage, culture, and arts caravan that will take us through the Philippines' 16 regions, wherein we will conduct heritage mapping, culture mapping, product mapping, as well as discuss with local communities imperative and important sustainability practices that they can adopt in their tourist destinations. We're also in the process of incentivizing sustainability and green practices by way of revising our national accreditation standards for tourist destinations. And therefore, it's a whole of government and whole of country approach as far as implementing sustainable practices in our communities.
What's your message to those who want to come as private equity, as investors, as folks who want to put a hotel or a resort in the Philippines? What is your message to them in terms of the local communities and their inherent responsibility to the people who live there?
Well, the Philippines is open and ready for both tourists and investors. Our president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., has identified tourism as a priority under his administration. And this means that any investor that will come to the Philippines can expect the full and unequivocal support of government to ensure ease of doing business, incentives for investments, and the full cooperation of local government units that they may encounter when they put up the destination. Very important to us is, of course, the best ambassadors of the Philippines, the Filipino people. And for me, one of the best reasons why you should invest in the Philippines is that the Filipino hospitality is distinct around the world. It's felt wherever you may go, as we are in the accommodation and services sector. In many sectors of the tourism industry, we have demonstrated this even here in Saudi Arabia, where there are over 800,000 Filipino workers. And therefore, should investors be interested in coming to the Philippines, they can expect that their businesses will surely flourish and will have repeat customers, because the people that will populate these accommodation establishments are Filipino people with a distinct ability to convey the Filipino brand of service to all our guests.
One other country that's obviously quite known for its hospitality is Egypt. And Fridi, when you think about the tourism sector in your country, you have faced over even just the 2 decades that I've been covering the region, multiple different challenges, whether it be the Arab Spring, whether it be terrorism, whether it be the pandemic. When you look at what is happening in the world today, are you positive about tourism growth, particularly in Egypt? Or do you just have to be?
I'm Italian. But I have a big business in Egypt. No, I'm by nature, I'm a positive, so in general. And how can you not be in tourism when you see such a fast recovery? So Egypt has been absolutely booming. I get calls all the time for people that want to have a cabin or charter a boat, because it's a top demand. So in general, Egypt is, but Africa in general also is extremely, because a lot of people want to go in remote destinations.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been stuck in cities or stuck in their homes even, and now they want to go in the middle of the countryside, the wilderness, animal life, nature. I was lucky because Greece was fantastic, and I passed my summers in Greece on a boat, on a sailing boat, so I could do that, but many people couldn't. Many Americans could go in Chapur's resorts, so that he was also happy, but the world has been stuck.
Yeah.
And so it's pent-up demand, as you say, no?
Yeah.
Then in my sector, which is affluent, people are saying 60–70% of the people spend is money for enjoyment of life experiences.
But would you say it's recession-proof?
It's proving for the time being recession-proof. And it's even better. It is stock exchange-proof. There was always a correlation between the prices, the value of the shares on the stock exchange, and the willingness of wealthy people to spend. Because many of them were retired people who had put their savings in stocks. Now it's totally dislinked.
Yeah.
Shares go down, travel consumption goes up, rates go up. So it's amazing.
When you think about that, and just specifically to the challenges that are coming for the industry, the last time I spoke with Bill Gates, he told me that we have another pandemic in the offing. He didn't give me dates, unfortunately, but he said there was one coming. What, in your mind, is the greatest challenge to the industry today? Is it preparing for that next pandemic? Is it working around issues of recession and inflation?
Look, I mean, I started operating cruise ships in '86. So how many have you ever had? Not mentioned the towers, no? So, towers. That's geopolitics. It's happening again. Then we had the Lehman Brothers collapse. Financials. It's happened again. We have the pandemic. We've had the flu, the avian flu, the pig flu, all the time. It always recovered. I mean, it's it's an industry which is very strong at recovering. Of course, we could have seen the necessity to prepare broad capacity of producing vaccines, and because we were unprepared. And the selfishness, we were discussing with the minister, the selfishness that the world proved in the last 3 years is amazing. First, we think, we're very good at speaking, but when there's a problem, let's take care of ourselves. And so hopefully, I think that this is what will change.
Less selfish.
We said we're a global world, and if we want the other people, the people that are on countries which are less developed, that feel that we are in the same world, we have to be ready not to be selfish when the right moment comes, and blah, blah, blah. It's detestable, we can say.
Kelly, your industry has been perhaps maligned for many years as being one of the greatest polluters. And when we talk about ecosystems and sustainability, perhaps you'd like to share how the industry specifically has evolved from what we were even talking about 5 years ago.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to answer that question, because I think there are a great many misperceptions about the cruise industry. And in fact, what people should know about the cruise industry is that it's a leader in responsible tourism and maritime best practices. In fact, our industry has made a commitment to achieve net carbon zero cruising by 2030, which is an unbelievably ambitious target for everyone in the sector. And I think it's because of leaders like Manfredi and Pier Francesco Vago and the many members who sit on CLIA's board of directors that have been leading the way in innovation, making multi-millions of dollars of investment in things like the capability to use the transitional fuel of LNG. And these were decisions that were made 5 and 10 years ago that are now starting to lead the way as we look at sustainable fuels as part of that path to net zero. But it's not just about the propulsion of a ship. It's also about the hospitality operation that happens and the circular economy that the cruise industry has been so good at executing. Just the ability to recycle almost 100% of the waste that's on the ship in a responsible way. And it's also about the engagement with the communities on the shore. So it's beneficial for passengers because they have an extraordinary experience. We like to say that cruise is accessible, responsible, experiential, and together it's essential. But it's that people-to-people connection and the people-to-places connection and the sustainability message that is so dominant in the public discourse today is an area, whether it's destination stewardship or environmental sustainability, where the cruise ship operators and their partners in the ports and the destinations and all of the supply chain have been working together to really deliver a best-in-class sustainable experience.
Just to follow on to that, obviously with your industry, you're very, frankly, susceptible to swings in prices. And obviously, CNBC, we cover energy markets. In your mind, how challenging are the next couple of years going to be for the cruise industry, for operators, for owners? Because we're talking about prices that have the potential to spike quite enormously.
Right, and so as the trade association, we don't comment on that, but I will build on what Manfredi said before, which is the cruise industry has proven to be incredibly resilient, and I think you can expect, because, and as we heard earlier today from our chairman, we have movable assets, there's a flexibility that I think you can see in cruise that helps really surmount some of these challenges.
But you see them moving, frankly, in a more eco-friendly way in terms of sustainable fuels. That's the plan on the horizon.
It's not even the plan, it's being executed right now.
Yeah.
So we have terrific examples of different ships that are trying different sources of propulsion. So fuels is part of it, but there are more creative innovations from the paint that's on the ships and how that helps move them through the water, how air filtration works, how advanced wastewater works. Our goal is for the cruise industry to be distinguished as a leader in environmental sustainability because they have been leading the way for so many years. And because some of the ships are so visible, yes, and because we're so transparent in the data, you can see kind of more of the work that we do. So as the spotlight comes on to environmental sustainability, I look forward to the cruise industry really being held up high as an example of what can be achieved when you have leadership like we do of the cruise industry to be able to make some of these very expensive but very good decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, if the local communities where we go with the cruise ships would be subject to the same controls and same standards as the cruise ships are subject to, it would be a much better world.
Good point.
I mean,
You've got to talk to these government officials.
no, but I mean,
They've been great partners.
They're great partners. I mean, you have so many local communities which are not controlled. The sewers which go in the water, blah, blah, blah. No, so we are amazing. I'm sorry.
So if you couldn't hear on this side, it was basically if everybody was susceptible to the same regulations that cruise ships were, you would see an entire private sector that was accelerating. And then we talked about what good partners you all have been to the private sector.
Javon, talk to me a bit about the communities, because obviously when you're talking about resorts, you're talking about employment. In your mind, how much more can resorts like yours do to encourage the employment in the local community? Do you feel like that's done in a sustainable way?
Well, first of all, I'd like to define sustainability as we see it. I think sustainability has to be a balance between three things: environment, social impact, and the wallet of the investor. Because everybody speaks about green initiatives, but the investor will be looking at the dollar in the bottom line. So there should be this balance between all of these three factors. I'm not an expert in environment, but I believe that we do a very heavy work on social responsibility. We have 14,000 staff members in our company, and we're building projects that will employ more than 6,000 in the next 3 years. And those two projects are one in Dominican Republic and the other one is in Turks and Caicos. And something that we're doing in Dominican Republic, because it's a very heavy employment hotel, more than 2,000 rooms, 4,000 staff members, is that we're building a city because there's a lack of infrastructure. Because nowadays people get transported 2 hours to work and then 2 hours back to their homes. So imagine being a 20-year-old single mom who's gonna be taking care of your kids. So something important that we're doing is we're building 2,000 rooms, but we're building 2,000 apartments for the people to be able to live for free with their families. Along with these 2,000 apartments, we're building schools, parks, shopping malls, because people don't want to be just going to work and then go back home. They want to enjoy their lives. And the hotels make so much money, at least my competitors do, that we need to be able, I wouldn't say to share the wealth, but to be able to generate the wealth, to be able to pay better to our staff members. And I can tell you this investment is quite substantial. It's going to be 20% more of our investment of the hotel. But in the end, I think we're going to make up that money really quickly, because we're going to have less turnover, we're going to have better staff, we're going to have happy staff, and we're going to be able to charge more. So we're going to be able to make that money back. And in Turks and Caicos, which is an island, beautiful island, is paradise in the Caribbean. The premier, Washington Music, it's the first defensor of linkages and how to spread the wealth with the people in Turks. So instead of bringing people from abroad to be a musician, there's talent in the island. So we should be hiring people from the island so the wealth could be spread all over with the people. So that's the way we see how resorts, how hotels, ships, and tourist companies could influence in the social aspect in the destinations. And it is important to mention, and maybe it's not nice to hear, but I don't care, I just say it. We need to take care that tourism in third world countries doesn't become very profitable for the owner and then modern slavery for the employees. So we need to take that in account, make that balance, and in the end, you'll make more money as a company.
Yeah. And just out of business curiosity, in terms of the all-inclusive idea, is that going to see a boon in your mind over the next couple of years in a recession or inflationary environment?
Well, it's going to have a boom. It has had a boom. If you see the amount of destinations that are becoming all-inclusive, It's growing. And I don't want to, it's important not to confuse all-inclusive with cheap. Our all-inclusive resorts are $1,500 per night for 2 people. So that's not cheap at all. Actually, we're collecting the money, either they eat or not. So it's a good business model. And I think that the people don't want to be, they're on vacations. They don't want to be feeling they're paying for this, paying for that. So we believe this is good. The all-inclusive model employs a lot of staff members in a hotel different to a European plan. And definitely I think it will continue to grow, not in cities because people want to go out, go to different restaurants. But if you're in Cancun, in the Maldives, you don't have much where to go and eat. In Cancun, yeah, but Maldives, for example, no. So yeah, it depends on the destination. But again, you have to take care of the staff, and the staff will take care of your company.
Yeah. Minister Kikilios, just a few months ago, I had the chance to speak with your Prime Minister alongside a NATO summit. And our topic was not travel and tourism, but we did speak about jobs. How many jobs do you anticipate bringing to Greece as a result of your plans in the next year?
The next 10 years? Well, first of all, it's very, very important to understand that there's a lack of people that want to work in the sector in Greece, Europe, and I think globally. And this is something that we should take very, very seriously into account. Yes, it's creating job opportunities by the thousands, hundreds of thousands. We anticipate maybe 50 to 100,000 job opportunities every year increasingly for the next 10 years in Greece. The thing is how you reskill them, you upskill them, how do you respect them, their way of living, their framework of quality of life, because if they're happy, they're going to give it back to the sector. Of course, traditionally, we're blending in with the local communities in Greece, and many people work in the sector, but during the 2 years of the pandemic, I think it was more than obvious to all of us that people, because of their dramatic change of their lives, rethink about their job. Now, many of them want to work from home. Others never came back to the sector. It's a matter of great significance for us to have well-paid jobs. It doesn't always happen. So this is something that, of course, leaders, but also the private sector should take into account, because I do believe that there should be a balance between the things we offer and the way we offer them, and the people that work in the sector are our ambassadors towards travelers and tourists. Greek hospitality is famous from the ancient times until today. We want to preserve that, and this is the spirit of tourism. It's a state of mind, it's the ability and the essence of taking your family or your friends and traveling somewhere where you feel nice and you feel at home. This is what we serve, and this is what we want to preserve.
So essentially, you're saying that you're definitely going to be creating the jobs, but you're worried slightly about the sustainability in the sense that people will want to take them.
There's a lack of that in Europe and Greece and the world nowadays. And once again, it will have to do with quality. Of course, paying them the wages that are of course, so they can preserve their way of living. And yes, I think that it's very, very important to be able to reskill them and upskill them. So education plays a bigger and even bigger role every year in terms of the industry.
No doubt. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have run out of time, but it was wonderful to have you on the panel. Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, join me in thanking Hadley Gamble and her panel. Minister, thank you so much, Your Excellency. All right, thank you. A round of applause, please, for Hadley Gamble and her panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, well, we continue, and diversity, equity, and inclusion are not only the right thing to do, but they are also good for
business and more diverse businesses have proven to be more innovative. It really works. Now, more and more job seekers and employees are also considering a diverse workforce as a key factor when they go to evaluate that all-important job offer. So ensuring that our workforce represents society is critical, but also making sure that people feel included and welcomed and can really thrive in the workforce is fundamental. And for the panel, included and supported, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage CNN's Eleni Jokas and her panel. Over to you, Eleni. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic time. I certainly am. It has been incredible to hear all the insights, the passion, a lot of the data that is sort of going to be defining the next year in travel and tourism. And I have to say this again, I'm so delighted to be in Riyadh having these important conversations. We're going to be discussing inclusivity as well as job creation. It's a very broad theme, but there's a lot to discuss. We've heard a little bit from the previous panelists about jobs within the sector. Are people getting paid enough? Do people still want to work in the sector post-pandemic? I think we've all sort of recalibrated and thought very differently about our lives, and how do we create incentives for this very exciting industry? I'd like to welcome on stage my guests. I'm just going to take a seat while I call everyone up. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Naif Hamidi Mohammed Al Fayez. He is the Minister of Antiquities and Tourism for Jordan. Sir, welcome. You can come and take a seat. Desiree Bollier, Chair and Chief Merchant at Value Retail. Matthew Upchurch, Founder at Virtuoso. Chiara Corazza, Member of Gender Equality Advisory Council for the G7. And we have Zubin Karkaria. He's the founder and CEO of VFS Global. A round of applause for my fantastic panelists this afternoon. Fantastic. Take a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we all have a lot of experience after COVID struck. The demand destruction caused lots of small to medium-sized enterprises to fold. We saw many jobs in the hospitality industry completely upended. Airlines were grounded. I mean, the list, it goes on. We're sitting in a new reality where I, for one, have taken to the skies again, many people wanting to travel, whether it's business, whether it's leisure. And then we've seen massive gaps in the markets. There's been huge gaps in capacity and huge gaps in the jobs environment as well. We're going to be discussing these themes, plus importantly, inclusivity, what that looks like. I'm really interested in sort of exploring the value chain and how we can plug into that. Your Excellency, great to have you with us. I'm sad to say I still have not been to Jordan, but it's on my to-do list. Good to have you on. Your Excellency, you know, Jordan is one of those exciting destinations, and in fact, you've seen fantastic numbers, specifically from the region, visitors coming, whether they're going to Petra or other incredible destinations. Could you give me a sense of how the numbers are changing the value chain, right? So are you seeing capacity? Do people want to work in the sector? And what does the jobs environment look like for you?
Well, thank you very much for having us here, and it's been an exciting day today, hearing from all different experts and from both the public and private sector, and I think this is extremely important to hear and share the knowledge. You know, it's been an exciting time for us.
Can you just speak up a little? Yeah. There we go. Try again.
Okay, we'll try now.
Yeah.
Well, it's been an exciting couple of years. After we saw an increase of number of arrivals to our country, and we were expecting more and more over the coming years, we faced with the pandemic like the rest of the world. And this is where the shock came in. Everyone suffered. not only those who are the big players in the industry, but all the value chain around us. But if I look at it from one positive point of view, that give or draw the attention to the importance of tourism, not only to those who are working in the tourism industry, but to the whole other entities that are supporting this.
Can you not hear? Okay.
You cannot
just,
hear me.
I think take off your mic and then just do a handheld like this.
Can I?
Yeah, I think
do
that's
this?
better. Very good.
Maybe that's okay. I'll start quickly.
Yes.
As we were recovering after the pandemic, or as we suffered because of the pandemic, we saw a good recovery in the last 7-8 months, and that gave us hope of bringing back tourism. But not forgetting those who have suffered most. The value chain of tourism is not limited to those who are working directly in the tourism industry. It is also involving a lot of people. And most importantly, I think, are the local communities that are dependent on tourism. As we were talking to our colleagues before we walked in, talking about the importance of involving those local communities, not only involving them in terms of taking some of their services, but giving back to them and having them also being part of this value chain, not the big players. As we sat down today and we heard some of those big players talking about the progress and how they are going to be moving on. Positive messages came out of those talks in the last few hours, talking about how we need to take care of the employees. But it's not only the employees who are working directly with you. It is important to look at the people who are around you, who are supporting you in the value chain in different areas. Things are, as I said, looking positive, but we have to be cautious and careful. We don't want to lose more people from the industry. We saw a lot of people who left the industry who are refusing today to come back. We saw those
because
who
of the working conditions, they don't want to come back because of the working conditions?
Not because of the working conditions. Part of it could be because of the working conditions, but some of them saw the risk that they had to take. Yeah. Especially those who have invested everything. We know in our part of the world, we know a lot of people by their first child. So a lot of local communities have been known. You go and visit a local experience of so-and-so, the mother of so-and-so. Those small businesses that they have invested everything they have during the pandemic, they lost their businesses.
Yeah.
They were not able to regain back their businesses because they were not tools to support them.
Yeah.
The difference between someone who is employed in an institution, he was able to take care of his employees and maintain them. They were not. Yeah. You lost them. So bringing them back, and this is part of the experience that we were talking about throughout the sessions, the different sessions. Those people, bringing them back, this is the challenge today.
Yes.
How do I convince someone who has invested a small amount, and these are SMEs, small amount of money, but this is everything what he has. He has lost it during the pandemic. He was not able to get the support, and now it's important to bring him back and convince him, no, tourism will pay back.
It will pay back, but when it came down to it, no one was there to support him, and that is the important part of this. And Chiara, I want to bring you in here. Women were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, specifically on the small to medium enterprises side of things. Women impacted quite significantly because of the demand destruction. Where are we right now? How would you define this space?
Thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be here in Saudi. And I think it's really the right place to talk about inclusion, and diversity, and of course, of sustainability. We are facing a multi-crisis. We are talking about a pandemic, yes, but we are always an energy crisis, climate change crisis, security crisis, food crisis, financial crisis, inflation. We have to rethink a completely different system of tourism, and this I've really learned. And I'm really deeply convinced that women that are disproportionately impacted, it's true, can bring a huge added value, a huge contribution to reinvent, to redefine this system. I cannot imagine that we don't have in mind that tourism is sustainable and inclusive, or it's not. Because if we see the millenniums, they vote for their pockets. They want to go where they find what they expected. And if you don't think as the whole population thinks, that means women and men, you cannot feed the expectation of your customers, of your clients. I would just give you three numbers. First, if we had the equal representation of women and men in economic system from here to 2025, we would add 28 trillion at the global GDP. It's a question of justice, but as you see, it's an economical issue. And in tourism, we have 55% of women involved as a workforce, but we have only 20% of women in management and only 8% in top management. Then the first thing is to have more women in governance. Not because women are better than men, but because we bring a different perspective, we bring a different way of thinking. And again, when you know that 70% at least of the decision when you go on vacation are taken by women, your wives, your girls, they decide where we go, which kind of hotel we choose, which kind of activity we're doing, and how much we're spending. Then we should maybe, when we propose packages, when we propose, have in mind this. And for governance, we have some issues. We have some solutions. What I do in the G7 and G20, I really work to change the environment because public and private have to work hand in hand. Private sector cannot do anything. We have to be together to achieve things. And laws has to be done by states.
Yeah.
Just if you look at the countries that have quotas, we have more than 25% of women in governance. All the countries that don't have quotas have less. Europe just 10 days ago decided by decree that you have at least 30% of women in governance. It will change things because listed companies, the big groups that here, will be obliged to promote equally men and women. The second issue, we just said it before, it's not create jobs. There are not enough people who wants to work in hospitality. In Europe, we are faced with a great crisis after the COVID. Nobody wants more to have all the, how can I say, constraint. Then we need women because we need to hire other kind of people. And we need to be attractive to them, then have flexible work, work-life balance, try to make it as secure and comfortable for them to work them. Yeah. And some big groups do that.
Chair, thank you so much. We'll touch on those issues in just a moment. I just want to bring Matthew in here. And Matthew, during a recent survey that Virtuoso conducted, it says that 74% of travelers, of your travelers on your platform, they're willing to pay more for travel sustainably if they know where their money is going. Could you break that number down for us?
Sure, I'd be happy to. First of all, I do specialize in the luxury experiential sector. Yeah. And what's been happening is something called the commoditization of quality. As quality has become better and better overall, and the differential between quality products becomes less, more consumers and travelers are starting to choose the product based on something other than the base quality that they're going to get, like values, like show me what you're doing that's good. So from that perspective, but on the perspective of when we talk about sustainability, we started working on sustainability storytelling 15 years ago, and telling the story, putting the spotlight. It's not just about the environment, it is about local economies. It's about the people. That's as much about sustainability. Sorry.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I'm here, yeah. I'm back. And people are asking those questions, saying what impact I'm going to have on the local economy. Yes. What are the people that I'm going to be engaged with? Do they work in a safe environment? So this is what's happening. So first, I just want to try to be as simple as possible and break it down real quick. First, as a private enterprise, we thought we were really good on DEI. We've added the letter B. We think that adding B to DEI is super important because that is the ultimate human goal. It's belonging. Everybody wants to belong. Our own employees and management team, whatever, we thought we were good at it. We have now added it as a defining objective in our playbook because it's not good enough. So we've really started to measure it, benchmark it as a business. We feel that it does that. There's no other industry, quite frankly, that has actually more diversity than the travel and tourism industry.
The sector and why my particular passion is, we've heard it a lot over the last day and a half, the SME sector. So the SME sector already has more minorities, more women-owned businesses, whatever. And we as an industry need to do, and I'm very happy to say that, as just being elected vice chair of membership of WTTC, we are looking at the initiatives of our responsibility of how to help the resiliency of the SME sector actually be there. It's our responsibility to do that, because that's where a lot of the diversity lies. And when you talk about attractiveness, sometimes we talk about going to work for a big corporation, which is great. A lot of them are great. But a huge part of the attractiveness of this is entrepreneurialism, right? And independence.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Desiree, great to have you with us. When we're talking about inclusivity, you have to take a step back and look at the macro picture. Matthew focuses on the luxury segment, for example. Most countries tell us that they want to focus on quality tourists that, are high end. What about creating a more inclusive environment where you're targeting a lot more people? The people that don't have that much to spend but really want to travel, and then trying to capture a bigger part of the value chain. Why is it every time I travel and speak to tourism experts, ministers, they want to capture the higher end? Why is that, obviously they're spending more, but that's not very inclusive.
Okay, you're saying 3-4 different things at the same time. First of all, why? Because luxury does pay.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that, it's mathematical. Luxury is really actually the best return on investment, right? It does not mean that it's not inclusive in its own way. Luxury really attracts a very, very diverse panel of people, but within a certain range of means, right? I think Matthew and the minister have alluded to two things, which are extremely important. SMEs. SMEs are really actually, travel is a tool of education for the young, right? Education is a very important part to start discovering cultures. And the youth, when they start traveling, it's a way for them to discover new cultures, new sense of belonging, new stories, and they break down their entire prejudice. SME is where they're going to go. These youth, right? These young people have a certain budget to travel with. And therefore, young, actually, entrepreneurs in tourism that really have been bankrupt, it's sad to hear, because they are the ones who are going to open their door for an entire generation discovering culture and travel within their own budget and means. And that's a way to be inclusive. And I really think I'm endorsing, and Matthew's new initiative with WTTC, because if we could help these SMEs survive, thrive, we have a whole new young generation that could travel and start discovering the planet and break down the wall of prejudice.
Brilliantly said. Brilliantly said. Zubin, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
If anyone has ever applied for a visa, any kind of residency, anything to do with paperwork, you've probably done it through VFS. So I'm really honored to be here with the founder and CEO. It's an incredible platform what you've been able to achieve. You've definitely taken friction out of our lives and government's lives, I have to say. What has your experience been? When I say inclusivity to you, what does that mean for you? Because I'm thinking skills development, because you've got quite a technical platform, and I'm thinking the type of people you hire across the thousands of offices you have, and how does that plug into what we're talking on?
Yeah, thank you very much. You've been very kind with your words. I think I will start with something that the Honorable Minister said about what did we do during the pandemic, for our people. And I think something that we realized that, yes, you need to look after them financially. That's an important part. But what did we do mentally for them? Because that's where the gap was. And what we did was, across the 144 countries, over the last 24 months during the pandemic, we created around over 700 modules of engagement, which were online engagement with the people. So just, it could be on upskilling, it could be something on cookery, it could be on anything, but just to keep them engaged and mentally, live in their minds, and just to make them feel good about themselves even when they're sitting at home, saying that, yes, this is going to end, how is it going to pan out? So just somebody to talk to. So this is something that we did. And when we talk about inclusiveness, we have 126 nationalities around in 144 countries of the world. It's various ways that you look at inclusivity. It also looks at empowerment. How are you empowering your people? So inclusivity is not only diversity or gender equality. We have over 60%, I think you have more, 60% women in our organization. Even in Saudi Arabia, we have been there from 2005. We have 800 staff. Out of that, 70% are Saudi nationals and 60% are women. So apart from gender diversity, apart from inclusiveness, what we also need to see is how we are empowering people, how are we, charting out their future careers in our industry. I think they need some long-term initiatives, and I would say these are the small areas that we need to look at. And what I see in WTTC today, we have a lot of thoughts and a lot of ideas, and if each one of us takes one and focuses on that, I think there will be a huge change.
Your Excellency, the Minister, I'd like to ask you this question. I think it's something that's on top of people's minds, especially when they travel to destinations that they would normally go to. And the question has come up a lot lately, and you'll sort of resonate with what I'm about to say. What should the travel and tourism sector do to make people from different races, religions, genders, sexual orientations, and with different disabilities feel welcome?
Well, I think if you want to enter into tourism, you have to be welcoming to tourists. But on the other side, also tourists, when they go into a new culture, they have to be accommodating also in somehow, not only as what they expect. There has to be, from both sides, a sense of understanding to each other. I give you an example of Jordan. Some of the most wonderful experiences, by the way, are not made in the hotels or the resorts. Some of the best experiences are from people while they're wandering, going to a destination, and somehow they stop somewhere in the middle of nowhere and they needed something. This is where they feel the welcoming of people. This is how people are treated. So when tourists come to a country, they're expecting to enjoy their experiences. But at the same time, I think it's a bridge between both. Not only the tourists coming to the country, but also for the locals who are understanding what the tourist is all about. Definitely, the locals are looking for a return on how much they can get out of this experience when people are coming spending in their countries. I guess
the question is, and I'm sorry to interject because we're running out of time, if I can't wear my shirt with a rainbow on it and I'm going to be asked to take it off, why should I choose to come to your destination?
Well, again, I think...
I'm giving an example. I'm not saying Jordan in particular. I'm saying generally, hypothetically speaking.
Listen, you are wearing whatever you wear when you come to a country. But when I go to the beach, I'm expected to wear what I wear on the beach. When I go to a religious place, I'm expected to wear what I wear in that religious place. When I go to skiing, I'm expected to wear what I have to wear. It's not about a specific thing. Today, if you are wearing a rainbow shirt in a lot of countries, by the way, it doesn't mean anything to many people. Yeah. It's just a t-shirt, nice for them. They would not understand it. If you make a big fuss about it, then it becomes an issue that could be not only in touristic places, anywhere in the world. You could stand in the middle of Times Square and open that, and you'll have both views. So is it the right platform to discuss such thing? You're not going there to discuss, you're going there to enjoy. No one is going to judge you for your religion, for your race, for your behavior. But at the same time, when you go there, you're expected to somehow be catered to that place where you go
and respectful, right, to the cultures
Again,
of those
as I gave you the examples. It's when you go, I mean, I went as a tourist to many places as a child. We used to wear shorts and we would enter to a church. They will ask us politely to put something around us to be able to enter to, and I'm a male wearing short. I understand, I have to respect that. And again, once I go out, I wear my short again and
It's very true. I mean, I was asked to also cover my shoulders when I went to a church in Rome actually once. So, you know, and it happens all over the place. It's about being respectful, like you say. 1 minute, okay, very quickly, each of you. We're going to speed through this. What are you expecting? Inclusivity, job creation. Let's start with you, Matthew.
What do we expect? I'm sorry.
Inclusivity, job creation in the future. In the next year, what are the trends?
Well, I think it's actually very simple. I feel that after the pandemic that we've been going through, there's going to be a major bifurcation between those enterprises that really get employee engagement and people engagement right, and that includes inclusivity and belonging, and those who don't. And I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a real kind of polarization between those enterprises that get this right, whether you're a destination, a private enterprise, or whatever.
Sure.
I think that the World Travel Tourism Council could take as idea to diversify the supply chain. If you want to help entrepreneurs, women, small and medium businesses, public procurement and private procurement could be a very powerful tool if you give them access. 242 million women own their businesses, but have accessed less than 1% of public and private procurement. In tourism, it's a great opportunity to do. And secondly, I would like that maybe we really put the input in STEM education. Here you told that here in Saudi, 80% of young women want to study engineers, and they're already 60%. And this is the job of the future. If you want to make a nice position and contribute in the world travel or in other works, you need to have STEM education. And let's attract girls and women in that.
Fantastic. Zubin.
I think since we are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and we have seen, you know, this has been like a buzzing place, like a beehive, I would say, you know, today. I have already initiated two things that we are going to do. We have spoken to Her Excellency, Her Highness, about how will we help with the Trailblazers program. You know, what they're doing with 100,000 what they call Saudi nationals every year, that we could train and deploy them across 144 countries in the world. And the other is, for our Saudi operations, we will train 100 Saudi nationals every year and also deploy them across the globe. So that's what, you know, it's an action item that I've taken from WTTC here.
Desiree.
Strong culture as an organization, and really building that culture as a mindset in our entire organization, so we could really do profit, but profit decently.
Fantastic. And Your Excellency, Minister, and with you?
Well, definitely like to see a lot of our programs that we created for youth and women being the future map of tourism, not only locally, but globally.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for my fantastic panelists. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you once again to Eleni and her panel. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking them once again. Thank you so much. Okay, we have a very special guest coming next. Next on stage, we have a keynote speech from former Prime Minister of the UK. Also joining us, watching us from wherever you are. And do remember, all the photos that were taken today are available on the app under the word more. And you can also see all the tweets posted under GS Saudi Arabia and Travel for a Better Future on the social wall. Right, for those of you here in person, we have a gala dinner today where we'll be celebrating Saudi culture, and that will give us a chance to relax and socialize. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. As you go out, all you need is your badge. All you need is your badge to enter the gala dinner. Once again, all you need is your badge to enter the gala dinner. No bracelets, just your badge to enter. Now, the shuttles will leave from official hotels at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. from official hotels, and they will return from the event at 9:45 p.m. The dress code is business casual, cocktail attire. Please wear your badge. Please wear your badge. Please wear your badge. I've said it 3 times. Nobody can forget their badge tonight, okay? You can't say I didn't tell you. Please see you tomorrow, refreshed and energized. We will have fantastic sessions and, of course, the next in-travel event from 3 to 5 p.m. We still have so much to cover, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of fantastic voices to hear on how travel and tourism can be enabled by technology and innovation. We will reflect also on the commitments and partnerships needed, as well as action and investment. And tomorrow we start again here promptly at 9 a.m. Have a fantastic evening. Masa al khair. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.